constantly be above hot ground. I think if you have
No.
I know where it's from the whole war.
fuel and you just kept switching.
Everything's flames.
Shopify returns got you chasing emails and spreadsheets. Shopify and your returns.
On June 26, 2020, the U.S. House of Representatives voted to do something it had never done before. It passed a bill to create the 51st state by giving the U.S. capital, Washington, D.C., statehood. Members of the House of Representatives each represent between 500,000 and a million Americans. D.C.'s 700,000 residents are represented by this woman, Eleanor Holmes Norton. But she couldn't vote on the statehood bill because she's different from other members. She can speak on the floor and introduce bills, but she can't vote. Americans in territories like Puerto Rico and Guam are also represented in Congress by delegates who can't vote. But Americans in these places don't pay federal taxes to the U.S. government. D.C. residents do. In fact, in D.C., the average person pays more in federal taxes than in any state. And they're not happy about it. It's why D.C.'s license plates say taxation without representation. President Trump has promised to block Washington, D.C. from becoming a state, so that House vote was mostly symbolic. But Washington, D.C.'s residents are clear on what they want. So will D.C. ever actually become a state? And should it? In the U.S., the federal government is not supposed to be based on a state. The Constitution says it should be a neutral federal district, what today is called the District of Columbia. But since the founding of the country, the district has grown into a major city.
For most of its existence as a city, the district has been under the control of the United States Congress.
Starting in the 1960s, Congress made some concessions to D.C.'s calls for representation. It granted them electoral college votes for presidential elections, a non-voting member in Congress, and finally, the right to elect their own local government. But because Congress controls their budget, they often undermine D.C.'s local government, which is another major reason D.C. residents want statehood.
Like most cities in the United States, it is a progressive city, and so it has conflict in some measure with that of conservative Republicans.
That's understating it a little. In the 2006...
It's choking itself. I remember some of this last night. Like these. Oh, strange. One of them will give rise to some of the greatest dinosaurs in history. Tiny Enterodontosaurus. Hey, Fuzzy. What makes him himself? It's hard to spot at first. It is clear. He's not going to back down from a challenge. especially when there's food at stake. It's all you may only live much as a chihuahua, but he does have a superpower. An incredibly strong beak and jaw that allow him to devour almost anything. And that's not all. He also has cheek pouches where he can store food, feed later, safety.
The Chicken and Cheddar Rancher is here, stacked with grilled chicken breast, crispy bacon, and buttermilk ranch. Only at
Its
Firehouse.
multi-food mouth will allow his descendants to become some of the greatest dinosaurs
There's a year
of
that should
all time.
absolutely terrify Democrats. It's not 2024 or 2026.
Descendants like the mighty Stegosaurus and even
For
Triceratops.
decades now, the Census Bureau has been calculating the U.S.
Small
demographic.
beginnings.
This is a measure of population distribution, but imagine the place in the U.S. where the population is evenly balanced in every direction. In 1800, the year of the first census, when the country was essentially just on the East Coast, the tipping point was in Maryland, near Baltimore. As the country expanded, it began to move
But the
west.
dinosaurs will need more than dinosaurs to conquer the planet. On the northern side of the Great Divide lies the other new continent, Laurasia. Hiding in these waters, the remnants of a once great empire. Appear to be living in these murky shambles, but they also need to be wary. Because they no longer rule the Jurassic swamps. They have been usurped. Those they once hunted on Pangea's shores. Dinosaurs.
The wealthiest county in America is not in Silicon Valley, it's not in New York, but rather it's here, Loudoun County, Virginia. This DC city is the highest median household income in the U.S. But it lacks in billionaires and makes up for with a massive upper middle class working six-figure desk jobs at government contractors, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon Technologies, Newstar, and more, leading to a landscape peppered with $1, $2, and $3 million homes, Ferrari, McLaren, and Rolls-Royce dealerships, resorts, horse farms, and polo fields. But perhaps the most bizarre part of Loudoun County is its western border. On one side is a place where the average household brings in $157,000 a year. On the other is a state where that same average is less than $51,000. In comparison comparison to its mid-Atlantic surroundings, West Virginia sticks out remarkably. Its GDP per capita is just $53,000, second lowest in the country. Poverty is at 17.1%, fourth highest in the US and far higher than the region around. Life expectancy is just 74.7, second lowest in the US and roughly equivalent to that of the nation of Slovakia. But beyond the statistics, at its core, West Virginia is, and long has been, a region in decline. Its population peaked the better part of a century ago, in 1950, and has been on a slow, steady slide down ever since. Nowadays, it's one of just 3 shrinking states, and it's by far on the fastest pace, partially since year after year, unlike in every other American state, more people die than are born. Self-reported mental health is at an all-time low. In one study, the 13 American counties with the worst scores were all in West Virginia. Perhaps as both a cause and effect of that, drug use is absolutely rampant. Across one 6-year span, pharmaceutical companies sold the equivalent of 400 opioid pills for every person in West Virginia, and that was only the supposedly legal trade. The state as a whole is in a bleak situation, but even within that average, there are shades of bleakness. Essentially every issue reaches its most acute form here, McDowell County. This southernmost slice of the state regularly ranks as its poorest and one of the absolute poorest in the nation. Per capita income is just $14,000, which means the economic situation of its residents is roughly analogous to that of those of the nation of Panama. Life expectancy is just 70.4 years, the same as that of Iraq. Having declined from a peak population of 100,000 to just 18,000 today, the landscape is that of neglect. Towns are mere shells of what was, and few have fallen further than its county seat, Welch. The Elko Creek and Top Fork run right through its downtown, while the mountains rise straight up above it. Straddling such rough country, Welch has been forced to compromise, adopting not a traditional grid, but a street pattern that follows the contours of the rivers below and the mountains above. And just as McDowell Street, Virginia Avenue, and U.S. Route 52 follow the path cut by cascading West Virginia waterways, so too does the railroad. This single piece of infrastructure that explains why this town, split by rivers, hemmed in by mountains in all directions, even exists in the first place. Before Welch, or McDowell County, or southern West Virginia was known for what it lacks, where it falls behind, or why it's so different from the rest of the country, these rails made this region the middle of American light. Since before the Civil War, West Virginia's wealth in coal was well understood. It was simply an issue of getting to the resource, then getting it out. First, it was the east-west running Baltimore and Ohio line that connected northern coal fields to Midwest and eastern markets, then the Chesapeake and Ohio, and finally, near century close, it was the Norfolk and Western that collectively opened the state for business. Now with the means to move it, the coal-rich West Virginia boomed from north to south. From a state of 440,000 people in 1870, West Virginia nearly crested 1 million by 1900. In the same span that the population more than doubled, coal production from the state went from 600,000 tons to more than 22 million a year, almost a 40-fold increase. Along railways, mines, and the other accompanying camps, tiny hamlets and company towns popped up practically every other mile, and the boom had only just begun. Late to the party, McDowell County was in charge. Connected to the rest of the nation by rail and home to the famed Pocahontas coalfield, the state's southernmost county became one of industrial America's most important. U.S. Coke and Coal, a subsidiary of the Titanic U.S. Steel, set up the company town of Gary to produce coke on site and ship to steel mills in the Midwest. Then it set up Gary 2, Gary 3, Gary 4, all the way through Gary 11, neighboring and competing with an array of other privately funded pop-up towns. The interest in McDowell's bountiful endowments went beyond the private sector, too. The U.S. Navy also turned its attention to the region, as some Pocahontas coal burned so clean that it became their first choice. They called it smokeless coal, a relative term by today's standards, but the Navy consistently fired U.S. warships with it all the way through the mid-century. In just a matter of decades, McDowell, its its county seat of Welch, and its quality Pocahontas coal seams were the muscle
Seemed
behind
lost
the
to sea.
by filling the hulls of Theodore Roosevelt's Great White Fleet had become the literal fuel of America's growing
One
international
reason
prestige.
that
As
dinosaurs
the
have not
1900s
entered
progressed,
this
some
frontier.
things changed. With the onset of the labor movement, working conditions became less horrific, wages rose, and things were paid with real currency rather than company currencies. American naval ships, then all ships, moved from coal to oil. What remained consistent, though, was West Virginia's sole economic loyalty to coal mining. From 1910 to 1950, McDowell's population went from about 20,000 to nearly 100,000, while statewide coal production now definitively outpaced all other contenders, unearthing some 144 million tons of coal a year, nearly 40 million more than the next highest producer, Pennsylvania. And leading the highest producing state was Virginia, the nation's highest producing county.
Devastating
But
South
then,
Africa.
more change.
The
Demand for
entire
coal in post-war America from traditional users diminished. As American industry slowed, steel slowed, so demand for coke slowed. Undeterred, West Virginian mines, rather than slowing production, pivoted to overseas export and power generation. As American environmental regulations and awareness pressured domestic coal-fired power plants out of business, more coal went to energy-hungry markets like India. As the world shifted, West Virginia found ways to keep shipping product. Not until 1997 did West Virginia finally reach peak production. By this
The plants he relied on for food are nearly all
point,
gone.
however, the connection between population, job creation, and production had been long severed.
Many of his
Since
kind
the
have died
1950s,
from
the Dallas
starvation.
population has been on the decline, in short, because of
The
machines.
rising
Of the
temperatures
25.5 million
burned
tons
his
of coal
home
produced in McDowell
into a tinderbox.
more than 23 million tons were mined and loaded by hand. Just 10 years later, in 1950, of the county's nearly 21 million tons of produced coal, just under 9 million were procured by hand, as cutting machines and conveyors had quickly taken hold. The result of such mechanization entirely decoupled McDowell's production from its population, as the county entered steady decline through the end of the century. As margins tightened every time the industry had to pivot, it became more and more difficult to cut costs. For those who stayed employed, the operational and managerial roles were solid middle-class jobs, the jobs that were becoming rarer and rarer, and jobs that, as they dried up, simply weren't being replaced within the borders of McDowell County, or for that matter, anywhere within West Virginia. Coal, therefore, clearly explains West Virginia's fall, but it doesn't explain why it hasn't been able to pick
It's
itself
the
back
final
up.
nail
There
in
are
the
plenty
coffin.
of rural areas in the U.S. The majority of the country is rural. And while there is a significant degree of economic disparity in comparison to the country's urban areas, the rest of rural America is not nearly
Their
such a
17
different
million
so
year
why is
existence
West Virginia
brought
different?
to a tragic
The West
end.
Virginia Department of Economic Development strived to answer this question in their 2022 development plan. They offered a handful of explanations for the state's poverty, but almost every cited factor was simultaneously a cause and effect. Crumbling infrastructure, lack of broadband access, low education levels, poor health, abandoned urban areas. Poverty is a vicious cycle. The state of poverty perpetuates poverty, but all
Eventually,
cycles have
the
a few
dinosaurs
struggles.
will rise
The
to take
one
their
cited
place.
factor that is not both a cause and effect, just merely a cause, was geography. West Virginia is the least
In that
flat
time,
state in America.
Earth's two
Just 12% of its land is
will
considered
drift even
relatively
further
flat,
apart,
and this one simple fact creates a web
creating a
of
fragmented
consequences.
world.
The largest employment sector in
New
rural
land
America writ large, based on the census's sectoral definitions, is the combination of educational services, healthcare, and social assistance. This includes teachers, nurses, caregivers, and other people-servicing jobs that exist essentially everywhere. The second largest rural economic sector is manufacturing, representing 12% of jobs outside of urban areas. As a proportion of overall U.S. employment, it's still 9%, yet in West Virginia, an almost entirely rural state, it's just 7%.
Choose to follow your instincts.
Now, the 7 factories that the West Virginia Department of Economic
baseball
Development has
playlist.
as top manufacturing-related businesses paint a picture as to why the sector struggles. Rubber Light is in downtown Huntington, a city that develops across the naturally flat banks of the Ohio River. Kingsford Charcoal is in the more rural area, but along the also naturally flat banks of the North Branch of the Potomac. Milan, Covestro, and Fiesta Timor II are located in near identical riverside spots. The only of these seven not in a similar situation are Amerigo Walmart and Procter & Gamble, but they're both in the flat eastern portion of the state. Rather universally, manufacturers are not building factories on hillsides, and most of the elusive flat spots are already developed. The appeal of locating manufacturing in rural areas is the ability to achieve lower costs and cheap labor and cheap labor, but West Virginia lacks the second part of that equation. Rather than spending to develop a site where it's tough or paying the premium for already prepared spots, manufacturers can just go, quite literally, anywhere else. Now, the weakness of the second largest rural economic sector is a problem in and of itself, but its effects are disproportionate. That's because average wages from the first and third largest rural economic sectors are dramatically lower than those of manufacturing. This sector, at least on average, is a key source of higher pay middle-class jobs in rural America. West Virginia, meanwhile, has to deal more with the lower income sectors. Of course, another major rural economic sector is agriculture, and agriculture has long been a key part of West Virginia's economy, but the landscape that's been there for millennia is presenting new challenges for the sector. The state's geography is convoluted, but remarkably predictable. Whereas out west one tends to see massive mountains with proportionally larger valleys in between, and no space for larger tracts of productive agriculture, in West Virginia, the scale is shrunk down on both fronts. That means that, consistently, towns pop up on flat sections of riverbank, and most valleys are centered by a single road flanked by houses, areas known as hollows. Sitting in between are the hills, which, by and large, are either destroyed by now-dead coal mines
Nearly
or
40 million years after their ancestor,
this has
Volcanodon,
consequences.
made its
First,
monumental
there's no
rise.
crop farming in West Virginia, the type that relies
Ancient
most on
forest
large
is
areas
now
of flat
so
land.
gigantic
The little that exists is primarily in
just
the flatter
standing up
eastern and northern
is a mountain
sections.
task.
The state focuses more on cattle and poultry, as this agricultural sector requires far less land and produces far more value per unit of food. But the farms that do exist are also small. Whereas across the U.S., approximately 11% of agricultural sales come from farms selling less than $250,000 a year, 29% of West Virginia's do. With hills sitting in the way, farms can only get so big. In the past, this was hardly a barrier, as most farms nationwide reached no larger than what one family could manage, but that's no longer the case. Much of the nation's cattle, for example, now comes from large factory-style farms like this, the Kismet, Kansas branch of Cobalt Cattle. If one were to try this feedlot in West Virginia, it simply wouldn't
They have
fit.
the longest
The reason
necks
why agribusiness is
any
now
animal
important
in
is because of the
history.
economies of scale it
Can
unlocks.
reach as
Cobalt
high
Cattle is simply
as a
able to produce at
five-story
a lower
building.
cost, which puts downward price pressure on the industry as a whole. That means these small family farms in West Virginia are
Not
having
the
to sell
only
their cattle
giants
for
that
less.
live in this forest. Trees are being cut at greater heights as well, to avoid being completely consumed by these towering beasts. But there's a catch to being this tall. 15-meter long neck can only support a tiny head. That houses a brain, smaller than an apple. The evolutionary focus on size over smarts helped the sauropods become the most dominant herbivores of the Jurassic Age. But they're not the only ones in this forest who are moving up in. Yes. A dinosaur. A dinosaur with feathers. And newly evolved wings.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Hotel is right for some, but not quite right for others. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Another dinosaur.
Seafood charter is the single best thing I've done for my professional reputation.
One willing to hunt its own tiny cousin.
This is the US military, the strongest fighting force in the world. But beneath its image of strength, it's been struggling with a crisis that's getting more and more concerning. No one wants to join. Look at this graph of active duty members of the military over the decades. It's just a continuous decline. But it's not all despair. In fact, since 2024, it's actually started to rebound. So how is this actually happening? Well, to understand that, we first need to understand why the military's been struggling with recruiting in the first place. And believe it or not, it started a long, long time ago. For most of America's history, the military didn't really used to recruit in the way we think of it today. The Revolutionary War was volunteer-based, and almost all major wars after that used drafts. World War I had 2.8 million draftees. World War II...
In April 2019, a YouTuber named Jason uploaded a video to his channel, Happy Mountain Trekkers, in which he recorded footage of his solo overnight trips in the mountains. His channel is dedicated to all things outdoors, in which Jason frequently uploads videos of his adventures hiking, camping, and surviving in the woods. In this particular video, his hike up to the mountain is pretty uneventful, and as soon as he arrives at the campsite, Jason begins setting up his tent and shows his viewers how he starts a fire as the sun begins to set. As he waits for the day to end, he tries his luck at spoon carving, and this is when he reports hearing a strange sound coming from the top of one of the mountains. While he writes it off as a bird or some other small animal, continues setting up for the night. At about 9 o'clock, he turns his camera off to go to bed. But less than an hour later, he wakes up to a strange sound that he says he's never heard before in his life. He mentions it sounded like some sort of guttural animal call, but because it came from pretty far away, he couldn't identify what it was.
But to be honest, it's still just a beginner.
Some kind of, I hate to even say it, PA, the cause is like how the velociraptors
This airspace
communicate with each other on Jurassic Park.
belongs to the pterosaurs.
Shaken after the rude awakening, he tries to go back to bed. But just a few hours later, at around 1 a.m., he wakes up again to what he describes as the sound of something or someone circling his tent.
But in time, the pterosaurs will beat their match.
If you look closely at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the reflection of what appears to be 1 or 2 sets of eyes as he pans his flashlight over them. Although there are many animals with eyes that reflect light at night, based on the fiery white color of the reflection, it's very likely that Jason was being observed by wolves or dogs. Dog's eyes will also give off a white reflection, but considering that it was around 1 a.m. when this happened, it's unlikely that a dog would be walking around in the mountains so close to his campsite. Coyote and horse attacks on humans are rare, as both species tend to avoid human contact, but they can still become very aggressive if they feel threatened, especially if they have pups to follow. If this were the case, Jason would would be in grave danger, but chillingly he doesn't even seem to notice the eyes watching him as he scans the area with his flashlight. Luckily, he went back to his tent and slept safely through the night. When he woke up the next morning, he recorded another update for his viewers, but he never mentioned the eyes that his camera had captured the night before, suggesting he might have never noticed. After this video, there were no additional updates on the incident. In 2021, YouTuber Matt Field spent the night in a cave in the middle of nowhere in Australia after his friend told him about an unsettling experience he had in that cave and dared him to spend the night there alone. Matt's channel is a bit more extreme than other outdoor exploration channels, and his videos often feature him leaving civilization behind and going to remote locations for days, living only off the fish he catches and the animals he hunts. In the video, he mentions that he didn't bring any water to the trip, hoping to find water to drink in the cave. After about 4 hours of walking, he finally finds the cave and climbs down the man-made ladder inside. Venturing deeper inside the cave, Matt crawls into the different holes he finds to see if any of them lead anywhere. Around this time, he started hearing a couple of rocks falling near the entrance, and the sound of some sort of animal walking around. At one point in the video, he mentions he feels like he's being watched, and things get a little more disturbing at around 11 p.m. when he begins to eat his baked beans for dinner.
How beautiful. Baked beans.
Their strategy of bigger is better is paying off.
That was the sound.
These dinosaurs are evolving on an altogether different track.
I've got full goosebumps. It's the chain that's moving.
Stegosaurus.
It's a
Far cry from their tiny cheek-stuffing ancestors. They're now as heavy as elephants.
When he recorded this video, it wasn't a windy night at all, and the fact that the chain is moving can only mean that there's someone or something down there with him.
Here in the late Jurassic,
It is
they
100%
need
now.
the protection.
I'm 100% certain it's the chain that I walked in, that you climb down into this cave on. It's moving. Now, you can't move that chain with the wind. It's way too heavy. There's no wind coming in here. There's no wind even forecast.
Because there is danger in these dark forests.
You must have heard that just then.
Allosaurus. 8 meters long, with dagger-like teeth. They are the most successful predators of their day.
I just heard a sound. It's not normal. It's definitely not a normal sound, and I'm scared. I'm not gonna
This
lie.
young male is not talking.
2.5 hours after I checked in with you guys, so it'll be around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, and that sound is not normal. I'm getting out of here.
After the creepy noises subside, he changes his mind about leaving the cave and decides to spend the rest of the night in the entrance. A couple of hours later, he reported hearing hissing sounds that sounded like human voices, but after walking around the cave, he couldn't find anything that could be making those noises. Aside from big animals, the worst thing that could have happened to Matt is to have come across a hostile squatter living in the cave, although it's unclear why anyone would want to live down there. Fortunately, he made his way out of the cave safely as soon as the sun rose. Never went back to that cave again.
Travelers swear by this one trip. What's up with that?
She's been scrolling travel advice for hours. Now she's got the influencer brain.
Gotta use kayak. They compare hundreds of sites so you always get your trip right.
Kayak. Got that right.
What was that, fam?
Hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go.
Butler Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland at Independence Health System.
Rody is a channel dedicated to off-the-grid living, in which the uploader usually posts videos about what life is like living out of his truck and traveling around the country. The videos are usually pretty cool, with an emphasis on the beauty of nature and independent living. But this particular video is a bit more disturbing than the rest. In December 2017, Rody uploaded footage of an incident that took place earlier that year while he was car camping in a parking lot. At around 1:30 a.m., a hooded man started walking around his truck and taking pictures of his license plates. Because the back of the truck where the uploader was sleeping was pretty much pitch black, the man probably didn't see anyone in there and continued to suspiciously walk around the truck for several minutes, unaware that he was being recorded. After a while, the man makes his way to the side of the truck and tries to shine the flashlight inside, which is when the uploader decides to take action to protect himself and let the man know he's there. Immediately after the uploader bangs his fist on the inside of the truck, the suspicious man runs away. It's unclear what exactly he planned to do, but based on his behavior, it couldn't have been anything good, and he was probably planning a carjacking. Fortunately, the uploader was able to get away safely and spend the night elsewhere. Gary and Amica are a father-daughter duo from Scotland who make videos about their travels around Europe in their camper van. The videos are usually pretty wholesome and entertaining, but in this particular video, Gary and Amica had a pretty disturbing encounter. This footage was uploaded in March of 2023 during a trip to Tensmere Forest in North Fife, Scotland. As they walked through the woods, Amica told her dad she heard voices somewhere near them, and after searching for a while, this is what they found.
We just stopped and looked in these woods. Look at how scary that is. Put it on a truck. Please eat more on the ladders. Oh, look at the one on the ladders. The tray. Well, like the washing line over there to the left. Yeah, there. Keep it there. That is weird, isn't it?
In addition to dozens of creepy mannequins dressed up in costumes, they came across some pretty unsettling paintings hanging outside the little cabin in the middle of the woods. I did some research and found several other channels that featured the strange cabin, but the only information I could find was that the mannequins and paintings were probably set up there at some point in 2021. It's unknown what exactly the purpose of all this is, but whoever set it up clearly went through a lot of trouble to make it as creepy as possible. As Gary and Amica make their way out of the woods, a car starts to approach them from the other side, and Gary starts to get a little freaked out. Fortunately, they were able to make it back to the van without having to cross the car's path. As this video is uploaded, there have been no further updates on the creepy discovery. In 2018, a YouTuber named John uploaded this video to his channel Lost Lakes, in which he posts about his backcountry camping adventures in Canada. The video was taken at around 3:30 a.m. at a remote location west of Chapleau, Ontario, where, according to John, there was no cell phone signal.
Well, I am living a solo camper's nightmare right now. There appears to be an animal of some kind pacing around my tent. It's the middle of the night. And then around 3:30, I started hearing this pacing sound. And 45 minutes later, it's still pacing.
Considering he was camping in a remote location in the Black Bear capital of the world, it's very likely that there was a bear or some
saw
other
your
large animal
cable.
inside the tent.
Go to your profile picture, and I was, and I said, where'd your camera go? And then I just saw, no, this is this call.
Threat to campers if they ever feel threatened or provoked, and in those cases, a feeble camping tent won't offer a lot of protection against an angry 600-pound animal. It's much more common for people to be harassed by other people than by animals, but in this case, the footsteps don't sound very human.
Many years after surviving an apocalypse,
on his camping trip to protect himself against animals, which include a hatchet, bear spray, and a gun. Near the end of the video, he mentions his car is inside the tent, but he can't find his key and probably left it in the car. But in the end, he slept through the night safely. He never found out what exactly was walking around his tent that night.
The world they've come to know.
Most campers will say they're more afraid of running into ill-intentioned people.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered still installing. It says it would take 11 hours.
Holy shit, Sebby.
11!
Damn.
And I bought that 2 hours ago. It's 22.126 gigabytes. I only got 4 gigabytes. Specifically 4.34 gigabytes.
You'll be
school by the time that's done.
Yeah.
The more Ken travels, the more he earns. Got this car with 1 key cash in Ken now. Give us 30 win. Susie, Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Million years ago. Winter rages across the north.
Do you prefer to go unseen, but still want low RV show prices? Then head.
Ian on YouTube is a channel run by 30-year-old Ian who's been posting on the platform for the better part of a decade. His content covers everything from day in the life work vlogs to different adventures after hours. And while most of it is nothing more than fun, a particular encounter left his core. On January 18th, 2024, Ian posted a video going over the disturbing experience he had while stealth camping in a McDonald's parking lot in Palm Springs, California. Stealth camping, for those who don't know, is when someone spends the night in a vehicle or tent in an area not officially designated for camping, usually while trying to avoid detection. It's often done out of necessity, curiosity, or simply for the thrill of it. And while it can be harmless, it also means the camper is completely exposed and vulnerable to whatever or whoever might be lurking nearby. This is exactly what happened with Ian on the 16th of January 2024. He'd been stealth camping for quite some time by that point, and had spent nights in much harsher conditions, like during a heavy rain or in a sandstorm. So, staying overnight in a McDonald's parking lot seemed like nothing to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't have done more alone. After setting everything up, he went to lie down in the back of his car. But just as he was about to fall asleep, he was interrupted by the sound of someone repeatedly trying to open his car's door. He immediately got out to see who it was, and this is what he came across.
What's going on, man? What's going on? What's up? What's up, man? What's going on? What are you doing?
There was a man standing outside the passenger door. What made the encounter even more unsettling was that the man never said a word, even as Ian repeatedly called out to him, trying to get some kind of explanation for what he was doing.
Insulating coated feathers. He's perfectly adapted for life in the world.
Despite his panic, however, he made the wise decision to stay locked within his car and quickly drive to a more hidden spot in the lot. And that wasn't enough, because just a few minutes later, Ian spotted the same man walking around the parking lot, possibly trying to locate his car. Fearing for his safety, he drove to a completely different location and managed to sleep through the rest of the night without an incident. Still, the question remained: who was this man, and what exactly was he trying to do? Ian never made a follow-up or shared any more info regarding the encounter in the video's description, so we can only speculate on what happened that night. Now, it's entirely possible that he was just a harmless, mentally ill person who wasn't fully conscious of what he was doing. This could explain why he didn't answer when Ian called out to him and just calmly walked away without a word. However, a far more likely explanation is that the act of trying to break into Ian's car was completely intentional, and when he was caught, he just acted confused and harmless to seem less threatening. Perhaps he really thought the car was empty and was trying to steal it. Or maybe he knew Ian was inside and had intentions to rob him or something far more sinister. His strange behavior also suggested that he might have been under the influence of some kind of drugs, which would have made him even more unstable and by extension more dangerous. Fortunately, Ian managed to drive away unscathed before he could find out the man's true intentions. On February 11th, 2024, stealth camping YouTuber Brendan Explores posted a video of him spending a night in the small village of Jaywick, England. The thing about Jaywick, however, is that it's been named as the most deprived town in all of England. The combination of high unemployment and poor living conditions has pushed many of its residents toward a life of crime. Brendan, however, wanted to see the village firsthand to decide whether it was truly as bad as it turned out to be. His first impressions of the place were quite good, with him admiring the natural landscape surrounding the village. What he didn't realize at the time was that this lighthearted escape to the countryside would soon spiral into complete disaster. It began with him driving through the town, searching for a discreet spot to park his van so he could settle in before it got dark. He eventually found a parking lot that looked promising and decided to make it his home for the night. But it didn't take long for him to start noticing a series of red flags in the area, like people riding around with gangster rap blaring from a speaker.
If you
And
ever
a
consider
group of
this
street
before,
racers speeding down the road right in front of the parking lot.
Don't send me a thing when I head to bed, sir.
As the evening approached, he was also left alone.
Get some sleep,
I'll
Sebastian.
try.
Don't stay up all night,
I'll
okay?
try. I don't know.
That it would be best to leave the
Good night, little buddy.
Okay, I'll try.
This turned out to be the worst decision Brendan could have made in that situation. Because at around 2:30 a.m., about 4 hours after he went to sleep, he was woken up by the sound of someone walking around his van. This person then tried to open the van's sliding door. But before Brendan even had a chance to fully understand his predicament, this happened.
Hey!
Whoever this person was shattered the passenger side window before running away once Brendan started shouting. In the video's description, Brendan speculated that this person was likely trying to steal the mini refrigerator he had.
Oh, there he is. Press right. Back.
This Russian video begins bizarrely with a hunter kicking a bear in the back. A reckless move with immediate, furious consequence.
Ooh. I don't. That sounded like an AI voice. So yeah, I just clicked don't recommend this channel.
He leaves behind family, friends, fellow Marines, and a grateful nation. sorry, Mitchell. Will was one of our best. Look, we take care of our own. If you ever need...
Excuse me, Private Mitchell. I'm Jonathan Irons. I'm Will's father.
Science. I'm sorry for your loss.
I'm sure you are, Sergeant. Private Mitchell, you were Will's best friend. You both paid too high a price for your country.
It was an unfortunate tragedy, sir.
It was more than unfortunate, Sergeant. It was unnecessary. Son, I want to offer you a second chance.
Mitchell's been discharged with his injuries.
I'm aware of his injuries, Sergeant. At Atlas, we have prosthetics that are 20 years beyond anything the military could offer you. Will told me what kind of soldier you were. You deserve to fight for a military that's as effective as you are. Think about it. Don't let Will's death have any pain. Sergeant. Sloppy Mitchell. You're a dead man.
Reset! There's no excuse for equipment failure. Best weapon you have is the one between your ears. Use it. Resetting simulation. Everyone return to your starting positions. Was his arm, sir? You was too early.
That arm's worth more to me than this entire facility. How's my boy doing?
He's a work in progress.
Well, keep working. This is a great soldier. It's a sad day indeed when the military has no use for good men like you. Jump in. I'll give you the tour.
Joker, we're bringing Mitchell over to R&D. Get the sim prep for another run. You got it, boss.
What you're seeing is advanced warfare. Atlas has the single largest standing military in the world, but we answer to no country. Unlike the government, we don't keep secrets of our capabilities. We don't sell policy, we sell power. We are a superpower for hire. Power isn't just about the ability to destroy. Atlas has built infrastructures in places like Korea, Sierra Leone, Nigeria. We do in a few years what it takes governments decades to accomplish. In fact, the truth is, we're often more effective than the governments that hire us. My son found out the hard way. Mitchell, I know you're not in this for the money. You remind me a lot of Will in that way. Now go get that arm fixed.
All right, over here. Get to the warbird.
Looks like we have an operator in our hands.
He's getting there, sir.
He's ready for some real work. Good job, son. Welcome to Atlas.
Incoming midway from command.
Let's show them what Atlas can do. The KDA have been terrorizing this region for far too long. It's time to send them a message. A handshake with the Prime Minister, I can turn this entire region around. So take him alive. No pressure. Pressure? Whoa, pressure. Good luck.
Irons took that with him. It's fine by me. Badass, man. Fucking badass.
As you were, son.
As you were. So, something we can help you with, sir. Well, a glass would be a start. I'll do you one better. Got it right, gents? There's an old military saying, you treat your men like you would your own beloved sons and they'll follow you into the deepest valley. I lost my son, and it taught me the importance of seizing the moment, of saying what needs to be said when you have the chance. You gentlemen did a hell of a job out there. Lagos has opened up fantastic opportunities for Atlas. And for that, I'm grateful. To you, gentlemen.
Single source. Has the intel been verified?
The intel is good. Hades is meeting with his financial backers in Santorini 24 hours from now.
Mr. Irons, the protocols for mounting an assault.
This man is responsible for 50,000 deaths, General. We are going in.
An operation on foreign sovereign soil, it would be an act of war without congressional approval.
Atlas is an internationally registered private company. We don't need Congress. Gentlemen, are we operational?
We're at the ready, sir. You're the trigger.
I want your team on the ground in 6 hours.
On whose authority?
On my authorities!
Team, I don't need to remind you how important this mission is. Hades is responsible for the nuclear attacks 4 years ago. We bring him down, we bring down the whole KVA network. There's no room for error. Get it done.
The last time ran out for Joseph Chiketse, better known as Hades, leader of the KVA and mastermind behind the devastating attacks of 4 years ago. We recently spoke with Jonathan Irons, founder and CEO of Atlas International, the private military corporation responsible for hunting down and killing Hades. Congratulations, you've achieved what no government was able to.
Thank you, Wendy, but the real heroes of the day are the men and women of Atlas. I couldn't be prouder of what they accomplished out there this week.
There are rumors of the UN will offer a seat on the Security Council. Can a life in politics be far behind?
Well, I like to get things done, so no. But look at what we've done in New Baghdad.
Let's see how
40 years ago, we pulled out of Iraq with that place in ruins and our tail between our legs.
You
And
took
now,
my mission.
it's a testament to what happens when you put efficiency before bureaucracy.
That was
The last
Mother's
4 years
favorite
have been
piece.
huge for you. In the wake of the KVA attacks, Atlas has become the world's biggest corporation. And you now preside over the world's largest standing military. So what's next for Jonathan Irons?
Guess I won't be smoking that long. So long to last.
Did you tell anyone you were coming?
No.
So
The Scrambler will only buy us a few minutes.
Fine,
Into
but
my
I
private
refuse to
to
call
show you
her
something.
Your Majesty.
Just watch this.
Equal and opposite
That's
reactions.
Irons, with the technologist who
Bishop
saved.
down.
Gonna be cool from the river.
He never made it back to Nigeria.
She told me everything. You're a rare treat.
Power pushes all over the world.
I'll admit it.
They want to
That
coax
bold move,
my
I approve. I see
Where are
dead
they planning on
pieces.
hitting? Seattle, Paris.
You didn't need that road, did
Thousands
you?
dead. We have to kill something.
We have to tell everyone. It's okay, it's all right. I take care of this right now. Fuck.
You knew it.
My king
You knew
can't
it,
move,
you let
but
it
it's
happen.
not. Let's get you
All those
closer to
people
check.
dead and you fucking
You're one
profited
move away
from
from
it.
check.
What did you get, Lisa?
Hades.
You're getting further.
His
You're
last
one
act
move
before
away
he
from
died
check.
was to kill us.
How do you know it's not?
It was coded and
You're one
encrypted in
move
our
away
own
from
algorithm.
checkmate.
It's from Atlas. No one can see
You're
this
one
but
move
us.
away from checkmate.
We need to get out of here. Now!
I'm about to die. I really gotta get my hands on this carrot. And
We saw it. We saw everything.
You saw what?
You knew about the attacks. All those innocent
You saw
people.
Ford? Bangkok. Opening up the channel. Right.
Everybody thinks their ideas are right. That's why the people you call terrorists call themselves freedom fighters. The fundamentalists think they're right, the capitalists think they're right, the communists think they're right. And no one will ever convince anyone of anything. And all these honorable men lecturing the world on the floors of Congresses and Parliaments whose time has long since passed refuse to admit, publicly at least, ideas don't determine who's right. Power determines who's right. And I have the power. So I'm right. I am honored to be the first CEO of a private corporation to become a member of the United Nations Security Council. Unfortunately, my appearance today has been clouded by a flurry of speculation that my company is developing a weapon of mass destruction which would be capable of targeting specific ethnic groups. I want to address these allegations head on. Are we developing such a weapon? No, we are not. Because we've already developed it. But with all due respect, the United Nations is a relic from a different time when nations were unique in their ability to solve the world's problems. But that just isn't the case anymore. Primarily because you have outsourced the job to me. I have sent people to die in your wars. So I feel uniquely qualified to tell you, your wars don't work. That's why my priorities are from profits to policy. Because politicians don't know how to solve problems. But I do. So let's be clear. I am here to solve the world's problems. And I believe the world's problems begin with you. The world is asking one question. Why did I attack the United States? The United States has had the world in a constant state of war for over 100 years. Time and again, we have seen the catastrophic results of this belligerent, militaristic policy.
It's harder to tell what's real and what's artificial. But when it comes to soda, it's easy. What if there was a substance that you could...
It's more than an SUV. It's your Chevy Equinox EV, going further on a full charge.
With Little Caesar's new $5.99 mix and match, the pizzas are large and you're in charge.
Buddy, breaking news. Just yesterday, we saw the worst landing recorded over the last 5 years. Probably not. We see right here a UPS 747-8F That's gonna break. In a second, you can see the crazy crosswind conditions going on. This plane's flying sideways, and now it's tipping over to the left here, nearly striking the wing on the left side. Let's maybe see what's gonna do next, and boom! That is insane of a recording. Yes, due to the crosswind, the attempt to crab the airplane, plane ended up tipping over, hitting the fourth engine so hard that sparks flipped out, like quite a lot of sparks. Definitely a very crazy clip. Now this happened in Taiwan, at the Taipei Taiwan International Airport, and the plane was landing during the typhoon that's going on there right now. The so-called Typhoon Podul has been roaming over the country, leaving one person missing and one engine missing. Yes, after 2 go-around, it did its 3rd attempt. It didn't really quite work out well. As you can see, this is the 4th affected engine, and it's severely broken. Interestingly enough, it's still in kind of one piece. It's just that the main part of the cowling is just gone missing. I guess that's still on the runway. Concorde doesn't take off next. Ooh, that is an insane landing. And boom! That's crazy. You know, maybe the plane was landing beyond its crosswind limitations. Well, obviously, because otherwise the landing would have worked out. The typhoon over there really was crazy. I mean, look at the smoke coming out here in the background of the video. That must have been crazy amounts of winds. I mean, the weather reported was 28 knots of wind, gusting 41 knots of wind. And I guess that's happened there. Here is another view from the CCTV camera. For me, everything looks fine until it doesn't. Oh, there we go. That is a bit of speed. You really don't want to see that on camera. And now here's the airplane in for repair. There's a man lying on the ground doing inspections, mainly of the 3rd engine, to see if that is also broken. But even from here, I can see it looks sort of dented. Yeah, that is 2 engine swaps, a few $1 million of damage. Now, interestingly, online, lots of people are pointing out huge pilot error. Of course, always easy to say after the fact, but it's true. You maybe shouldn't be trying to land in a literal typhoon, but people also point out terrible crosswind landing skills. Luckily, it was a 747 instead of the mighty MD-11. But if only they knew how to use a rudder. You know what? There shouldn't be a debate, but I think I do see the rudder being pointed to the right, which is not really what you should do on a crosswind landing when the wind is coming from the right. Right? Normally in a situation like this, you should apply left rudder, like in this picture. But it clearly seems as though the rudder is... This might just be an optical illusion as well. Now that I don't know really what's going on, to be honest. Yes, it might be a bit of pilot error, but it also might be the 747 in its design. Oddly enough, the 747 is a plane that has thousands, literally thousands of videos of it landing hard. Boom! Look at all the shakiness right here. You know you did a bit of a hard landing when you end up bouncing so much, first of all, like in 2 landings. But then the tires bouncing onto the runway creates so much smoke that you can literally see ring vortices. It's absolutely insane. Look at all the smoke. Oh, never mind. That's all. Actually, that's in rain. Oh. Alright, let's look at this right here. Another 747 extremely hard landing. Martin Air. Never heard of that. Who's Martin? Yeah, that's pretty hard as well. Here's another hard landing. Why would you upload this? Why would you upload this as a vertical? It's literally a horizontal film. That makes no sense, but boom! That is...
I'm on meth.
Can you also say that you're an icon?
I know, you're the icon.
No, you're the
No,
icon.
you're...
No, You, icon.
Your icon.
Icon.
Icon, girl. Girl boss.
What if I say icon again?
Icon.
You con.
He said one of my staffers' baby. Look at this baby, Mr. Speaker, Santos said to McCarthy, who then briefly acknowledged the baby before moving on and ducking into another GOP member's office.
Thousands of people voted online to name the new city-county building in his honor.
But that probably won't happen because of his name.
The people voted, and the top pick so far with more than 10,000 votes is the Harry Balls Government Center, named after one of the city's longest-serving mayors.
We're not having no meeting at no Dalton Park District, so I'm just making that crystal clear. Clark, what are you doing? You out of order. You out of order. Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please. So, as I was stating.
Now, do you want to stand there and talk about your cats and your dogs in the community, but you won't talk about don't interfere, okay? My free speech. And you
know, I'm not, I may be a white boy, but I'm not stupid.
Right now we have young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
People of India are going crazy that President Obama was constantly chewing gum. And then on top of that, he took it out of his mouth, put it back. You can't do it. It's disgusting.
Let me start off with 2 words. Made in America.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad-built bush body, that would not be engaging personalities, correct?
This is Mike, and Mike just had the best week of his life. It started with a necropsy.
This is on the board. We asked 100 married women, name something you've been tempted to do to your husband when he's fast asleep.
hit him.
Hit him.
Good answer. Good answer.
Hit him.
Check his phone.
Check. Wow.
Whoa. My internet keeps disconnecting from my PlayStation for some reason. I don't know why. It is indeed on my nice computer, on my phone, on my tablet, just my PlayStation. And guess what? I put this computer through way more terror and hell than I put through that PlayStation. Since I have my computer for like 1 year, I have my PlayStation for 2 years. I put my computer through more hell than I put my PlayStation through hell. So yeah. Anyways. Yeah, it keeps disconnecting. Now, to be fair, I am downloading a video game that I got. But also, it says 9 hours left. And like my uncle said earlier, I'll be in school when it finishes downloading. And guess what? After school, I go to my aunt's house. I come here to my grandma's house, pick up my stuff, which usually takes me like 10 minutes, and then go to my aunt's house and deal with my mom. So, I also have to go and do that. So, yeah. Luckily, I come here at 7 p.m. So, I'm definitely going to have some experience tomorrow. At least let's hope.
not maintaining it. The American people may be all on the frozen map, but they're not stupid.
The yeas are 213 and the nays are 209. With 6 answering present, the resolution adopted. Without objection, the motion to consider its redate on the table. House will be in order.
God damn, my nose.
And so, you know, I would ask you, Nancy, where do you stand on stimulus? She's not going to answer that one,
But this is America. I don't want a tomato thing by a Mexican. They recommend the babies confess when being racist. Why don't you just...
And I haven't touched my face in weeks.
The legislation supports the use of flexible acquisition authorities and the development of alternative acquisition.
Why did I think that was my phone? First off, I don't have,
I want the record to reflect that I did not cause.
I don't use iMessage on my tablet. I only use Google Chat on my tablet and my computer. On my phone, I use this thing called TextNow since, I don't have an iPhone. It's a Motorola. And I like the stop sound. So yeah, I use TextNow. So yeah. Plus also I like this fan. So yeah, my ringtone's way different than the iPhone ones, so yeah.
This is for all those airline pilots who ever wonder if Bitchin' Betty is actually real or not. Well, I'm very real, and I'm Bitchin' Betty for several commercial and military aircraft cockpits. Here's a sample of some of my recordings that I've done that you may be familiar with. Autopilot, autopilot.
You guys, Wendy's has new Biggie deals starting at just $4. So now you can decide how biggie you want to go, which is kind of beautiful. I'm not condensating, you're condensating. More Biggie options, so you're getting more of what you really want at Wendy's.
cat would walk up to a patient's bed, jump onto their chest, and quietly curl up beside them. Hours later, that person would pass away. You see, this wasn't just any ordinary cat. This was Oscar, a therapy cat at a nursing home with a special ability. For reasons no one fully understands, Oscar seemed...
What do you want to do?
Easter egg hunts at our house are epic. I mean, we're still finding eggs a week later. Let's
Subway Tapes has been all over my TikTok feed, and people have asked me to react to the medical ones. Let's get started. Fact checking. Subway Tapes.
So what's your take?
Dogs should have to wear shoes.
100% agree.
At home as well? I have questions here because, first of all, my dogs are huge. They're probably going to wear toddler-sized shoes. Tracking around the sidewalk, the road, and they come into your house, they get on your bed, they're kissing your face after they've been kissing. Look, I think bringing a dog into your environment is going to make
So, yeah, I don't know why, but, you know, internet's good on a computer, phone, tablet, and the normal TVs. Like, if I didn't have my PlayStation, I would have just watched YouTube on the, thing. So let me, like, turn this PlayStation off and make it go to the home screen, or you could watch like Prime Video, YouTube, Netflix, all those. If I just watch that on the internet, good actually. But I don't know why. But the internet is bad, specifically here at my grandma's house on my PlayStation. Anywhere else I took it, good internet. At Enkel's house. Well, that's my aunt's house, Enkel. And at my mom's house, good internet. But, just at my grandma's house, for some reason, terrible internet. That's also what channel am I on right now? My third one.
Hi, there has been this very sad and tragic news of a 14-year-old girl electrocuted in the bathtub. According to KCBD News, Madison has been using her mobile phone in the bath while it was plugged in to be charged. In an interview with her grandmother, she said Madison dropped the phone in the tub and then tried to pick it up, and that's when the tragedy happened. She said it was obvious because Madison had burn marks on her hand.
No time? With Braun. Still look raw, legendary.
It might be easy to say the obvious that you shouldn't take your electronics with you to take a bath. But mistakes happen to all of us all the time. If you recall, I just grabbed the 2000 volt AC when my Jacob's ladder fell right on me. Unfortunately, her story shows that the universe rarely lets you off with a warning. Also, there are products out there that encourage you to take your electronics with you into the bathtub. I'm pretty sure many people plug their devices into charge, and probably many of them accidentally drop them in the bathtub. But is it dangerous? I believe this tragedy must be rectified properly so people know what can kill you in a bathtub. If this is true, that the unfortunate girl was electrocuted while holding her mobile phone in a bathtub, they must go after the phone manufacturer and hold them responsible. This is a very serious accusation. Something like this must not happen by design. First, let's see how you can get electrocuted in a bathtub. I have my wires plugged in, with green being earth. Now if I measure the resistance between earth and the faucet, it is a short to earth, and this one is also shorted to earth. It drains. There's like 3-4 kilo ohms to earth. Yeah, and that compared to body resistance of over 100 kilo ohm is also pretty much a short. Now I measure the voltage between the live wire and the faucet, and I'll read around 120 volt AC. So while you're standing in the conductive soapy waters, if you for some reason touch the live wire or drop a toaster or hair dryer in the soapy water, the electricity will run through the water, through your body to the faucet or drain, which will shock you or likely electrocute you. But the charging mobile phone is not like a toaster. The live wires don't run into the phone. See, every single wall adapter out there must have their outputs isolated from the input live and neutral lines per strict standards. The output lines of a mobile phone charger are within 5 volts of each other. So compared to 120 volt or 240 volt AC input, they are pretty much at around the same voltage. See, I have a 5 volt supply here, and with soapy hands, I don't feel the 5 volt. Even on my tongue, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but nothing lethal. And all the voltages in a mobile phone and its charging cable are around the same non-lethal level. So dropping it in a bathtub is not harmful. If something like this happens, turn off your phone right away and remove its battery if possible, then dry it and shake the water out as much as possible, then put it in a bag of rice, close it and leave it overnight so that the rice can suck the moisture out of your phone. It helps if you leave it in a warmer place. Then pray to Lord Electron to have mercy on your phone. Anyways, the phone side voltages are very small DC voltages unless you're riding on the live voltage, which would mean that those voltages are not isolated from the live line. But that must not happen by design. Like I said, per standard, we should have great isolation between the input and output of the wall adapter. I have my power cables here, and if I measure between earth and the live wire, I'll read around 120 volt AC. I also have my Android phone plugged in and opened its back cover, so I have this connection here to the charging cable. If I touch between this connection and earth, I should be totally safe because they are isolated. If I measure the voltage across earth and this connection, I'll see that it's around 13 volt AC. But it is a stray voltage that cannot output any power. And if I touch across this voltage, it will drop to 0 because my body is shorting it. Same thing with the iPhone charger. If I touch between these connections, I'm still completely safe and if I measure the voltage, 30 volts AC, but when I touch across them, pretty much drops to 0. Let's look at these voltages using a scope. I am measuring the 5 volt output of the wall adapter reference to earth ground. You see there is 5 volt difference between the two lines riding on some distorted AC voltage. If I touch between them, the AC pretty much drops to 0. But if there was no isolation between the input and output, the AC voltage would be much larger and it wouldn't go away when I touched it, but I would shimmy to the left, shimmy to the right before I drop dead. So if you drop your phone in the water and then pick it up, you should be pretty safe, unless it's a knockoff made by your shady neighbor in their basement. I'm talking about the designs that actually follow the standards. So if she was in fact electrocuted, then why? Or maybe she dropped the wall adapter in the water, completely submerged it, and then plugged it in. Oh! So I guess this is pretty big. See, soapy water is much more conductive than regular water. It shorts everything together, and with everything soaked, it just takes the electricity straight from the contacts to your fingers. And with you standing in the top, close to the earth, it runs through your body to earth and can shock you. But I don't think that's what happened either. She was an intelligent girl. She wouldn't just pick up a fully soaked wall adapter and plug it into the power. Might be something else. Okay. I could take it out. Ow! Maybe that's it. I tried to pull out the wall adapter with my soapy hands and they slipped. So I tried to shove my fingers under the wall adapter and they touched the exposed contacts. Like I showed before, you don't need to insert the plug all the way to make a contact, which leaves the contacts all exposed. And with her tinier fingers, it would be easier for her to reach under the wall adapter and touch the contacts. But why would she try to unplug the wall adapter all wet and soapy? I have a theory. It might be totally wrong though. I think she dropped the phone into the tub. Thinking that this would damage the phone, she tried to unplug it as quickly as possible to save the phone. Being all soapy, she didn't have a good grip, so she forced her fingers under the wall adapter and touched the power contacts. Well, naturally, there has been some update to the story since I started making this video, and my theory was wrong. Madison's family was kind to share more information with KCVD News. The photo posted by Madison before the tragedy shows that because the charger cord was too short and she wanted to use her phone in the bathtub, she used an extension cord. According to the reports, the extension cord was frayed and had the power lines exposed, which she wasn't aware of. And unfortunately, she touched that area and the tragedy happened. The phone or the charger were never dropped in the water. Even if the wire was not frayed, from what I showed, using an extension cord and bringing the live wire so close to the bathtub is asking for trouble. So please, if you want to use your electronics in the bathroom, use them on battery, or otherwise forget about it. Also, never use a damaged extension cord. They can cause fire and put you or your family's life in danger. In any case, I also like to call for a change to North American plugs. They must never be exposed to touch when they're hot. And really, it's as easy as covering the first quarter inch of the contacts like this with some overmolded plastic.
Grand Canyon University, we're redefining what higher education looks like.
It's preparation for a life that transforms.
Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Five-minute crafts, Troom Troom. I've reacted to health hacks from all sorts of YouTube channels. This time, we're taking on Gotcha's medical advice clips. Kids channel, the video got over 100 million views. Let's see if it's accurate. Open your mouth. Oh my god, is this how my patients feel when I come in to do an exam?
What are we gonna do now? Oh, I know.
First of all, who uses a mercury thermometer still? That being said, a lot of people rely on superficial temps. Those are not accurate. What is most accurate, especially in the pediatric population, rectal thermometer. Like if I had to make a rating system, I would go forehead, ear, rectal.
Are those stickers? They're thermometer strips. Just place one on her forehead. And look, it shows how high her fever is.
I've seen the thermometers that they used to use that were disposable, where you put it in your mouth and based on the color change, you would be able to read the temperature. Those weren't super accurate, created a lot of waste. Look, children get scared of all sorts of medical procedures, but checking temperature is not one I've run into having a problem with.
Larry's distracted. Quick, give her a medicine pill.
First of all, what is vitamin complex? That sounds like something Gary Pecco would do.
Ew! Well, that didn't work as expected.
Maybe the child just watches our YouTube channel and understands that in most instances, supplements, unless absolutely recommended by a doctor, are useless.
She'd rather eat gummy bears. Gummy bears, huh?
Well, children love sweets, but the hack that I give parents that perhaps Gotcha forgot to mention is that if you don't bring it into the house, they won't eat it. So maybe don't buy it.
It's genius. I did not think of that.
I have a bright idea.
Is she gonna stuff a vitamin inside a bear?
I'm gonna take a gummy bear and slice it open.
Is she really bringing out a medical scalpel? I would never use this knife like this. Because you're gonna cut your finger. And when your child runs up to you and hits your elbow and you end up stabbing yourself and you need to come see me to check on your tetanus status and get that treated, I'll be there for you.
Will this script work? Here's a gummy bear.
First of all, screen time. There should be a conversation here about how much screen time we're getting. Kid's like a zombie right now.
She didn't spit it out. Good job, Mom.
Yeah, Mom, you could have done it better. Could have done syrup, there's suspension. Could also put it in an actual piece of food as opposed to the gummy bear. You know, health stuff. Health stuffs.
I got a bee sting on my tongue.
Is that the killer bee from the Bee-Nado episode from 911 with Captain Steve?
This calls for a red alert.
I've never pressed that button in the hospital in my life. I don't even know what that button is. It's like the Staples Easy button.
Ooh, what does this button do?
That was easy.
Package is deployed.
I love that it came down in a parachute, but the parachute is completely non-functional, so they added a fishing one.
This pump will fix everything. It's pumping out the sting and the venom.
There is a tool that can be used if used very quickly upon getting a sting, but I would never use it on the tongue. It's just too sensitive of an organ. It's one of the fastest healing organs, but I would not use that tool there. It's for external use only.
It's candy time. I'm not taking that giant pill.
First of all, doctors and pharmacists need to unite against giant pills for kids because they are genuinely hard to swallow. And while there are some tricks I offer to patients, including this one from Harvard Health, I think oral suspension can probably do the trick. You just have to be careful about dosing, which is why a lot of times patients will get their medication with a dosing cup or perhaps a dosing syringe in order to get the right dosage. And it's usually written like 100 milligrams per 5 ml, meaning that in 5 milliliters, which you could pull out with the syringe, there's 100 milligrams of that medicine. You have to read the label and understand how much you're giving, either based on milliliters or grams or milligrams, whatever the weight is.
Are those Skittles? I have a sweet idea.
What, you're gonna swap it?
I'm gonna throw in this medicine pill among these candies.
Oh yeah, so a random child will get this random giant dose of medicine.
Look, I got you a candy claw machine.
I hope this isn't a diabetes medication, because if it is, Jesus, you're gonna put the kid in a diabetic coma before they get their medicine. This is like Squid Game for kids' diabetes medicine, where they have to eat all the sugary candy and try not to go in a coma before their medicine becomes available.
I want to take a ton of candies. I got one. Oh, yes, come to me. Wow, this candy is huge.
Does the kid not recognize that this is the sole ingredient that's different than all the other candies in the little thing?
I don't want to take the medicine. Get it away from me.
Is this whole thing about kids not taking their medicine?
You take this pill, or else.
Is the doctor threatening patient harm?
He was asking too many questions.
This is like 1 hour of gotcha, and I could simplify it with a 5-second message. Stop giving kids pills, give them oral suspension. I solved it!
A hammer! Hey-ya!
And turning it into powder.
You have to first realize if that's acceptable for the medicine. Not all medicine can be crushed. Not all medicine should be split, especially if they're in a capsule.
I'm gonna transfer the powdered pill into a bowl.
You kind of lost most of the medicine.
Then I'll add chia seeds.
Now pour in some water. I'll add a drop of blood into the mix and start stirring.
Is that ketchup? If I prescribe this child 500 milligrams of a medicine, I think in that, whatever she ate is probably like 20 milligrams, and I drastically underdose her, which is the equivalent of not giving medicine.
The poor and rich kids are having ear troubles.
The poor and rich kids? External ear infections from like a swimmer's ear happens to all of us.
Let me examine the problem.
Is that a spider toy that's lodged in the ear?
I need that pop.
Hey, where's my toy?
Is that a little vacuum?
I'm gonna use the pop tube to blow a huge ball of earwax out of your other ear.
It's not. There's no connection. There's a tympanic membrane, and that's not how it works. What is inside the person's mind who creates this? This is so medically inaccurate. I take out earwax all the time, and yes, it's not pretty, but it's fine. It's earwax, and it comes out the same side that I'm working on, not the opposite side. And I usually just irrigate it out, flushing it out. Maybe I'll put some drops in there to moisten the earwax and soften it so it's easy to come out. I could also have a curette where I actually pull it out, or if you go to an ENT, they can actually vacuum it out. I'm trying to think of a good medical name for the ear condition. Arachnotalgia. Arachnotalgia.
A pimple? Someone's gonna have a bad morning.
Or it's not that big of a deal because it's a pimple and we all get pimples.
Guess I have to pop it.
Do you have to pop it? I don't think you need to pop it.
This is disgusting.
Stop.
Areas earning six figures that still can't afford college.
They say higher education is outdated. Stop it. Get some help.
It's like Elmer's glue was inside the pimple, which does not make sense.
We could make you a beauty box. Of course, the face mask maker.
The face mask maker.
Let's add in aloe vera and some water. Is that orange soda?
Why are we putting orange soda and aloe vera into a face mask? That pimple also looks infected. I would probably put some antibacterial ointment on it.
It's almost ready. I want to add glitter and sprinkles too.
Glitter and sprinkles. Great. We're putting PFAs inside of our children's face masks.
You should be as good as new after a while.
No, that face mask doesn't help anything. It does not help pimples. That's going to create more pimples.
Double trouble.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I wonder if the next scene is her going to an attorney and suing. Maybe Legal Eagle's in the next clip. Let's keep watching.
Her poor skin. I think I know what to do.
Oh my God, she got the cabbage.
This cabbage leaf could be a good face mask.
I have never once, in my 11 years of practicing medicine and 4 years of medical school before that, have ever prescribed a face mask for a patient. And I've treated acne plenty of times before.
Ready? It worked. Look at your smooth skin. Who needs a facial when you have
cabbage? See, veggies are good for your skin when you eat them.
Eat your vegetables! There's so much chewing gum. The policeman doesn't even know which one to try first.
Do police people usually use gum? Abuse gum?
I want those. No can do. We're not allowed to feed you. See?
Is that a sign?
This is so unfair. Poor Charlotte. She deserves a yummy chewing gum too. I know. Mommy is going to fool the policeman. Ew, Mommy, your teeth are so dirty.
You shouldn't lie to policemen, and don't teach your children to lie to policemen. The police officers are there to help you.
Huh? Ew.
Oh my God, she has poo in her teeth, so we need to give her gum. Hey, Sergeant Wilkins, give her that juicy fruit. Stab.
Can I have some toothpaste? Here, make sure you use all of it.
Use all of it? Again, a bad lesson for children. Do not use all of it. Pea-sized amount for children.
Let's make our own chewing gum. How is toilet paper gonna help us?
Oh my God, please don't make chewing gum from toothpaste. Please don't do it.
Tear off a piece and crumble it. Then apply a bit of toothpaste over the crumbled tissue. Ta-da! It's makeshift bubblegum.
I'm gonna send this to all my dentist friends on Halloween to scare them. I mean, I guess if I never chewed bubblegum before, I would assume toilet paper / paper towels with toothpaste on is basically bubblegum.
Oh, it's yummy. Mommy deserves a high five.
Mommy deserves to stay in prison.
Let's see the results. Watch out.
Oh, slip and fall. I feel like there's always a lawsuit in every one of these.
Oh! Ouch!
Oh, you fell right on the tailbone. Coccydynia. That's what's about to happen.
Whoa! What happened to you? I'm drenched in slime.
That's not a medical condition. You don't need to make you spill something on yourself.
I have a bad cold.
Is that coming from your nose? That's purulent rhinorrhea. You gotta treat that infection stat with some antibiotics.
It's okay. I'll help you feel better. Is that a tiki hat? Go ahead. Try to pull one.
The solution to the child's rhinosinusitis, probably bacterial rhinosinusitis, is putting a toilet paper donut-shaped holder thing on their head. Do they know doctors are supposed to treat the condition? There's also an infection protocol that needs to happen. There's infection everywhere.
Sophia seems tense. Can you do something about the doctor? Can you ask her to check me? The doctor doesn't seem at all interested in them.
Yeah, the doctor should be complained about, and there should be a discussion about their work ethic. Oh, they have a little skeleton too. Do you guys see my little friend there? That's Seymour Veins. Is that it? Seymour Veins. Our Patreon actually named them. They're in our Discord. We chat. We do a monthly live stream. You should join. The link is down below. $9.99 a month. I don't keep that money. We vote every month to which organization we should donate it to. Fun times. You're missing out. Join.
Excuse me, can you scan my wife's belly? Yeah. Right now? Do you have any money?
Oh, so this is clearly an American physician.
Money? No, we don't have any. Oh, no money? Here, then check the belly yourself.
How are you going to check the belly with a magnifying glass? You're not checking the skin. You're trying to look inside the belly with an ultrasound.
Hi! Oh, hi, Daddy. Hi, Mommy.
Scratch all the lawsuit jokes I made earlier. Dell should sue for the fact that they're leading people to believe that magnifying glasses wirelessly connect to monitors and show the internals of a baby. Do you know how expensive ultrasound probes are? Look at this. This is on eBay.
Clary seems to be having trouble with her breakfast.
Is she eating an egg with a chopstick?
It's hard to pick up the egg with chopsticks. Now the egg's rolled away.
Oh, that dog is really cute, but I think this dog's cuter. Rib, come say hi to the camera. Come say hi. We're doing a gotcha fact check. Oh, this is Rib. Look how big he's got. He's just a monster mammal now. Show him how bright your smile is. Jeez.
There you are.
Oh, that's why we don't chase eggs. Passover joke, right? They do that with eggs. Passover? Easter eggs. Easter egg hunt. Sorry, my inner Jew took over.
What happened? Oh dear, there's a bruise.
I would suspect child abuse or something if that bruise showed up in 5 seconds and they try to blame it on the egg hunt.
Mom is doing the egg trick to heal the bruise.
Oh my God, did you just really put the dirty egg on her face?
Pat the egg around the area while the egg is still warm.
Warm? You're gonna put warm on a bruise? It's the opposite. The reason there's a bruise is because there's burst blood vessels. And when you put warm on burst blood vessels, they bleed more. Gotcha. Oh, maybe that's the thing. They're lying to you about the medical.
And the bruise is gone.
This is a full-on lie.
Ow! Both kids hurt their arms from falling.
Oh my God, what are these genius doctors with their gold watches and fake wigs gonna give them?
Take a seat and show me your arm. We'll do an x-ray. Uh-oh, you...
That's a ridiculous fracture from falling at the level they did. If I saw a fracture like that from a fall from 1 or 2 feet, I would be concerned that the child has some sort of bone disorder leading to fragile bones, rickets or something.
Nasty. Is that Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet?
I don't know why that matters.
Whoa, this is so cool. Don't forget your golden sling to hold your arm. An infinity arm sling.
The child needs emergent open reduction internal fixation surgery because the bones are malaligned. But he put a Thanos glove. This is by definition malpractice. I also react to Nickelodeon medical scenes. Click here.
It's harder to tell what's real and what's artificial. But when it comes to soda, it's easy.
Watching some more 5-Minute Crafts, please, let's hope some of these are medically accurate. Like at least one. Huge thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. Let's get started. What is this inflatable thing used for? Okay. Okay. No. Ain't no way she's sleeping. I just don't buy it. And ain't no way this guy is cool with sleeping with a unicorn inflatable medicine. Like, I've heard of sleep divorces, and I'm sure that's how they happen. Why is he sleeping with one hand in his pocket awkwardly like that? I don't know what that is. Awkward sleeping position, man. Lower back fatigue ball, exercise ball, bouncy ball. Okay. Actually, I'm not a fan, and Bear knows this, of the giant medicine balls as a thing to do all day at work. Because what happens is you fatigue your back even more, you stress it out, you cause muscle spasms, you essentially are taking an undertrained back and forcing it to run a marathon. Does that seem smart? Okay, there's a cactus on her belly that she rubbed, she lapped, she also rubs it. What kind of office space is this that they're just rubbing cacti? Is there like a culture where rubbing a cactus is good luck, like a rabbit's foot or something? She takes a pen, she opens the pen. What is happening? First of all, where is she getting all these pen caps from? That's a hack to stop people from rubbing your belly? What about like a lawsuit? Because like people shouldn't come up and just rub your tummy at work. Okay, jeans that don't fit, it happens. You fold them. Oh, is that a pregnancy tip? You just fold them over and walk? I mean, I don't know if that's a tip. My buttons don't close. I guess I'll just leave it open. Life hack. Okay, she's struggling with steps, which is reasonable if someone has back pain. So now she's going to give herself some added support. I have no idea how that helped her walk up the steps, and her acting was absolutely terrible. She's never winning an Emmy with that kind of performance. But if you want to give yourself a little support, I'm not going to hate. Okay, we got a belly here, a sneeze. Okay, oh, when you sneeze or cough or anytime you increase intra-abdominal pressure, you can inadvertently release some urine. Her friend is laughing and being judgmental. That's not nice. What is she going to do? Cross her legs. And she didn't, because she crossed her legs. Okay, I have a good friend, Dr. Vyas, who's a pelvic floor rehab specialist from PM&R, which is physical medicine and rehabilitation. They can literally teach you how to strengthen your pelvic floor to have better control. All right, rather you have the exercises and strengthen the area rather than use a hack. She's hot, so she puts her bras in the freezer. I saw the cabbage thing before and I thought I saw it all. I mean, if you're that hot, I guess that's something, but you could just use like a pack. These hacks have gone from inaccurate to just mostly useless and ridiculous. Orbeez, okay, wait 4 hours, I can see your giant orbs. These are like marbles or something. 2 Ziploc bags. You freeze them and then let it froze. Let it froze. Okay, frozen Orbeez. Oh, right on the breast. I'm gonna make a statement on this channel. Whatever object that is non-toxic, non-dangerous to humans or others, that you would enjoy freezing and placing to give you comfort is probably okay. I've seen the cabbage, I've seen the clothes, the bras, now the Orbeez. What happened to good old-fashioned peas? Just don't do this with meat, by the way, because when you defrost the meat and then freeze it again, the bacteria can actually multiply and grow, and it can become a problem. She's trying to reach for a book. She can't. He's a gentleman, and he's trying to guess what she wants instead of just asking. Is this a lesson on how to not communicate with your partner? Wow, that guy is a prick. What is he? Did my guy really say, I don't want to pick out the book that you want, so here's a vacuum cleaner, so suck the book out? It was easier for him to go across to the other side of the room and pick out the vacuum? Bro, only 5-minute crafts. Okay, got some sniffles. Fever, it seems. Okay, what did we get? Oh, we got an onion! You know what that means? I don't, but 5-minute crafts knows, let's see. She's gonna take a nap. Wait, what is the hack? What does it do? What is the promise?
I don't understand.
Onion and fever, they don't go together. So hot. That's me at night, actually. Let's see what the tip is. Okay, she's very sweaty. Very sweaty. I understand the struggle. Okay, we get it. You were sweating. Let's get the hack. The freezer! Bro, it should just be called 5-Minute Crafts Freezer Edition. So now it's frozen and hard. What are you gonna do now? And how long do you think it stays cool with your body temperature heating it up? It's gonna have literal ice on it because you sweat into it and then you froze it and then you're gonna lay on ice all night? You think that's good for your skin? Direct contact with ice? No. Frostbite, irritation. Back to the crafts in just a second, but first I want to talk to you about NordVPN, a service that protects your internet connection and privacy online. When I'm traveling outside the US, that means a lot of the shows and movies I would normally stream are no longer available. But when I use NordVPN, I can set my location to the US, so I can have streaming access to my shows like I'm sitting at home on my couch. NordVPN creates an encrypted tunnel for your data, protects your online identity by hiding your IP address, and allows you to use public Wi-Fi hotspots safely. Nord is not just a simple VPN though, but also offers threat protection, a malware blocker without additional costs for a limited time. And you won't have to worry about speed because the tests have proved it. NordVPN is the fastest VPN on the market. Compatibility won't be an issue either, as NordVPN runs on Windows, Android, iOS, macOS, Linux, even your Android TV. For the holiday season, they've also got a great deal right now where you can get 4 months free when you sign up for a 2-year plan. To get started, all you have to do is visit nordvpn.com/Dr. Mike. Remember, doctor is spelled out. And try it risk-free right now with a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's so easy, and it just takes one click. All right, let's get back to these ridiculous crafts. Okay, we're washing feet. We're washing feet using the other foot. Okay. Was that a hack to show how to wash feet if you can't reach your feet? That's the same thing that you do when you wash your hands. When you wash your hands, do you wash one hand at a time? No, you go, hi hand, mean hand number 2. Look, washy washy. So you do the same thing with your feet. How is that a hack? Thirsty? Then swallow. Whoa! Science. This guy has really cool blue eyes. I feel like they're digitally. So. What does she got? Shoes. He has a shoe. Wait, why did he take off his shoe? Okay, wait, he took a shoe, and he's making his shoe. Are they shoes to help your feet dry? How is that any better than what was happening already? I'm so confused. That hack took longer than any benefit that it brought to you. A hack has to maximize benefit. I'm treating this like a FDA approved. This item has to have proven benefit and known and limited risks. There was no benefit to that. Bathroom issue, standing issue. Okay, that can happen. It is hard. I understand, especially if you've hurt your low back, like if you have sciatica. Well, in that case, we do put, we give patients things like this. This is all accessibility. Like, we have a home nurse that can come to your home, make adjustments, make safety recommendations with rails, guardrails, all of these things. This is probably the first 5-minute craft I co-signed. Okay, cell phone's vibrating. Emails are coming in, overwhelmed feeling, stress ball. Oh, what are we gonna do? stress ball foot massage. It's not a hack to say go get a massage. That's you buying an item to massage yourself because you enjoy massages. It's not a hack. God, imagine you get that much joy from rolling a little spiky ball in your foot. I wonder what her rating is on WikiFeed. Last we checked, what was my rating? This person is feeling hot on the beach, so they put on a foot pad to walk on the beach. Okay. My friend actually made an item like this for dogs called Paw Savers. It's quite similar, but just for dogs. I just don't understand how this is a hack versus them selling an item. Zzz. Did she have a Wi-Fi signal? What was that? She just put, what is she? She put 4 Band-Aids on her mouth? Won't snore again? Snoring doesn't come from your lips. Snoring comes from the oropharynx, not this. Who snores like... You snore... That's what sleep apnea is. That's what snoring is dangerous. Because it's literally your airway closing because the airway relaxes and the muscles relax when you fall asleep so they can potentially close off. And that's why you wake up and then you don't get good quality rest. Full sleep. Okay, we have socks with holes. Okay, we're going to double sock. Why would you double up? Now your feet are going to sweat extra and then you're going to get a fungal infection on your toe and you're going to come see me and I'm going to tell you that if you use a topical treatment, it could take up to 48 weeks to work and it may not even work all the time. But if I give you an oral treatment, it'll take about 12 weeks to work. You'll have a better success of working. There's a side effect of potentially causing liver inflammation, leading to liver enzyme elevation, which I would have to follow with blood tests before and at the 6-week mark, and you're going to have to make a decision. All that from an extra sock.
When your teen joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
See how early childhood educators unlock the mysteries of learning. It starts when children are very young, which is a magical time of wonder.
When critical patients arrive, there's no time for downtime. Care needs to begin in...
We have a person who's getting motion sick. They're struggling in the back seat. They're going to count. Oh no, they're going to tuck their finger. Okay, distraction methods for motion sickness can work, but I will say if it doesn't, don't be disappointed because in the majority of cases, that's not the solution. Trouble sleeping all the time. Tired and wired. That's my situation. Okay, onions. Reduce stress levels by smelling. Are you kidding me? If I smell an onion before going to sleep, that's going to reduce my stress. I'm going to want to leave the bedroom if it smells like onions. I'm going to feel like bear farting if I smell onions. Okay, more motion sickness. Poor girl still in this car, trapped. Okay, she's loosening her hair tie. She's putting on a bracelet. She got a potato! They've upgraded from the onion. Honestly, if you are motion sick and you start worrying about whether or not you have a potato, that can distract you so much because your head's going to be so confused while you're looking for a potato that it might just cure motion sickness. Okay, we got an allergy. I don't know if that looks like an allergy to me. That looks more like maculopapular rash or perhaps some rosacea or acne. Let's see what their recommendation is. All right, so makeup, allergy check. Okay. Do not do your own skin testing at home. Please leave it to us in the medical community. If anything, we can deduce it from the history of what you're allergic to. And if we need to, we can do proper skin testing so it's objective, it's accurate. Okay, we have a person whose leg fell asleep from sitting cross-legged. Spasm. Oh, they have a spasm with x-ray vision. She's going to rub on her toe. And if you rub on your toe, that's good luck. And spasms can go away with good luck. I promise rubbing toes does not relieve spasms in your calf. Like, I could even see if they said if you had anterior shin pain and you rub the area around your thumb, that could help. Because at least the tibialis anterior attaches to the thumb. So maybe you could say if you're rubbing the attachment, you're doing something. But they're rubbing the top part of your foot and then your area is on the back of your leg that's spasmed. They're not even connected. Okay, what are we doing here? Laughing, 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 laughing. Falling. Tripping. Oh, that's one big bruise to get on a carpet from taking 3 steps. Okay, deodorant stops bleeding. Okay, first of all, your body stops bleeding. On a cut like this, all I would do is wash it out with some warm water, maybe some mild soap, no deodorant, alcohol, no peroxide. All that's going to just irritate the area further. You don't need any of that. And that bandage! I don't care that it has an emoji on it, but you're putting the sticky part on the scab. Do you know how uncomfortable that is? That's one of the worst videos. She's acting. She deserves an Oscar. My teeth hurt. Probably time to go to the dentist. Sugar-free baby food. Is that sugar-free baby food? There's mango there. Mango has sugar. There's no sugar added, but there's sugar there. Freeze, okay. And now what? Those are frozen fruit snacks. Those still have sugar. Those still have sugar! Ooh, I hate when you hit your knee on the corner of the table. That's so painful. Ooh, or the elbow and you get that funny bone. By the way, the funny bone's not a funny bone. It's the ulnar nerve or the ulnar nerve groove that you hit. That's why it sends that signal, because it's like, it's a weird pain. Nerve pain is unique. It's different than any other pain. That's why when doctors ask you, describe the pain, we're not just like looking for a number. We're looking for the type of pain. Is it aching? Is it dull? Is it stabbing? Is it shooting? Is it throbbing? Is it electric? Electric pain can be nerve pain. Throbbing pain can be artery-related pain, like an aneurysm. All those things point us to a conclusion. Sponge. I feel like a freezer's coming. Sponge. Wait, a sponge that's not even cold? Bro, you just wiped off makeup. You didn't remove a bruise. Brushing teeth. Pimple. Ooh. Whitehead. Whoa, that pimple just grew in size. Okay, what is the dry skin coming from? Distilled water, orange oil. Oh my god, don't do this. Medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs! No explanation what the herbs are. This looks like cheese. I'm not gonna lie, this looks like shredded cheddar. Just like we have ingredients that are proven to do certain things that are tested dermatologically, why would you do this with questionable medicinal herbs? Where do you even go and buy medicinal herbs? Yesterday, I had a patient that broke out in a terrible contact dermatitis, chemical irritant dermatitis probably, from like one of these types of facials. Needed oral steroids, it was that bad actually. And you're gonna get a tan with those things on? Yeah, but that's not healthy either. You're gonna increase your risk of skin cancer by doing that. I also feel like that's a spray tan. Cool suntan. How is that a cool? Nothing about that was cool. Oh, that looks like a fungal infection. Athlete's foot. But the mom knows what to do with the balloon. That's literally the worst thing you can do for athlete's foot. You just made the child sweat double the amount, decrease air circulation, and have increased the risk for worsening athlete's foot. Congratulations, 5-Minute Crafts. You made your child look absolutely ridiculous, like they have balloon toes, and have worsened their medical condition. And we have a modeling exhibition of sorts, fashion show, heels, with a Band-Aid. Oh, so judgmental. Please help, I have a Band-Aid. Oh, marker. What, is she drawing a toenail? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are they saying the Band-Aid becomes invisible because you painted on it? I don't have great vision, so maybe it might fool me from a distance. Security, yes, no. Is it a height thing? So she's in the no section. Which is fine, because that's for safety. You get a mat, you walk on the mat, cut out pieces of a mat to add to the bottom of your shoe to make you taller, so that you can go where taller people are allowed to go. First of all, who has security with paper stuck to their chest and hat? You really think that's better, sir? The purpose of having you must be told to ride this ride is because of safety. So no, never do this. Never do this 5-minute craft. This person stubbed their toe, or it's hot. Oh, it's hot. That can happen. Okay. Pool noodle. Let's see the solution. It hurts my soul. Flip-flop. I know some people might say, what if she doesn't have the money to get a flip-flop? She does. She's by a very expensive pool. There's a very beautiful home behind her. There's a flip-flop available, even if it's not her style. Because I promise the style will be better than cutting up a pool noodle, which also costs money, getting blue painter's duct tape, and then sticking it onto your feet, and then not being able to take it off, and then when you come out wet, the tape won't stick. I'm getting really offended by a pool noodle life hack. This is when you know you've gone too far. Click here to see how coffee truly affects your body. Click it. And once again, huge thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. As always, stay happy and healthy.
I share math tips with millions on TikTok, but today I'm sharing tips about safety. TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens. Plus, as a parent, I set up family pairing to help shape my teen's experience on the app. I can see their followers and who they follow, further restrict content that's not right for them, and even set screen time limits. So they're not on TikTok when they shouldn't be. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow.
See how early childhood educators unlock the mysteries of learning. It starts when children are very young, which is a magical time of wonder. But it's also a critical period for brain growth and social skills. That's why early childhood education is so important. These programs support math and literacy skills and foster emotional development. And it all starts with dedicated education.
Dangerous to sleep next to a Wi-Fi router. Do we have evidence that it's dangerous?
Well, you see, I went into this, well, for me, personally, I went into this stage of sleep where I can still, you know, hail, and I could still have, like, all of my senses to, I could, like, feel movement, hail anything, but my eyes were just closed heavily.
Names pop
So,
out
yeah.
of my head the last time I watched it. Let's see if they've improved this time around. Headache from reading a book. Maybe you need glasses. Okay. My God, they go into the 3D effects of it. What do they show? Blood. Lots of blood. Neurons. Okay. Nerve endings are active. Can you imagine my patient walked in with a headache and I'm just like, oh my gosh. Well, I don't even have the hair. See, I love it that they don't make any claims. That's how they get away with it. You assume it's a headache. It says nerve fibers activating, which is kind of true. Like, anytime you touch yourself or move, nerve fibers are activating. And then she smiles and you think the headache is gone. But they never said that she had a headache. We're the ones interpreting their art wrong. Suffering from heartburn? You're gonna roll over to the other side and they're gonna say that's the better side to sleep on.
We'll see.
3 years undergrad, 4 years medical school, 3 years residency, 5 years practicing medicine. I could have just done this.
I'm gonna change the way you practice.
We should just close med schools and just tell people to watch 5 Minute Cuts, because apparently it's that simple. There's legitimate things you can do to treat acid reflux. Raise the head of your bed somewhat, so you stay like this and gravity will keep the acid down. Don't eat so close to bedtime, at least 2 hours prior. Don't ingest things that create more acid secretion like caffeine, especially at bedtime. See, these are things that actually work that we tell our patients, not random things like rotate to the other side and that prevents gastric. Yeah, what about if you have a hiatal hernia? Look that one up. Oh, those blisters are brutal. Second skin, that's the way to go. That hit me unexpected. I was like, what kind of tape is that? And then bacon just pops up on top. Oh my God. Can you imagine the fungus that's going to grow on that? Can you imagine you're at work and there's just like bacon falling off behind you? Like, people are going to have questions. And it was a hot summer day because of the friction. Maybe you cook it, maybe you eat it.
A little lunch.
That's the joke. That's the joke in there. Get some second skin. It's inexpensive. Basically, it decreases friction on the area. It falls off after a few days. It showers and all that good stuff. Mom is asking the child where he got this pill from. Maybe that's not what. He doesn't want it. He had a marshmallow. We got like an X-Acto knife here. Mom's performing surgery. She sticks a pill into the gummy bear. You need to be careful with stuff like this because some medications you can't chew and you must swallow whole. So if you give your child that pill in there and your child chews it, that could be a big problem. No Q-tips in the ears! Also, what kind of earwax is that? Some powdery earwax. Hydrogen peroxide. Oh! Okay. Wow, I'm touched. That was a good video. You don't have to do it like that. There's drops that you can put in yours that contain hydrogen peroxide, like Deverox drops. You gotta make sure that you don't have any other issues going on when you are using that. It basically melts the wax so it comes out nicely out of your ear canal. I like it. Decent advice. What is this high-end swing? Where do these high-end swings exist? That looks nice. Rated, high-end. Ooh, nice. Look at that wood. Fresh wood. Mommy, don't stop. How about Mommy puts away her TikTok for a second and pays attention to her child? I knew she was going to create some ridiculous thing. The purpose of you standing next to your child is not just for you to do this back and forth, but it's to bond with your child, to have fun in the moment, and you know what? To be there in case the child falls. What are you gonna do when you pull it a little bit too hard and the child falls backwards? Okay, kid getting pushed around in a little Ferrari truck. Save the drama for your llama. 10 out of 10 for the cute poster. Oh, you know what happens when you get back pain? Quidditch. There is no way. They say, grab a stick to push your child around in a car as a real hack. She couldn't use her foot. And I like the kid's Bulls hat. It looks like the Bulls hat I came to the United States when I was like a little kid. Okay, there's a fake doctor with a really fake medical background behind them. There's a microscope, a plastic microscope on the desk. And a Band-Aid. Oh, child doesn't want a Band-Aid, but we're gonna draw hearts on it. Wow, that's design hacks right there. Wow, look at those designs, high quality design. It's like when girls go to get a manicure, or guys for that matter, and they get all those like intricate designs, and they're like, yo, check out my Pikachu nail design. I'm like, yeah, but check out my Band-Aid with hearts, 5-minute crafts edition. Okay, nervous about a meeting, very nervous about a meeting. Brushing your hair for 5 minutes helps you cope with anxiety. Did they just create an OCD type coping mechanism? Potentially, she will no longer feel comfortable walking into social settings unless she's combed her hair.
How else would I do it?
Psychology.
Is that a service provided by family medicine doctors?
And mental health providers worldwide. Okay.
Grand Canyon University. This is purpose-driven education. Visit gcu.edu.
Ready or not, here they come. The new generation of problem solvers, innovators, and greatness is here. Girls who are strong, smart, and bold, who lift each other up and are forging their own path forward. They're everything they set out to be and nothing you expect them to be. Our job is to make sure everyone recognizes the potential she already has and to give her opportunities to let it shine. With your support, these girls are well on their way to changing the world, whether you're ready for them or not.
Okay, hanging out, get sand in your eye. Okay, spill the water bottle into a bowl. Dip your face in water. Okay, did they really say get something in your eye, use water to get it out? Can you imagine getting mud on their body and then going to a shower to wash it off and say, heck? No, I mean, that's what we just witnessed. She just poured out the water bottle that she spent 5 minutes spitting into with her bacteria. Could be bacterial conjunctivitis. Right. And it could be even worse. You could get a corneal abrasion, which can lead to infection if there's a lot of bacteria in there. Look at this dangerous misinformation. Cute little baby. Baby don't want milk. Baby wants a watermelon. This is a medical danger, and this needs to be corrected ASAP. You do not put straws into a watermelon that has seeds and give it to a child so they can inhale one of the seeds and choke. See, that's cute, right? But then mom walks away, and the baby sucks on the opposite straw and inhales the seed. Full-on choking hazard here. Good job, 5-minute crafts. Yes, I'm in. Okay, child runs up with a Band-Aid. Upset because she doesn't want to take it off. Wet it. Oh, wow, life hack. People didn't know that sticky substances come off with water. Wow. I needed a YouTube video to learn that one because I didn't know tape was susceptible to water. It's like a fire Pokemon. B. CGI. That's funny. I just said 4 letters. And everyone knows what I'm talking about. The CGI. Oh, and it left its like little stinger in there. Oh, what do we got here? Who has that device? Who has that device on them? This CGI on this is top notch. Okay, mommy's washing hands. Child is washing hands. No soap. I guess this is a common issue. Jelly soap? Oh, she's gonna make soap in the shape of Legos. That's kind of cool. Really cool, actually. Like, this is the only one I would probably try. I just don't know how effective it is. I guess whatever's in that jelly soap, I hope is good. Yeah, I'm with it. I like this one. Okay, we finally got a Dr. Mike stamp of approval. Okay, sleep, little baby, sleep, sleep. Oh, mom doesn't know how to take off a hair tie. Oh, she's gonna put lemon. What is she gonna do? Essential oil. Why did she put essential oil? kind of chemicals did she just put on her child's hair that ate through rubber? And why was she unable to just take them off? Who's going to go and purchase that product and then when their child falls asleep, sneak into the room and start applying chemicals to their children's hair? Want some water? Child doesn't want water, says ew to the water. Let's put some lemon in the water. Chewy candy and olive oil? Whipped cream? Sprinkles? Again with tiny inhalable objects! Why are they trying to kill children? Maybe those are a little bit too big to go into the straw, but still, why even risk it? Especially if they start melting and they get smaller. Yeah, if you put lemon in water, it makes lemon water and it becomes tastier. You didn't even need all the other stuff. Okay, mom's washing hands. Child runs in, also wants to wash hands. Good teaching opportunity to sing happy birthday while you foamy up your hands. We're gonna put soap. The bugs will be pushed away from it. But see, the soap shouldn't go in there, it should go on her hand. If anything, you could get one of those like kits, they're relatively inexpensive, where you put all this like stuff on your hands and then you shine a light on it and you see the stuff is all over your hands. And then unless you wash very thoroughly, you don't get it all off. That's a better teaching experiment than whatever's happening here. Okay, some blackheads, aka closed comedones. Floss. No, this is a bad trick. Don't do this. Oh, what the heck is happening? Is that a hot glue gun? Okay, what are we doing here? We're creating a flossing kit. Their hack for blackheads is to 3D print a handheld nose flosser and rip your skin off. Wash your face. Wash your face. Wash your face. Dark armpits? Dark armpits can be caused by a condition known as type 2 diabetes. So maybe you should go see your doctor and not make a lemon flower juice potion for it. There's hormonal conditions that cause darkening of your armpits. Maybe you should legitimately see your doctor and give that recommendation, 5 Minute Crafts, because you could just have hidden their actual medical condition. Milk your feet. This is for the foot fetish people. That's who watch this. Slow pouring of the honey across the feet with the massage piece. Look, if you're into this, cool. But medically, like, it's not that serious. Yeah, right. I buy that. FTC, can we get in here on this? Ridiculous. Blackheads. Let it again. Concoctions. Dude, they just pour random stuff that are labeled healthy into dishes and then act like it helps. Like seaweed. Why is seaweed going in? No, that's not gonna work. Dry skin, same person. It's because you put the seaweed on your skin with the green tea. Mixing the petals. It's a very pretty concoction. It's a honey petal. So arbitrary. Check out my video of everything that went wrong when I went on tour. It actually shows some bits of the show. Very funny, worth a watch. Bears in it. As always, stay happy and healthy. Let's find the crap.
I share dad advice with millions on TikTok, but I'm also a dad at home. So from one parent to another, here's something I learned. When your teen joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Accounts all start private, and for those under 16, there are no direct messages. And only friends can comment on their videos. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check my outfit before meeting my girlfriend's family. Yeah. So check Allstate first, and you can save hundreds.
Your season, your vision, your goals. Now's the time to make them happen.
I went into that stage of sleep again. Well, like I said earlier, I can fail, and all of that around me. But for some reason, my eyes get like kind of heavy. Anyway, since for some reason sometimes I am able to like create my own visuals. So yeah. Anyway, what time is it? 12:42. I thought it would at least be like 2 a.m. with based on how much content I've been watching and all that, but for some reason it isn't.
I'm a big hiker. I was doing some hiking in Utah during a cross-country trip I was taking after breaking up with who I thought was going to be my fiancée. Long story short, I caught her messing around with one of my closest friends. Total betrayal on both sides. I was 31. Utah was actually one of the states I was most excited about passing through. There are some great forests out there that I think every hiker should dream of exploring. I had picked Uinta-Wasatch Cache National Forest as my Utah destination because I had heard a lot of great things about it. One of its biggest upsides for me was that it had a lot of secluded areas that I could easily access. I prefer hiking alone, so bustling hiking trails swarming with people aren't really my thing. I picked an unnamed area of the forest and drove my car as far down this narrow access road as I could. I parked, stepped out of my car, and took in my surroundings. I geared up and checked my phone. No service, just the way I like it. I made a mental note of my starting point and began the trek. I know hiking alone in uncharted territory is dangerous, but I don't think I have as much fun following a designated route. I always download the digital map of whatever location I'm planning to explore. A lot of people don't realize that your phone's GPS still functions without service. I know what you're probably thinking, but no, I didn't get lost. I wish I could tell you that that's what the story's about. The reality of what happened to me is something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. My destination was a lookout point at the summit of the mountain, which was maybe 3 or 4 miles away. The terrain was pretty difficult, so I was only clearing about 1.5 miles an hour. About an hour into my hike, it began raining. Although it was light, I refused to continue. Hiking in the rain is a massive pet peeve of mine. Annoyed, I turned around and began retracing my steps. Eventually, I spotted my car in the distance. I was relieved that this failed outing would soon be over. I reached my vehicle and was met with a horrifying sight. All 4 tires were slashed. I felt the fear start to set in. There wasn't a chance in the world that all 4 tires had been coincidentally punctured. This had been deliberate. Whipped my head around, scanning the forest in every direction. Nothing. I listened as carefully as I could, but anything I might have picked up on was drowned out by the patter of raindrops on leaves and brush. I weighed my options. Without service, I was basically screwed. I need to get service so I could call for assistance, but as far as I remembered, I had lost service over 20 miles down the access road. Walking back to civilization seemed like a grueling option. I needed to find high ground. Luckily, the destination I had originally sought out was just that. I had to chance it. I didn't feel safe walking 20 miles down the road where I'd basically be out in the open. Without another thought, I turned back towards the woods and began my route once again. I was about halfway to the summit when I picked up on a faint rustling coming from behind me, 40 or so yards away. It would start and stop in tandem with my movements. I didn't want to turn and look. I just picked up the pace, knowing I was probably a faster hiker than whoever or whatever was stalking me. The sun was starting to go down, casting an eerie shadow over the forest. The rain was still falling, and I was starting to get nervous. After putting some distance between myself and whatever was stalking me, I cast an inconspicuous glance over my shoulder. I didn't see anything, but someone could have been easily hiding behind any of the countless trees in the forest. Finally, I reached the peak. By some miracle, there actually was service up there. I didn't waste a second, not even pausing to admire the view. I told the police exactly where my car was and explained what happened, including my suspicion that I was being stalked. I also told the operator that I had AAA. I hung up, relieved that someone knew where I was. It was still a glaring problem, though. I'd have to navigate back through the forest before it was fully dark while somehow avoiding whoever was stalking me. I couldn't just march in a straight line back through the forest. That was asking for trouble. I thought for a second, before concluding that I'd have to try to walk in a semicircle back to my car, hopefully avoiding any kind of trap someone had set. I walked parallel to the cliff for a while before entering the woods from a different angle. I hadn't bothered to analyze this area of the forest, though, so I pulled up the map on my phone and prayed my navigation skills wouldn't let me down. Things were going well for a while. I hadn't heard a single unusual sound behind me or in front of me. I might have spoken too soon, though, because not 30 seconds after having that thought, I heard a twig snap from my left. I turned to look, but didn't see anything. A few minutes later, I heard another sound, this time from directly behind me. My blood ran cold as it dawned on me. There were multiple people out there. I picked up the pace again, settling into a light jog. As if things weren't terrifying enough already, I stumbled upon something that brought my panic levels from a 5 to a 10. It was a makeshift campsite, literally tucked away in the woods. There were 12 or so logs sitting in a circle around a campfire. Someone had been here recently. I jogged around it and continued on, casting glances behind me every so often. A few minutes later, I heard something from my right. This time, I turned quickly enough just to barely see someone's foot jump behind a tree. That was it for me. My light jog instantly turned into a full-on sprint through the woods. I didn't care how loud I was being. I needed to get out of that forest. As I ran, the sounds around me continued getting louder. It was clear that I was being chased. They weren't even trying to hide it anymore. I continued running, afraid to look behind me. At one point, I couldn't resist the urge anymore and shot a glance over my shoulder. I counted at least 6 people, all of whom were wearing white and charging toward me. I kept running, knowing my car wasn't far. The next few minutes were the most terrifying moments I've ever experienced in my life. Imagine being overwhelmed with exhaustion while the threat of death looms over you. I couldn't slow down. My life literally depended on it. Finally, I saw my car in the distance, and right behind it was a police officer. I reached his car and keeled over, almost throwing up before he even had a chance to speak. I turned around, and those people that had been chasing me were nowhere in sight. The cop told me that he had gone ahead and called AAA, which I was beyond thankful for. I gave him a full police report, and what he told me was chilling. Apparently, Utah houses the largest population of Mormons in the country, and it isn't uncommon to encounter woods folk in unmarked forests. The specific forest I was exploring actually had a very rich history, especially as it pertains to woods cults and religious groups. The cop told me that I had probably stumbled upon one such group, and that I was stupid to explore a random part of the woods. In all honesty, what that cop told me all those years ago was probably true. I still can't wrap my head around this, though. If they were mad that I was infringing on their land, why not just tell me that? I don't see why they'd feel the need to stalk and chase me through the woods, especially after slashing my tires. This experience is still something I think about all the time. I'm not going to call myself an expert hiker, but I've been avidly enjoying the activity for a few decades now. I've traversed all the major trails in America, and I've been to over 75% of this beautiful country's national parks. As such, I've had to find new ways to excite myself. I recently picked up a new hobby, scouring Google Maps for vast, unnamed forests and just exploring them. It's a little unconventional, but I think the added excitement is worth the risk of getting lost, or at least I did. I carry a pack of homemade route marking stickers that I periodically slap onto trees so I don't forget my way back. As I pass each one, I pull them off the trees so as not to leave any litter behind. I'm surprised more people haven't picked up on this trick. It makes getting lost in a forest nearly impossible. Anyway, there was a slightly more daunting task ahead of me this time around. I had decided to explore Dudley Town Forest in Connecticut, which I'm sure would give any normal person pause. If you don't know, the whole town has been abandoned since the 1800s, and there are all sorts of creepy accounts about strange things and stuff like that. You should do some research on the place if you're interested in that sort of thing. I'm not, though. I'm not superstitious, and I don't believe in the ghost stories. Technically, this forest is off limits to the public. That hasn't stopped me before. As I saw it, I was basically guaranteed to not encounter anyone in those woods, which is usually what I go for. I'm also from New England, so the drive actually wasn't so bad. I entered the woods around noon to ensure that the sun didn't go down before I finished hiking. My first impression of the woods was honestly pretty freaky. I had heard that it was dead silent in there, and I was surprised to discover that it actually was. You don't really notice or appreciate all the sounds in the forest until they aren't there anymore. Imagine closing your eyes in a silent room and only being able to hear your breathing. That's what it was like. To be be completely honest, this silent phenomenon wasn't something foreign to me. I'd been in forests void of animals before. I kept walking, placing my stickers as I went, trying to shake the eerie feeling the forest was inducing. I kept thinking I would eventually stumble upon an animal, or at least some indication that there was life in there, but I had no such luck. After a while, I was honestly hoping to encounter a person even. That's how unsettled I was. Pretty soon, though, the silence of the forest stopped bothering me so much. For the first time since I'd stepped foot in those woods, I was calm. The feeling didn't last long, though. Out of nowhere, I picked up on a sound that sent the uneasiness rushing back in. It was like a wailing kind of moaning sound, the kind of sound you might imagine a wounded animal making. That's the best way I can put it.
Travelers swear by this wood trip. What's up with Mom?
She's been scrolling travel advice for hours. Now she's got influencer brain.
That's my paid partner. You gotta use kayak. They compare hundreds of sites so you always get your trip right.
Kayak. Got that right.
Bubba's back, fam.
Five hospitals: Butler Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland. At Independence Health System, your care begins with a personal relationship between you and your primary care physician, joined by our specialists and advanced practice providers serving their own communities when you need it most. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
I still have trouble describing it, even to this day. It was especially creepy, since it was the only sound in the whole damn woods. I paused and listened, trying to figure out what it could be. I had never heard anything like it. There was a chance it could have been a whistling made by the wind, but there wasn't any wind to begin with, so that didn't make sense. I concluded that it was most likely a wounded animal, though I knew it probably wasn't. I walked away from it until the sound faded away. You're probably wondering why I didn't just turn around and leave right there. I wish I had an answer to that question. I told myself that if one more creepy thing happens, that would be it for me. As I walked, I started thinking to myself, how would an animal even get wounded in a forest like this? Like, was there someone hunting in here? There's no way I could have missed a gunshot. Maybe the hunter had taken the shot before I was near shot. Maybe he neglected to put the thing out of its misery. Did someone really do that, though? It was hard to imagine. All these thoughts and more were bouncing around in my head when I stumbled upon something. On the tree directly in front of me, there were honest-to-God carvings. I know it sounds cliche, but I'm being dead serious. The carvings weren't symbols, and they didn't look like letters either. Just random slashes and bits of missing tree bark. I started looking around. Saw that
At Grand Canyon University, we're redefining what higher education looks like.
You want opportunities. You want purpose.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Cannot begin to guess what is worse, 5-Minute Crafts or Troom Troom. Watch this reaction video to find out. Huge thank you to ShipStation for sponsoring this video.
My head! Not these meteor storms again. I have one idea. You will need a cabbage.
You need a cabbage. I was ready for everything but cabbage.
Apply the cabbage leaf to your forehead. Since ancient times, cabbage has been known for its ability to pull out the pain.
No, that's got to be one for you. Why do we have doctors where we just have cabbage?
My friend's motto, what is natural is perfectly okay. She can pull a handkerchief out of her pocket and blow her nose like no one is around. Here's a life hack. Take a speaker and turn on your friend's favorite song. Turn it up, louder, louder. And while your friend enjoys the dance and hears nothing but music, quietly blow your nose.
Did they say to make music real loud and then blow your nose? Because your friend is such a judgmental. Did they get mad at you if you blow your nose because it's natural? The hack here should be get rid of your friend. This is so painful to watch, but you know what's not painful? Coming to see me on tour. Boston, Philly, DC, New Jersey, I'm coming for you. Link down below. Come see me, come laugh, come have a great time.
Do you know what it feels like when your legs fall asleep? It feels so bad.
So bad.
To fix your neurons.
To fix your neurons. Do we realize that the issue is a circulation issue?
Touch your nose and the tip of your tongue. It's not funny. Stop laughing. You'll barely even notice your pins and needles going away.
Okay, so like falling asleep can happen for one of two reasons. One is you're putting pressure on the nerve and it can cause pins and needles, tingling sensation. But it can also happen as a result of blocking blood flow. If you close off your hand circulation by doing something known as the Allen's test, blocking off both of these arteries here, you can see your hand get pale and then you can feel pins and needles. This here is just a distraction method for you to not feel the pain for that given moment. But remember, pins and needles, as soon as you stand up, they do go away after a short period of time. It's not like it hurts forever. Not that big of a deal.
My leg is so awake.
So awake!
Oh no! Did you get bitten by a snake? The snake bite needs to be cauterized immediately.
What?
Luckily, I have matches with me. Light a match and blow it out.
What? Is there some kind of disclaimer on this video saying that this is not medical information? They better, because I'm about to sue them.
And her heart rate might increase. Panicking will only make things worse.
Your friend is panicking because you just burned her.
Barbara is feeling pretty sick.
Sound effects are lit.
Take a cold can of soda. Place it in the bend of your left elbow. And hold it tight. And prepare a bag just in case. Well, you never know. But it won't come in handy, because your nausea magically disappears.
Magically! It doesn't. I mean, it's something to try, and if it works for you, great, but medically, there's no real explanation why this would work, other than a cold object in your antecubital fossa might feel good if you're overheated, but if you actually have true motion sickness, that won't really solve it. Remember, motion sickness happens because of the inertia of the force of the crystals in the fluid that is in your semicircular canals inside your ears. And as a result of you constantly swaying and that overactivity, the excitation of the neurological area, you start feeling nauseous. And putting a cold can here does not solve that issue.
You might be in danger even in your own kitchen. If you get distracted for a second, the cabinet door hits you on the head. How painful!
How painful.
Whoa! You have a bruise over half your head.
That's the biggest bruise I've ever seen from the slightest tap of a kitchen cupboard.
Thank goodness I have a friend who thinks of everything in advance. You will need a pad and a syringe. Inject the pad with water. Put it in the freezer. Cover your friend with a warm blanket. A Attach the cold compress to her head. This ice pad is so unusual, but the life hack really works.
Ice pack, not ice pad. Your friend will probably feel like poop while you're sitting there waiting for this thing to freeze. Throw some water in a bag, put it on your head, that's it. You don't need a pad. What is the purpose of the pad other than for your YouTube thumbnail? Back to Troom Troom in just a second, but first I want to talk to you about ShipStation. Look, if you ever had to ship anything before, I don't need to tell you how frustrating it can be. But thanks to ShipStation, shipping will become the easiest part of your online business. Even if your business is off to a good start this year, that doesn't mean things are any less busy. Which is why you need ShipStation order management and shipping software designed to make retailers' life hassle-free. From the dashboard, you can easily import orders from Amazon, eBay, Etsy, even your own website, and automate just about every shipping task, even from your phone. They work with international and local shipping companies around the world like FedEx and UPS, and you even get access to discounted rates that are usually reserved for Fortune 500 companies, without any of the contracts or commitments. 98% of companies that use ShipStation for a year keep using it for as long as they're in business, and it's now available in Australia, Canada, and the UK. Ship more in less time. Just go to shipstation.com/Dr. Mike to get a 60-day free trial. Remember, doctor is spelled out. That's 2 months free of no hassle, stress-free shipping. All right, let's get back to the truth.
Extensionist Mascara by L'Oreal Paris for lashes that rise 5 millimeters closer to your brows. You're worth it.
There's great pride in doing projects yourself. It's about knowing you can depend on you, and that independence is why you went to True Value. But sometimes the wisdom of an expert associate is just what you need to get it across the finish line. True Value, your project, your way.
The sun is dying. Every star was infected except one.
It's 11.9 light years away.
I need to go there and find a solution. There are infinite possibilities of this to go wrong.
Project Hail Mary, we can get to your team. All we do is push the weird.
At MedStar Health, we have some of the most talented providers in the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careersnow.
True.
Have you been scrolling through Instagram for so long that you have pins and needles in your foot now? Ouch!
Oh,
I can't feel my legs. Rubbing them didn't help. They still feel terrible.
Stand up. Miracle hack!
Cut a lemon into slices.
They just keep giving you activities to do. Feed it to your dog. Collect your dog's poop the next day. Bring it to your leg. Apply thoroughly, followed by a cleansing pattern.
Lemon juice will help quickly relieve muscle spasms.
What the hell? They started with one thing of misinformation that was ridiculous, and they just started throwing more stuff on.
By the way, if you get leg cramps a lot, you might need to eat less sugar.
What? Who wrote this script? I feel like this is like one of those AI things where you just plug in a bunch of words and then ask it to give you medical advice, and this is the medical advice it gives.
The plans for the evening consist of putting on a comedy on Netflix and have fun. But there's a problem. Hiccup! When you laugh, the air gets in your stomach.
If air gets into your stomach, you burp. You don't hiccup.
You need to breathe in a paper bag. Inhale, exhale.
Nope, just eat a spoonful of sugar. That's actually a hack. If you're not diabetic, God, I gotta warn people about that.
Okay, I know another way. Make such a move and raise your head as high as possible. It worked.
She did not raise her head as high as possible. She lowered her head.
And how do you cope with hiccups? Write about it in the comments.
No.
Kids love candy. Oh no, he choked. That's very dangerous. You are going to need the help of a second adult.
Oh my God, this gotta be a joke. Imagine you're actively choking to death, and then your loved ones, instead of helping you by doing Heimlich maneuver, they just shake you violently upside down.
Oh, what's that smell? Is it coming from me, or did these flowers rot? No, everything is fine. Oh, that's it. It's your friend's feet.
This is the most bullying-induced video I've ever seen.
The baby lotion will solve the problem. Apply it on your your feet and put your socks on. Well, that's much better.
Or wash your feet! Life hack, bathe. If you smell, bathe.
Do you think only pool water can get into your ears? You are wrong about that.
Who thought that? Who had that thought? Who wakes up and goes, only pool water will go into my ears? Rainwater, no. Shower water, no. How dare thou?
Try a simple life hack. Clamp your nose with your fingers and try to blow the air through the clamped nostrils. If you are lucky, the water will flow out naturally.
Just hop on one leg with your head tilted, but make sure your feet aren't wet when you're doing it and the floor isn't slippery so you don't fall. Ideally, hold on for something for support.
How wonderful it is to come back into the world of pure sound.
Pure sound. What is impure sound? Can someone define for me down below?
Something got in my eye. What could it be? Ah, it's an eyelash. How do you get rid of it? It's so uncomfortable. Did I take out the eyelash with my tongue?
I swear I thought that whole story was a myth. I did a whole video.
You just have to rub your eyelid towards your nose. Pull out the eyelash with a Q-tip.
Her friend wanted to lick her eyeball. Do you have friends that want to lick your eyeballs?
You can never enjoy yourself on a road trip because you get car sick. Just use our next life hack. Take a roll of adhesive bandages. Cover your belly button with a piece. You will also need matches.
Light it on fire! I can't imagine where this is going.
Light a match between your teeth and go on a road trip. This little trick will get rid of your nausea so you can just enjoy your trip.
This is the most arbitrary and random thing I've ever seen. Would be quite dangerous if the airbag goes off and launches that match deep into her throat. Stop giving advice that can actually harm people and is most definitely not useful. This is trash.
Burning in the throat and chest? Not this heartburn again.
Heart attack? Oh no! Take this teddy bear and just relax.
The most delicious remedy is almonds. If heartburn occurs, you should eat 5 to 7 nuts. A couple of minutes and the heartburn will disappear.
No, it won't. No, that's not how nuts work. Or heartburn.
You are just a magician.
No, you're not either. You're actually none of those things. Oh, you are nuts.
Oh, look at my bruise. Yeah, it's stunning.
Is that CGI bruising?
But Barbara knows what to do. You have to use soap. Leave it for a while. Now gently remove the soap with a cotton pad. The soap removes inflammation and helps with bruises.
God, I really thought there was to be something I could say medically about this. But do you honestly think soap removes bruises? A bruise is actually blood that has formed underneath your skin. How does the soap penetrate your skin, wash out the bruise? Like, I mean, this is so ridiculous. Click here to watch a video where I play a game with my sister. It's the only time she's ever been on my channel. You know what she looks like? Click here to find out. Also, don't miss out your 60-day free trial to ShipStation by visiting shipstation.com/Dr. Mike. And as always, stay happy and healthy.
Time with patients. You're not on this like just churn and burn and burn. You have more opportunities and thought around providing that holistic care, the preventive care, the things that save lives.
This is actually part of why I love working in the way that I do, and it's because we can actually have the time to think creatively, put the patient at the front, and then build the system around that.
Unlike other value meals, Arby's new $7.99 meat and free box has 3 sides, not just one. It's more meal for your money. Seriously, it's more meal for your money. Where'd that come from?
Arby's, we have the meat.
At MedStar Health, we have some of the most talented providers in the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careersnow.
People have some strange addictions, and they actually made a show about it. And while you may be tempted to laugh, hear me out at my points first before going to judge. People?
My name is Nathaniel. I'm 27 years old. And I'm in a serious relationship with my car.
Hey, baby. It's a pretty car, I'm not gonna lie. I'm digging the color.
It was love at first sight. His body and his interior and everything just together just seemed to fit. And I just felt an instant connection.
You know, this objectophilia seems like it runs in a similar pattern as animism, where someone believes that an inanimate object has a spirit that is living on, and that's why they fall in love with it.
Nathaniel's relationship with Chase goes beyond dates and presents.
We have our times when we get sexual. Does that feel good?
There has been some research that has showed a sexual gratification or objectification of the inanimate object does sometimes run in a similar course also with autism. So I don't know if autism was in fact diagnosed in this case.
Stanley might be 31 years old, but for the past 18 years, he has gone to remarkable lengths to remain young at heart. Very young.
Okay, I understand if you're watching at home and you're quick to judge this gentleman and say, wow, this is clearly a disorder. Wait, the way we decide in medicine, in healthcare, whether or not something is a disorder is based on the patient's own life. If the patient is not having an issue maintaining a job, maintaining healthy social connections, maintaining a relationship, if all these major developmental aspects of life are normal, this is not a disorder. We have to be very careful with our definitions.
And he doesn't just talk the baby talk. He dedicates 8 hours a day role-playing as a toddler.
That's an important fact to hear. Because if you have to dedicate 8 hours of the day to do this, can you maintain a job? Can you maintain social connections?
It's a feeling of being safe, something I didn't have when I was growing up. And being an adult baby became my way of coping with the world and my own problems.
Humans are great at finding unique coping mechanisms. This works for him, something else may work for you. Just we have to make the decision together with a patient and a doctor whether or not that coping mechanism is A, appropriate for who you are, and B, whether or not it is distracting or detracting from your everyday life.
Stanley has even tried baby formula, but like every other toddler, he can be extremely selective.
I mean, baby food like that is basically just like mashed up fruit, so it's not like the end of the world eating that. But like baby formula, breast milk, all that really high fat content, you really have to be careful.
I don't have any broken bones, but I'm addicted to putting orthopedic casts on my body.
What?
I'm perfectly fine, perfectly healthy. I like the feeling of the cast around me.
Just wear a compression sleeve.
I've done like 2 full arm casts, 2 full leg casts. I've done 2 full leg casts and an arm cast. I've put on so many different casts, it's ridiculous.
He just wants to be cuddled. I get it. I need that too sometimes. I just don't go all the way to getting a cast done. You know, like sometimes I do that with a blanket and then I lay on top of it so I feel like I can't get out. It's like being swaddled.
I was 12 years old. I broke my arm rollerblading and I got my first cast. I got a lot of attention with the cast on. And it's just kind of been an ongoing process ever since then.
That is a medical diagnosis, actually. People who feign illness in order to get attention or sympathy, that needs to be obviously diagnosed and addressed if that's the case.
My name is Dave Gracer, and I'm obsessed with eating bugs.
Initial impression of mine is this might not be so bad because bugs are actually kind of nutritious.
He has eaten more than 5,000 bugs over the past 11 years.
Does he keep track of the numbers of bugs? That's interesting.
When it comes to getting bugs, you gotta kill them, and there's a variety of ways of doing that. I prefer freezing them because you go to sleep. So I think it's the most humane way.
You don't just go to sleep. You're viciously cold, and then you go to sleep. It's not like he's giving them a paralytic agent to knock them out and then freezing them.
David's interest in eating insects just kept getting bigger.
Grasshopper, grasshopper, grasshopper. And bigger. Fly pupa, cicada. And bigger. Scorpion tastes kind of like this weird plastic.
And you enjoy eating weird plastic? Like, I want to know his explanation. I have follow-up questions.
I started going into the woods and getting my own bugs. And I think the first ones I found was a whole log full of carpenter ants. And I tried those.
Ants are very rich in protein. Ants, grasshoppers, like grasshoppers almost have the same amount of protein per 100 grams as red meat does.
When he wants something more exotic, he goes to his personal supermarket, the pet store. Today he is picking up a specially ordered bug he has never encountered.
That is a monster. I will eat a monster.
You want to make sure that you're thinking about toxins that the bug has inside of them, the bacteria that's on the bugs. You also want to think about anti-nutrients that are actually meant to discourage predators from eating them by not allowing us to withdraw the protein from the foods. And it actually stops the protein absorption inside our bodies.
The Vietnamese centipede is the only species of centipede to have ever killed a human being.
Under the oil. I'll season them again, just real quick, a little bit of salt and pepper.
How does he know to season it with salt and pepper? How does he know those flavors go together? He's never eaten it before. That's just like throwing salt on an already potentially salty food and being like,
The heat not only cooks the insect, it also breaks down the poisonous venom.
There you go. Take a peek and see what's been done today for you, Dave.
Oh my God! It's still got very much the look of the beast.
And the luck of the beast.
But there's so much muscle tissue.
I feel like I was about to throw up.
I understand why you say that. This concept isn't that out there for me because by eating more insects, we can place less strain on our land, have highly nutritious and protein-rich foods brought to our diet, especially in areas where we don't have farming abilities. I've actually tasted grasshopper before. Not too shabby.
One of the strongest
Family in the world.
Nick, Callie, Dylan, and Jessica Best
You can do it.
train their bodies up to 240 hours each week.
That's a lot of hours of training.
While some pediatricians warn against weight training for kids, 11-year-old Dylan routinely deadlifts 130 pounds.
I do like working out, just like my coffee in the morning. If I don't do it, I don't feel right.
I love that this kid is so mature. Initially looking at this, 11 years old, is probably on the earlier side of starting to lift heavy weights. The idea is that you risk injury when you have non-fully formed muscles, tendons, ligaments, bones, and start lifting heavy weights. It can be done safely, you just need to be very careful and monitored by a professional. Kids like below the age of 7 shouldn't be doing weightlifting at all. Starting at age 7, you could start incorporating strength training, that's good, but just not with heavy weights.
Oh my gosh, JJ.
Experts recommend children her age train with 1-pound weights, but she can lift 100 pounds.
That's probably not ideal. That being said, I doubt that this was going to do any real damage to her growth plates. That was kind of a myth that we had published by the American Academy of Pediatrics in 1983 where we thought that could happen. It was a potential risk. And then as time went on, we saw that happen less and less, especially with proper training.
Dylan and Jessica consume nearly twice the recommended calories for their age.
While we do give recommendations on caloric intake, that is a wide-ranging recommendation, needs to be individualized. So for children that are highly active like them, and we see how their weight and their BMI is trending, we can make different changes to their diets and to their recommendation. So the fact that they're eating a lot more than an average child isn't that wild to me because they're burning a lot of calories by doing all these workouts several times a day.
Hi, I'm Kelly Athena, and I'm obsessed with rescuing food from dumpsters.
I'm with it. We waste so much food in this country while other countries starve. I don't think this is a terrible idea. I just hope they're doing it safely.
The average American household spends over $500 a month on groceries.
And we oftentimes spend money on groceries that look the prettiest and waste the food that may not look pretty but is just as nutritious, just as tasty.
Everything I have in my fridge, I got from the dumpster. Apples, cucumbers, pickles, condiments, grapes, cantaloupe. Here's some soy milk I had, and it even expired more than a month ago.
Sometimes it's a full-on expiration date, but you really need to understand what that date is for, because that date could be like for ideal freshness or for ideal taste. It still might be calorically, nutritionally valuable.
I'm not afraid to eat right out of the dumpster if it's good stuff. There's this peach. If I peel it, that'll be pretty safe to eat. If I eat out at a restaurant, I don't know Who's preparing that food back there?
I don't know if I'm a fan of that logic. You don't know who's preparing the food. At least it's cooked. Here, you're getting food that's been living in a dumpster. What if a raccoon pooped on it?
B is spicing up the 4-month-old dumpster pizza with cheese 2 weeks past its expiration date. Overripe tomatoes Kelly found a week ago.
Maybe a little diced fennel.
Fennel found at the bottom of a trash bin just this morning.
Well, it's a fresh dumpster fennel.
And frozen chicken.
Chicken, if it was even not frozen for a short period of time, bacteria can start proliferating on it, especially if it wasn't stored or prepared properly. Oh man, I've had a personal close friend of mine who eats thoroughly cooked foods, eat out at a restaurant, get an infection from one of those foods, and then develop an abscess, which is a pocket of infection inside his brain, and he still has neurologic effects as a result of that. So this isn't like totally benign.
I'm addicted to coffee enemas.
For the past 2 years, Trina hasn't been able to function without her daily coffee enemas. A procedure where liquid is injected into the colon to clean out the lower intestine. Her addiction is so intense, she does up to 4 every day.
Okay, let's just do it right off the bat. Coffee enemas have not been proven to help with any medical condition. In like the 60s, 70s, we used to say maybe for constipation, but that's been dropped from medical literature. We have so many better ways of handling constipation that this is largely unnecessary. They're saying coffee enemas are used to clean your colons. No, they're not. It's a self-cleansing part of the body.
My initial reaction was, my God, that's disgusting.
Pretty judgmental response.
I tried it, and now I'm addicted to coffee enemas.
2 years ago, Trina turned to this unconventional ritual after a series of health issues.
I had a lot of stomach problems, digestive problems, problems with my kidney, my liver. I started to do research, and it led me into the coffee enemas. Immediately, I really started to feel the benefits.
It's understandable someone that is having symptoms, who's struggling, looking to find answers online, finds a treatment that is within their grasp, something that they can do on their own, and tries it. That doesn't mean it's the right treatment or it's something that most people should try. My concern is that there's something else going on in these people's bodies that can be missed and potentially get worse over time because they're not seeing a doctor. Problems with kidneys needs to be investigated because if kidneys start failing, that's a threat to your own life.
My name is Julius. I'm 62 years old, and I'm addicted to balloons.
I love balloons.
They're beautiful. They're soft, smooth, delicate. I have a connection with them.
Is this like going to be similar to what we've seen in the previous episodes of like objectophilia or even animism, where you believe that certain physical inanimate objects have a soul or a spirit, or maybe you become even sexually attracted to them? I'm curious.
Now Julius has filled his home with over 50,000 balloons.
That's a lot.
Unless he's surrounded by them.
My favorite is the spherical one.
Honestly, I don't see what's wrong with this yet. He likes decorating his house with balloons. Some people like painting their walls. I don't know, they put wallpaper on. Some people put paper on their walls, each their own.
But Julius's obsession with balloons goes beyond shapes and colors.
My love for balloons is also a sexual one. When I see a beautiful balloon, my heart starts to flutter and I get aroused. I'll take a 12-inch and I'll inflate it to 11 inch. That way it can take a lot of abuse.
There's a potential connection between objectophilia, animism, and autism that one study tried to explore, and I'm interested in exploring that subject to see how connected those two conditions are.
My wife thinks it's strange, but she accepts it.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Again, like, you have a job, you have a partner, you live a good life, you take care of your health, and you're sexually attracted to balloons. Not really a disorder. Disorders are based on ability to perform life functions, get satisfaction in life, reach goals in life. Let him sit in his room and blow up balloons and squeeze them. Like, why is he even a thing on the show? It's kind of weird. More power to you, sir.
I'm addicted to butt injections.
I'm curious if this is butt injections through like a BBL where they do liposuction and re-inject the fat.
Carmelo's had 54 butt injections, yet she's never bared her behind to a plastic surgeon. She receives her shots on the black market, getting pumped with an unregulated substance that's been known to include metal lubricants and cement.
Yeah, I mean, that's really dangerous. There's so much that can go wrong here. This isn't a traditional BBL. Even BBLs are dangerous. Like 1 in 3,000 individuals who has a BBL has a complication of a fatty embolism. The fat actually gets lodged into their blood vessels and can be lethal if it travels all the way up to the lungs. I've actually had patients that have had huge complications as a result of bad injections like this. They were done abroad in other countries, but then they ended up getting a terrible cellulitis, abscess formation in the buttock area where like major surgery had to take place to take out the necrotic tissue, dead tissue, so they ended up losing a part of their buttock.
What brings you in today?
Dr. Yoon, welcome back to the channel.
Do you have any idea what she injected you with? Did she tell you?
Said liquid silicone.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if that's really what it was.
Did she do anything afterwards? I mean, did she stitch up the incisions?
She put super glue.
There are times we use glue in medical settings in the ER, but not for deep wounds, not for big wounds, not for wounds that could potentially become severely infected. So like, there's a time and place for all medical tools, and that's not the place for super glue.
You can see here, this is your thigh, the fat in your thigh, which is smooth and normal. But up here, it looks kind of spongy, this texture, and that's definitely not normal. So even though you're healthy, it just takes one bad injection to literally kill you.
Now that's good. I'm glad she was able to decide not to do that again.
My name is Margaret, and I'm 53 years old. I live in Morningview, Kentucky, and I'm addicted to stinging myself with bees.
Ooh. Kind of mean to the bee, because doesn't the bee die after it stings you?
Margaret has been addicted to bee stings for the past 10 years.
It could be an endorphin rush, because when you do experience pain, when your body tries to relieve that pain, it sends endorphins to try to decrease the pain.
Her addiction started innocently as a way to relieve her arthritis.
You know, there is some preliminary evidence, weak evidence I'd call it, bee venom helping individuals with rheumatoid and osteoarthritis. However, when you compare it to the treatments that we have now, you can get better outcomes with less side effects and most importantly, less pain.
First time that I stung myself, it didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. And it just got easier every time.
And it's great that she doesn't have a bee allergy. I mean, some individuals, they get stung, their whole arm blows up, their mouth can even blow up, they can go into anaphylaxis. People carry EpiPens for bees. And you know, even though allergies are more likely to happen early in life, they can develop later in life as well.
But every time Margaret stings herself, the honeybee dies.
Yeah.
Something Margaret is all too aware of.
Every bee is precious. I get sad when I watch them die. I prefer to get an older bee. The younger bees, they've got their lives ahead of them, and it helps me feel less guilt about killing the bees.
It's a sad situation to see because I would love for her to find pain relief in a way where it's not damaging to the bees, to her mental health, and potentially can give her longer lasting relief depending on what the cause of her arthritis.
My name is Mark. I'm 20 years old, and I'm in a relationship with 15 inflatable animals. My mother really wasn't there for me when I was a child. First time I hugged my inflatable whale, I actually started feeling all that love and compassion.
Could be oxytocin, which is one of the hormones that your body releases when you're cuddling. This is actually why animal therapy, I mean, it's a little bit different, obviously, but why animal therapy works quite well, especially in those newly diagnosed with autism, because animals are not judgmental, so you can show an animal affection and pet them and enjoy their company without them judging you, and there's less risk there for humans to be hurt, so they enjoy their time with animals. That's why equine therapy does quite well, emotional support dogs, etc.
Now he's so dependent on his inflatables, he can't be separated from them for more than a day.
This is again entering the realm of what we categorize as a disorder because he can't be without them. So as a result, it can impact his ability to live a fulfilling life, reaching his major milestones, going to work, having relationships, etc.
If I could marry Lila, I would because I am that much in love with her.
But Mark and Lila haven't taken their relationship to the next level yet.
Me and Lila Dragon don't have sex together. We keep our relationship clean.
You know, we've talked about objectophilia, which is when someone falls in love with an inanimate object or has sexual desire for an inanimate object. And there's been theories as to why this occurs. They're saying there's some pattern with those who've been diagnosed with autism, those who have these sensory situations where in feeling certain things, there's a crossover neurologically that when they see this inflatable dragon, that they also engage their sexual desires. Not because they've trained that way, but because the body's made that way.
The therapist helped me realize that my inflatables are getting me used to more socializing with them rather than real people. From now on, I'm going to start spending a little less time each day with my inflatables. I'll still have my inflatables in my life, but they're not going to be the primary part of my life.
If something's going on mentally where you are finding a lot of value in these inflatables, just taking them away abruptly can cause more harm and trauma. Because as you can tell, this person has an adverse childhood event. I'm actually curious about his job situation, whose house that is, how does he provide for himself? Because those are the questions that you really need to learn about this person, more so than what the diagnosis is or what his romantic life is with these animals. That's what's going to tell me who he is as a human and what impact these inflatables are having on his life.
I'm Amy. I'm Becky. And we're 45 years old. And we're addicted to being identical.
What? Addicted to being identical. You either are twins or you're not twins.
For some reason, Amy had gained a teeny bit more weight than me. Yeah. And people would go like, oh, you're the big twin, you're the smaller twin. And literally from then on out, oh yeah, we eat the same exact bites of food and drink the same sips of drink.
You know, I know some sisters and brothers that are like this, but not to this degree. So I feel like they are closer than what is expected of normal. But that's just cultural expectations. See, this is where it can cause a disruption in someone's life to the point where it can become a disorder. If you can't be apart from each other for more than 30 minutes, you have to sleep in the same bedroom. That makes accommodations difficult.
My main concern is that one would actually die before the other, and the other one would be lost completely without.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would say that's probably a little bit of an irrational worry. Later in life, absolutely you need to start planning for that. But right now, as young women, to decide whether or not they need to learn how to be without each other shouldn't be based on the fact that one of them may die. That's a fairly lower risk thing to worry about.
I've never heard of them being in a long-term relationship, and that concerns me a lot.
That concerns you, but what if they don't want to be in a long-term relationship? That could be totally appropriate.
So I set Becky up on a blind date.
Becky. And the show obviously tells them both.
Twins. My sister and I told Jillian I would go on this one date. Absolutely. And I definitely didn't lie. We just left a little part out. We just left a little part out.
It's not exactly how I envisioned it.
So they have the same watch, I love it, right? Or...
Tell me. We're kind of married to each other.
Yeah, talk about setting up a guy for failure without giving him a heads up. The date didn't fail because there's something different about them. The date failed because the guy didn't get a heads up that they're very unique. It's like setting up someone who doesn't want to be married on a date. And then the person goes and says, do you want to get married? They say no, and then the date ends horribly. Could have seen that one. Oh! That's a lot of cockroaches. You know what's funny? I grew up in Brooklyn, and okay, maybe it wasn't that bad, but there were cockroaches in certain areas all over the place.
Hi, my name is Shelby Kahneman. I am 9 years old and I collect cockroaches.
Oh wow, she kisses them.
When I started collecting roaches, I only had 5.
You know what I just found out the other day? There are roaches, or some kind of insects that look like roaches, that breathe through their body that make hissing sounds. And it literally kept me up all night. Can you imagine this thing walking next to you and it's going...
Now I have thousands.
Wow. I mean, roaches don't, like, bite. They may scratch you accidentally or something, but they don't bite. But they do spread diseases, like bacteria especially, salmonella, strep, staph. They can even cause cholera or dysentery, so you gotta be careful with these roaches.
I could do without them.
The father says I could do without them.
These are my Madagascar hissing cockroaches.
I knew some of them hiss.
Sometimes they're too noisy, I will hiss at them.
They're not actually hissing, I think they're breathing.
They're not harmful at all, except they may be a little stinky once in a while.
Yeah, also you're keeping like 10,000 of them in like a Tupperware container meant for Legos. I don't know if that's ideal storage for roaches. Like, why do you need 1,000? Can you have one roach? One friend roach?
My name is Samantha. I'm 20 years old. I consider myself pretty responsible, independent, like to have fun, and I'm addicted to tanning.
Oh, tanning is so bad. I mean, tanning is incredibly problematic, especially as a young person. If you're below the age of 20, you tan even once, your risk of melanoma goes up like 50%.
My typical tanning day is going to 3 different tanning places, 20 minutes in the bed for an equivalent of an hour a day.
I think you're almost like guaranteeing yourself cancer at that point. Not only are you increasing drastically your chances of developing cancer, you're destroying your appearance because skin becomes dried out, becomes poorer quality, looseness occurs.
Tanning is my everything because it makes me really happy. Anytime I'm sad or upset, going tanning just makes me like perk right up.
There is some evidence showing that going tanning a lot and then stopping can cause like withdrawal symptoms. So we try and help that by setting the patients or working with them to go to therapy or even take medications.
I think about tanning when I wake up. I think about tanning in the shower. I don't think there's actually ever a point where I don't think about tanning.
That's worth exploring. Is she thinking about how she feels in the tanning booth? Is it afterwards? Is it the appearance? Is it something she doesn't like about herself? Like, all these are questions that one might ask in a visit to try and figure out where the source of thinking about tanning comes from.
I'm not really worried about the premature aging because that's why they have Botox, plastic surgery, facelifts.
The problem is that doesn't enhance or solve the problem of what tanning creates. Like, if the materials themselves, aka your skin, and the foundational blocks that make up your skin are damaged permanently, all those things that you just discussed do not target or solve that issue. This is a perfect example of an individual that would benefit from meeting someone who was also addicted to tanning and seeing them 10, 20 years later, just to get a sense of what can happen. Because I think that's a good reality wake-up call from many.
You're actually very fortunate. I don't see any signs of skin cancer, which is great, but the risk of melanoma is still huge in someone like you.
I'm pretty excited that the doctor didn't find any skin cancer, so now I can go home and tell people I told you so.
That's not how it works. When we say it raises your risk of skin cancer, it's not right now, it's across your whole life. A lot of young people have that mindset of, oh, I don't even want to live till I'm 40 or 70, I'd rather get all my fun in now. And you only say that up until you're 30 or 40 or 50, and then you realize how much more you want to keep living life and enjoying the different stages of your life.
I am Sydney, I am 29 years old, and I am making my neck long.
What this thing does is not make your neck long. It can make the appearance of your neck long by pushing down the clavicles, which are your collarbones here, and literally changing the angle of your top ribs. So it looks like your neck is longer, but it's actually not becoming longer.
Because of the necklace, I had to change everything in my life. Even the way I eat. I can feel my throat pressing against the back of the necklace when I swallow.
If you're limiting your range of motion, you're actually creating restrictions in blood flow, weaknesses in the stabilizing muscles of the neck, and as a result are setting yourself up for future tension headaches, compression headaches, maybe even circulation problems, depending on how tight the neck rings actually are.
The idea of stopping has not crossed my mind because it's been in my mind my whole life. Look where she's at, and look where I'm at. I would love to get my neck as long as hers.
Remember, the way that the ribs move follow a very specific pattern to allow maximal expansion of your lungs. And when you're limiting rib mobility and changing the rib mobility, you're actually decreasing your ability to take a full breath, and as a result, starting to impact your cardiopulmonary performance.
I don't feel very good after removing the necklace. Wow, it is really bruised. It's a little upsetting to see the bruising.
When you have constant pressure on your skin, you could actually cause pressure necrosis. This is basically what happens in a hospital when someone stays for a long period of time and is bedbound, can't walk, can't rotate in the bed. They could actually develop pressure ulcers. They can get so deep to the point where the skin gets broken down all the way to the bone, past even the adipose or fat tissue.
This is my destiny, and this is what I've chosen for myself.
People take risks all the time doing things that they find valuable and pleasurable, and if this culturally means something to her, who are we to...
Mouth-watering meat, crisp veggies, creamy tzatziki, new Greek and chicken gyros at Jimmy John's.
I'm not an astronaut.
mention.
I'm Justin Jedlicka. I'm 32 years old, and I'm a living doll.
A living doll. Is that a profession? Is that a hobby?
I've had 125 procedures.
It's a lot of procedures.
And it's been $158,000 to make me really resemble a doll.
See, I wonder if at any point did his doctors have a discussion as to why he wants this. Is it healthy to keep going for surgical procedures? Are there other options, like getting in shape, where your muscles can look big without having to get implants? And I'm only saying that because that's a healthier alternative, not necessarily he has to do it.
I started having a couple other nose revisions. I think I'll get a little fuzzy after a while. But at the end, I've had 5 nose jobs now.
Because I'm not a plastic surgeon, I don't know what the qualifications are of a person that should not get plastic surgery. But I think if you're getting multiple facial revisions and you're doing it to replicate an imaginary being, I think that's worth an evaluation with a mental health specialist, at the very least.
We're at a critical stage here. You're gonna die pretty soon.
Today, we're watching Family by the Ton. I'm not gonna lie, not a huge fan of the title, but let's see what the show has to offer and learn something along in the process. Let's get started.
I would just eat until I'm dead, probably. A normal day for me is wake up around 12, figure out something I'm gonna eat immediately. TV, video games, bed.
So it's interesting that you see him drying himself off with the towel in that specific way. When you have excess of body weight and you have excess skin, excess fat tissue, you have to be really thorough about drying yourself because it's really easy for candida infection to begin. And as a result, you can get really bad redness, irritation of the skin. It can then become a full-on cellulitis where bacterial infection sets in. So it's really important to dry skin folds in order to decrease the likelihood of this happening.
I never would have thought at 34 I'd be living with my father and I'd have no job, have no real money, and just be playing video games all day and eating.
When you're trying to address someone's situation where they're morbidly obese, you have to look at the patient as a whole. You have to look at what are the reasons that contributed to this occurring. What can you do in order to prevent it from recurring? Look at triggers, look at mental health factors, look at sleep schedules, daily activities. Like in general, I'm not against gaming. I love gaming. I consider myself a gamer. But there are times when we can take something that can be potentially beneficial and make it into something that it's not. And this can happen with anything. I mean, it's really the dose decides the poison. So having an unhealthy relationship with food, with gaming, all of this can contribute to this ultimate unhealthy lifestyle, which will ultimately decrease lifespan and decrease quality of life. And that quality of life is really what I like to focus on. Because yes, we want to extend lifespan, we want patients to live a long life, but at the same time, I want them to live that life comfortably. I don't want them to be in pain. I don't want them to be in mental anguish because they don't feel like they're connecting with the outside world. And that's what a good doctor, nutritionist, or like I said, any other health professional looks at when addressing these types of problems.
Okay. He'll tell me what to get him, and I'll come right back a lot of times in case that's too much food. But I'll get it for him and bring it to the house and put it right in front of him.
I don't want to call him an enabler, but I mean, sometimes it's really the way, like, it seems that it is. I'm not buying the groceries. I'm not buying the frozen pizzas. I'm not buying the chicken wings. There's someone facilitating the food coming in, and it's not me.
I mean, there's partial truth in that. I don't think that's a valid excuse for someone to make. If my patient told me, hey, look, it's not about me, I'm not the one doing the shopping. At the end of the day, there's a level of personal responsibility involved in all this, but to solely place the blame at the foot of others is not a healthy pattern. Not because it's right or wrong, but because it takes away control from you. And when you take away control from you, you actually create more of a problem, where you feel like you're helpless, you have to do it, and there's nothing you can do to change it. When that is not, in fact, reality, there are things you can do to change it. There are conversations to be had with your quote-unquote enablers, because the foods that are being consumed are A, unhealthy foods, B, there's salt being added to already very salty foods. The portion sizes are tremendous. And I saw the father mention tea. That tea has so much excess calories from the added refined sugars. Like, that's even worse than eating a huge amount of food. Because at least when you eat the food, you can feel satiated, and there's some fiber and other nutrients in there. But when you're just drinking sugar water, which is essentially what a lot of these sweet teas are, in mega amounts, you're just adding weight.
So I bathe outside this trough currently because I cannot physically bathe in a sit-down bathtub or stand-up shower area. Because I'm a bigger guy with like folds and flaps, I have to move around like almost like a pig in a way and wallow
and roll over to get like the back of my leg. I have to lift up literal like pieces of skin. It's just a super difficult process.
There's a lot of adjustments that are needed to be made in someone's home when they are of this excessive weight. There's also adjustments that need to be made in the hospital. I've had patients who are morbidly obese who unfortunately did not fit in our CAT scan machines and our MRI machines. And in those scenarios, you try and look at the facilities around you if there's an option to transfer the patient that someone does have a larger piece of equipment. And then there's sometimes been situations where we literally have to contact our local zoo who have really large machinery for some of their larger animals, and we use those. It's not a pleasant conversation to have with patients, but it goes to show how there's a lot that needs to be done in order to make sure that we're keeping folks like this healthy.
This is Icebreaker. We do have to take your weight first.
This is kind of when I weigh myself in my house. I do it butt naked, just use the bathroom, number one, number two, and I'm like trying to throw up the last meal I ate so I can lose any pounds. Now I'm there wearing clothes, I'm kicking off my flip-flops, anything I can get off of my body to lower the number, because I know it's going to be shockingly big.
It's 711.8.
Now I know some bariatric offices that try and save this step for later in the visit. Reason being is, whether this patient is approximately 500, 600, 700 pounds, we know that there's going to be a benefit to doing the procedure. So we can already lead with that assumption. A lot of times it's traumatic to step on this scale and look at the number, so we try and perhaps save it for not the first thing you do when you walk into the office, because that alone can cause people to not want to come in to see the doctor in the first place.
We're at a critical stage here. You're going to die pretty soon unless something happens here.
Now I know that's jarring to hear. I understand why. I agree with this approach. I think this is the most successful approach because it's honest. Whether you have a patient who's morbidly obese and is over 700 pounds, or you're recommending a do not resuscitate order for a family member. Those are difficult conversations. The truest, most honest, non-judgmental way you could deliver that news is going to be the most successful way you could deliver that news.
With you, the route we're going to go down towards is a sleeve gastrectomy.
Okay.
All right? So, this is your stomach.
Gotcha.
All right? What we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to remove this outer portion of your stomach right here. There will be a metabolic switch that gets flipped in your body when you have this surgery. Your body will want to lose weight.
Yeah. When Dr. Proctor was going over his surgery, it was pretty scary, only because I fear surgery in general.
Understandable that he's apprehensive. Surgery comes with legitimate risks, even if it's bariatric surgery. That being said, being 700 plus pounds carries way more risks than the surgery. And that's how we decide whether or not a procedure, a medication, a treatment is good for a patient.
Why don't you tell me what does a normal day of eating look like for you prior to when you saw Dr. Proctor?
So like, we're waking up at like 12.
Okay.
And then probably ordering food from the hot dog house.
What do you usually order?
Well, like a normal day, it might be like 20 wings or like 10 tenders, and then it would be like a small order of tater tots and a large sweet tea.
This size cup?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing 32 ounces of sweet tea?
My lunches were either a taco salad or like tacos.
Okay.
But it was, not a lot of sour cream.
And then were you having dinner?
It could be anything from like a big thing of fried chicken, a pizza. We'd have like, not occasionally, but sometimes.
So Dr. Proctor wants you to lose 60 pounds by the time he sees you next.
The reason why all of these guidelines are in place about having patients lose a certain amount of weight before the surgery, having them see a psychologist, running blood tests, is you want to set the patient up for success. If we just willy-nilly did bariatric surgeries on everybody who is obese, it would be problematic, because what happens is when you do the surgery, there's very specific protocol you have to follow. If you overeat with a smaller stomach, you can actually cause surgical issues. You can rupture your stomach. You can cause vomiting. It can cause mental havoc. It can lead you to going into a dark depression. We really try and select our patients that we think are going to have the best outcome from the bariatric surgery instead of just recommending it for all.
So I've hired a personal trainer for the first time in my life. This is the first time I've been to the gym in a long time, and I am a little bit nervous. Hey, what's up, man?
Casey, right?
Yeah. Dex?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
When I watch programs like this on TLC, my one issue that I have is a lot of this is not reality for most Americans. I don't want someone who is potentially wanting to lose weight to look at this and think that unless I have this,
I can't lose weight. It's not true. You don't need the diesel personal trainer in order to lose the weight. Any kind of physical activity when you're going from zero will help. Also, being kind to yourself and not pushing yourself too hard in the beginning is also really important. With someone who is 700 plus pounds, you really want to make sure that you're focusing on injury prevention. It's very easy to overload joints, to pull and hurt muscles, and as a result, you can set someone back. So it's really about starting slow.
We're gonna do arm rotations.
Okay,
15 each way.
Alright, gotcha.
Good. Then we'll go back the opposite way.
Alright.
I had Casey move his own body weight so he can establish a correlation between what he's accomplished already and what he can expect himself to do in the future.
See, like someone might look at that and say, that's not exercise. Yes, it is. His heart rate's going up, his breathing rate's going up. This all automatically kicks up the metabolism, helps him prepare to meet the challenge. And he's been sedentary. You can't push too hard too fast. You can put too much strain on the heart and even cause a heart attack. There's actually a type of heart attack called a type 2 myocardial infarction that happens as a result of not a pure blockage, but simply because there was so much strain on the heart that there wasn't enough circulation going, that actual damage has occurred.
It's been 3 months since my surgery and I feel good. Little things are changing in me that I didn't really expect to change so quickly. As I accomplish more, my self-esteem is rising, so I feel like I can do more, so it's just a good feeling. Started this journey at 700 pounds today. I'm happy to say that I'm 525.
I think it's great when you start seeing your goals pan out, and that's how motivation happens. It's seeing your hard work be paid off, and it might not happen off the first, second, or third time, but as you continue, you keep seeing that you're making improvements, whether it's after a week, after a month, or after a year. And even for myself, I had a buddy that was in the ICU recently and had a lot of neurological deficits. And as he was slowly recovering, he would call me each day, upset the fact that he wasn't making progress. And I had to remind him, write down what your deficits are today. Do it next week. Do it the following week. And then each time you're upset, look back and see how much you've improved. When you look in every hour by hour, day by day, sometimes it's easy to lose sight of how much you've accomplished. But when you really spread it out and think in scale, which we as humans are not good at doing, you get to see the accomplishment. You get to feel motivated. You get to see that you're making moves in the right direction, even if it's 3 steps forward, 1 step back.
Well, I'm trying to get my license renewed.
This is him now?
Because on my other license, I'm huge. I'm a whale. So there we go. That's me. I don't know if you can see that real well. That's me. It's really weird too because like 2020 Corona is like the worst year of some people's lives. Like it's really been awful for people, but like it's gonna go down in the record books as like one of the best years of my life probably. Life for me is blossoming.
What he's experiencing right now is almost like a form of post-traumatic growth. It's looking back at your accomplishments, there's nostalgia there, and the fact that he's in fact reached his goal, he's in fact improved his quality of life. It goes to show that everything that we discussed in the beginning of this episode, where it comes to extending life and improving quality of life, he's a walking testimonial for it. 1, 2, 3. Repositioning is of utmost importance, especially when you're overweight to this degree, because you start putting pressure on certain areas of your skin, your muscles, your bones. You could develop pressure ulcers. Those can get infected. It becomes very, very complicated to treat.
I have no mind. My legs can't even hold my weight anymore.
That's why it's so important when we talk about someone being obese or being overweight, we talk about their quality of life being equally as important as their state of health and their risks that they face.
My weight has condemned me to this bed. Can't do anything. I can't even bathe myself.
It's really important that you clean within the skin folds as well, because bacteria can get trapped there. It's a dark, moist environment most of the time, and as a result, fungi thrive in that type of environment. So not only do you have to wash it well, but you have to dry it well as well.
I have arthritis, gout, lymphedema, diabetes.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is all a result of metabolic syndrome, which can develop from being overweight to this degree. You know, a lot of people, when I even talked about bariatric surgery on some of my past videos, were quite critical of me for saying that bariatric surgery can be an option for somebody. But for somebody like this, who is struggling to move around because of arthritis, because of legitimate medical conditions, she's unable to take care of herself on her own. So yes, bariatric surgery can be a life changer, a lifesaver in many cases. While I don't think it's appropriate in all cases, far from all cases, I think you need to be open-minded that in medicine, the selection for the treatment depends on the individual patient in front of you. And this patient, for now at least, it makes sense.
Grand Canyon University. This is purpose-driven education. Visit gcu.edu.
Have you been looking for a skin-safe retinol? Neutrogene's Retinol Regenerating Cream can help you restore that smoother, younger-looking skin.
Are you telling me that this isn't the beach?
Alaska.
You made it.
Don't leave me! I got it! You did it!
Are you living with metastatic breast cancer? Biomarker testing may help you and your doctor find better, more personalized treatment options for your breast cancer. Don't miss out. Ask your doctor about biomarker testing today. Visit noonemissed.org/breastcancer. This campaign is brought to you by Living Beyond Breast Cancer.
As a kid, I was never overweight. It wasn't until my early 20s that my weight started to be a problem. I tried to break up with my boyfriend at the time. He lost it, and he took me hostage. He held me at gunpoint, and I thought I was gonna die.
A lot of folks rush to judge people. Many feel like fat shaming is appropriate because they view someone who is obese as lazy. People have true problems, medically related and psychologically related. This person dealt with a traumatic situation, and perhaps that is the cause of the start of this condition. So to judge someone unfairly just by simply writing them off as lazy is unfair, and that's why we're against fat shaming on this channel.
I was too scared to leave the house. I lived in constant fear. And I just ate. I'm a junk food junkie.
A lot of times when you eat those types of foods, they can increase temporarily some neurotransmitters in your brain that help you feel good. So it almost becomes a type of self-medication when you start binging foods like that, especially the junk foods.
You don't lose the weight. I'm afraid this should pass.
It's a very reasonable concern to have when someone is of that size, because you're putting tremendous strain on every organ in your body, and it's an unnatural strain as well.
We're expecting the arrival of Marla McCants. From what I understand, she may be close to 800 pounds. If she's that big, she should have used bariatric ambulance with medical care to go with her. She should not have come to use on her own. She should have waited for a safer option.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, that safer option may be unaffordable to most people. That's why, as a doctor, you can't just make recommendations. You have to make recommendations with the patient in mind. Do they want to do this? Can they afford to do this? Is this service even available to them?
I can already see that she is in one of the worst conditioned health-wise I ever seen.
For a prolonged trip like that with lack of mobility, her chance of developing a blood clot goes through the roof. And why is that dangerous? Because a blood clot is more likely to happen in the lower extremities. Then if that clot travels in the circulation back to the heart and then to the lungs and gets stuck there, you develop a pulmonary embolism, which cuts off blood supply to the lung. And essentially that part of the lung starts dying. You can see how that could quickly become fatal.
Your leg hurt? Look at that little bit swelling, huh?
Well, that swelling could be as a result of the DVT, that clot we just talked about, or it could be her lymphedema acting on it.
We're going to run some tests to find out what may be going on with it.
The test that they're usually running in these situations would be a Doppler ultrasound of the lower extremities, which is an ultrasound to check for blood flow in the lower extremities to see if everything's open, if all the blood vessels are open, and then also a D-dimer test. And sometimes if they suspect that the clot has already traveled to the lungs, we can do a special type of CAT scan. Okay, so that could potentially mean that, one, obviously the pulmonary embolism we just talked about, but also a lot of stress on her heart. Something could have happened there, congestive heart failure-wise. But also patients that are of her size do develop sleep apnea where they stop breathing for periods of time, but usually it's not to the point where their heart stops as well.
She put her body to the limit for years, and the car ride down was just too much for her to handle. The
need to get her to surgery immediately to put their filter in there.
So what he's talking about here is an IVC filter, which is an inferior vena cava filter, which is meant to be put into the vein in order to catch and act like a net for clots that could potentially leave the lower body and come up to the lungs, so it prevents them from reaching the lungs. Now, usually we do this only as a secondary resort, because in patients who have blood clots, we usually put them on blood thinning agents, unless there is a true contraindication for starting the blood thinners, or that they scan her legs and they see so many clots there that they don't even think that they can dissolve. In this case, I'm not sure why they decided to go with the IVC filter instead of blood thinning agents, but they could be doing both at the same time. That's also been done in the past as well.
And unfortunately, you're placing the filters in the vena cava. This is a delicate operation, so we have to do this very carefully. But it will help save Marla's life.
It's important to point out, because I don't think Dr. Now is making this very clear, this isn't the treatment to save her life. This is a treatment to prevent another clot from happening and dislodging and going to the lungs. And also, it's not 100% effective. That's a very aggressive diet. I don't know if she needed that aggressive of a diet right off the bat. Even eating 2,000 calories a day would cause weight loss. I don't think you needed it to be so extreme.
Outside of having to adjust to a controlled diet, they've been trying to get me up to walk. I feel like they're pushing me too hard.
So one of the orders that we almost always put in for patients that are hospitalized for an extended period of time is ambulate with assistance. Ambulate at least from out of bed to chair, because that allows the patient to decrease the likelihood of developing clots. It helps facilitate the recovery, starts working the cardiovascular system, because a patient who's so deconditioned, meaning not used to moving around, needs to gradually work their way up in order to return to be able to have some level of independence.
When someone becomes immobile, they get used to others doing everything for them. That can be a tough dynamic to change.
Yeah.
But we're going to do what we can to try. The rest will be up to Marla.
Push!
If Marla won't get up, then you can't treat her.
Yeah, being able to move and carry your own body weight is very important in order for to have success of any surgery. Because again, you need to have your heart strong enough to be able to do that. Part of my risk stratification for preoperative screening is finding out what a patient's activity levels are. What are they able to do? For example, if a patient actively exercises, they're automatically a lower risk versus a patient who's sedentary, doesn't exercise, gets winded just by walking a block. That patient automatically becomes higher risk. When I say higher risk, I mean higher risk for their heart stopping. Like, that's the risk I'm talking about.
I'm going to go ahead and perform weight loss surgery because outside of this, she has no hope. Gastric bypass surgery will reduce size of stomach and also bypass part of intestine. The stomach is as big as a watermelon. With this operation, we're going to reduce size of stomach to the size of small organ.
This sounds and looks barbaric because it is, but it's an extreme measure to potentially save a person's life. This is why we don't recommend bariatric surgery from someone who's only somewhat overweight. Every treatment has risks. In fact, if a treatment doesn't have risks, it likely in the beginning never had any potential benefit anyway.
Marla is demonstrating very poor attitude and very poor response. This is a very dysfunctional behavior. She's stubborn like that. If she acts like a kid, we treat her like a kid.
It's a very controversial way to be a physician. I find that I've had success with other motivational techniques, making a healthier connection with your patient, using motivational interviewing techniques. Granted, it doesn't work all the time. The patient needs to know there's consequences for their actions. You could tell a doctor now is getting a little bit offended, getting a little bit irritated. Pulling yourself out of that situation is probably ideal, because now, while you're using this old school, like hardened type of mentality, it doesn't work for all people and can actually have the patient turn against you.
I'm hoping that sending her home will be a wake-up call.
I wonder why they need Dr. Now for this. Dr. Now is not a rehabilitation specialist. Maybe getting her in with a mental health specialist would have probably been the best thing. And while Dr. Now could be a great bariatric surgeon, He's clearly not a mental health specialist. He's clearly not a rehab specialist. And while all of his advice medically makes sense, he's clearly not being effective in communicating that message and getting the patient to take care of our best interests. Getting another team member here would go a long way in helping her perhaps find her inner motivation to want to stand up.
There we go. All right. Keep pushing your weight on. Oh, okay. All right. Good job, Marla.
Yeah. I didn't think I could get up.
You gonna try it again?
Yeah, we can.
This is the time and tested true method, time tested true time tested method. Motivation doesn't come first. It's doing the action and then the motivation follows. Like her saying, I want to do it again.
There you go.
Keep going, keep going.
Keep going, you're almost there.
Keep going, you're almost there.
All right.
There you go.
Wow. Wow. That's great.
Good job.
I'm so proud of myself. Makes me feel like I can do anything.
About 300 pounds less, huh? Can you tell the difference?
Breathing is probably easier because your lungs cannot fully expand against all of that excess skin and weight, and as a result, parts of your lungs actually die off through a process called atelectasis.
So when can I get skin surgery?
From what I can tell, you're not making much effort to get better.
What's your opinion? I don't think I have a very good understanding with you. You don't have one with me.
I think that's a very fair assessment. He's jumping to conclusions, it seems like all the time. As a doctor, you need to be doing this as a team, like a collaborative approach. Not just with you and the patient, but you, the patient, the physical therapist. You have to be getting the reports. If the reports were coming in from the physical therapist, that patient's not interested in doing this, that's one thing. But my suspicion is he's making assumptions based on her weight or lack of progress. Now you need to be investigating this lack of progress, where it's coming from. You can't just make assumptions.
With 5,000 patients in the past 40 years, I don't remember I've seen anybody 6 months after surgery that haven't been able to walk.
Your opinion.
My opinion is based on my experience.
You can't put me with nobody else.
You've got a bad attitude.
And why do I have a bad attitude?
Time out, doctor, now. Separate yourself. You can have this same exact conversation, same theme, same message that he's trying to get across without ever getting mad. You are literally doing the opposite of de-escalating the situation.
I feel you don't treat me fair or
Tomorrow, I can't do any more for you.
okay.
See your primary doctor, ask him tomorrow to find another surgeon because we are dismissing you from our care.
The patient makes a statement.
I feel you don't treat me fair or
You need to explore that as a physician. What do you mean by that? The patient will say, I want this skin surgery and you're not giving it to me. I can then say to the patient, I would love to give you the skin surgery, but I know that if we do it before you start walking, ultimately it's going to harm you. My goal here is to treat you, not to treat your skin. It's to make you as healthy as a person as possible and not put you into negative situations or dangerous situations. Isn't that what you want for yourself as well? You see how we just all got on the same page? That might not work the first time. That might have to take multiple things, but that's why you got to be patient. You got to be patient with your patients.
Full gland water source. Gently removes up to 99% of makeup and suitable for sensitive skin.
Las mejores invitaciones se sienten personales y anticipan tus necesidades. El mismo sentimiento que cada Lexus está diseñado para provocar. Obtén ofertas por tiempo limitado en modelos selectos en el Invitation to Lexus Sales Event.
At MedStar Health, we have some of the most talented providers in the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careersnow.
I finally found a clinic here in Nashville to help me keep making progress with my weight loss. I hope I'm below 400 pounds.
364.
And she's standing.
Ms. McCants, nice to see you. Well, you have made astounding progress, and if you can lose that next 100 pounds, then you can have all the extra skin taken off.
If you do the skin surgery also too early, you then still lose more weight. You'll need more surgery. It means more scars, more complications. You also have to be understanding that having excess skin makes it challenging to mobilize and move around. Be understanding and say, I understand that this is terrible, but we're going to have to keep moving through this. So what ways can I help you? Maybe you can get them outfit recommendations, compression stockings, whatever it is to try and help your patient achieve their goals.
Once I get this skin off of me, nothing's holding me back anymore. I'm going to travel and see the world.
Genuinely, her life has changed. Her opportunities have expanded greatly. And I'm not talking about her opportunities to travel the world. That's cool. But her ability to move to the kitchen, her ability to prepare food for herself, that if one of her kids gets sick, she can still care for her daily needs. Imagine that if one of her kids can't come, she would have to not be able to shower and potentially get infections, then get hospitalized. It's not a quality of life that is reasonable. So that's why bariatric surgery absolutely needs to exist, at least for now. We need to be open-minded to its risks and be aware of its risks and not overuse it as a treatment.
We can't wait to show you how she looks now. Please welcome Miss Marla McCann.
Wow.
You're not alone. You can overcome your struggles and fears. You can overcome. You can do it. I did it. Yeah, you can do it.
Post-traumatic growth right there. Someone went through a terrible situation, both initially with her partner, but now also a traumatic situation with her weight, and now she's a role model for people. She's using that trauma to grow from, to help others grow. Yay, I'm Team Marla. Just watching her wake up in the morning, you could tell she's having a difficult time with mobility. And part of when we talk about helping patients lose weight is thinking about their quality of life. So yes, we want to decrease risks of cardiovascular disease, development of metabolic disorders like diabetes, but we also want to make them comfortable. We want to make them be able to enjoy their day-to-day lives. And as they get older, we want to make sure that they're able to keep their independence.
When I wake up in the morning, I start hurting because the pain is intense.
Remember, it's exponential. The amount of weight you're carrying in your abdomen is going to be exponentially higher on your hips, on your knees, and your ankles. The number one thing proven to help reduce osteoarthritic pain and other symptoms related to it is weight loss.
It hurts. And it's hard to reach around my body.
It is hard, but it is very important because when you have excess adipose tissue, skin tissue, that's a place where bacteria can live, fungi can live, and therefore you can actually develop skin conditions that are not only dangerous, but also very uncomfortable and painful.
Once I get out the shower, my daughter comes in and she'll clean out the back of my legs because my arms are too short to reach.
Oh, she tries to do everything. She tries not to be lazy. She tries to do a lot. But she can't.
It's important to not just clean the area, but also dry the area thoroughly because a moist environment, again, harbors bacteria and fungi.
Size was something that was seen as, kind of a birthright in our family. Love to eat. It was a kind of a running joke that if you were big, you were well.
Culturally, eating is so important to people that discussing one's diet needs to be done in a very thoughtful and careful way. You never know what food means to somebody, what their daily meals with their family means to somebody. I've seen this happen in my clinic with those who are from the Latin American community and how important it is for them to have regular meals with their family that consist of rice, tortilla. Some of these foods, when eating in excess, can actually be harmful for the patient, especially when they have metabolic conditions like diabetes.
I was gaining weight from a young age. And by the time I was in middle school, I was already 250 pounds. Then I started having seizures. Every time I had a seizure, it was while I was watching TV or a movie.
I wonder if that has something to do with an epilepsy condition that is triggered by flashing lights, or perhaps sleep deprivation. In fact, when we have children that have had a seizure, they come into our inpatient service in the hospital where we actually put an EEG cap on where we monitor their brain waves, and we try to induce the seizure either through sleep deprivation, flashing lights, and when we do that, we are able to have the seizure occur in a safe, controlled medical setting, but then we're able to see what parts of the brain it's coming from, and we could actually then medicate the individual, get them in a place where they're seizure free, and hopefully are going to be safe to go back home.
At 28, there was a situation that occurred that I needed to take custody of 3 of my cousin's kids.
Oh wow, that's awesome that she did that for her family.
I didn't want to give up on having children of my own. So I dated and got pregnant with my 2 youngest children. I was too big to weigh on the office scale, so I had to go to the freight scale. At that time, I was about 480, and I spent all my time focused on taking care of everybody else instead of myself.
And I know some people will say, why were they even weighing her? That doesn't seem like it was sensitive. It's actually really important during pregnancy to monitor one's weight to make sure that there's no fluid accumulation, that the baby is impacting the body in a certain way. Those who carry excess body weight to this degree not only have trouble with scales, they have trouble in our offices with stools. They have trouble fitting an MRI and CAT scan machines. So it's not an easy life by any means.
My weight limits me so much. So I want to lose the weight. But when the cravings come, all I want to do is eat.
I'm sure this was filmed before the introduction of the GLP-1 medications like Ozempic and Wegovy. The reason why those medications have become so successful is because they work metabolically to some degree, but the biggest benefit that they give people is that it reduces cravings. It slows gastric emptying, so it slows the process of the food through the digestive system, making an individual feel full, therefore experiencing less cravings.
Being a teacher requires being on your feet all day, but when I get to work, I can't even make it in the building into my classroom without stopping. So I kind of map my route to where I know there are chairs that I can sit in.
Yeah, the fact that she's getting that short of breath is concerning from a cardiovascular standpoint. Like, is her heart being able to keep up with the amount of body weight she has right now? For her own safety, you want to make sure that she's capable of walking around without posing a risk to her heart.
By the time I get to my room, I'm so physically wiped out. And I'm starving. But I'm constantly around food. And if I run out, it's usually around lunchtime. I do look at the food in front of me and say, I don't need it, but it's good, so I just want to keep eating.
You know, people talk about food addiction, whether it's real or not. If you're in a situation where you need food to this degree where you're overeating, you hate that you want the food, you know that your body doesn't need the food, it's presenting other health hazards to your life. Whether or not a medical textbook says it's an addiction, in layman's terms at least, it feels like an addiction.
Cynthia is over 600 pounds, and it's quite remarkable that she can take care of 5 children at that weight.
It just shows how motivated she is to take care of those children, because it's difficult on her breathing, it's difficult on her heart, on her joints, and yet she's still showing up day in and day out.
You're a mom, and you have responsibility to your kids. So from this point on, we are going to make changes in the eating habit.
This is a very old school way of doctoring, where you tell a patient that you have children, you need to do better for them, and you try and lecture a patient. But in most instances, the way that you get a patient to where they want to be is by asking them the questions and getting them to a place where they say, I need to do this for my kids. Just the fact that they vocalized it rather than you did will already go further in their success.
You know how the homework was. You need to stick with the low-carb diet and eat only 3 times a day and no snacking. This will be a 1,200 calorie a day diet.
I don't know how they expect her to go from eating what she's eating to a 1,200 calorie diet 3 times a day. I just feel like you're setting up a person for failure on that. She's gonna have massive cravings, especially with the difficulties of her job. It's gonna make her sad. It's gonna make her uncomfortable.
What is your ability to do exercise and walk?
And you want her to exercise and walk with 1,200 calories? I mean, it's just completely unreasonable.
I really don't do a lot of walking.
Or how much you can walk before you feel tired and give up?
maybe like from here to the waiting room.
She should really be working with a nutritionist to figure out what she's already consuming and make changes from there, as opposed to getting a cookie cutter 1200 calorie recommendation and telling her to exercise when she's never exercised before. It's just going to be a major shock to the system. I think even the most well-intentioned patient is going to struggle with that.
If we stick with this diet, you should be able to lose 30 pounds in 1 month. And if you can make these changes, weight loss surgery could be an option for you down the road.
I get why they're trying to get her to lose 5% of her body fat to make sure that once the surgery is complete that there will be a level of success. But doing it in the way that he prescribed it, it just doesn't seem like you're setting up someone for success. And also, he didn't tell her what to eat, didn't give any recommendations as far as macronutrients. Look, I get you don't want to confuse and overload a patient, but like, encourage protein intake. Those foods that she's eating are ultra processed in that they're going to make her not feel full. They're going to make her want to overeat. But if you just make recommendations about the types of foods to consume, that's going to make it easier for her to stick to some sort of plan.
Yukaya has been offering to take walks with me and help me stay on track.
Yeah, social workouts go a long way in helping people stay consistent. When you have another person that goes to the gym with you or goes with you to do some sort of physical activity, the odds are that one of you wants to skip and then the other one encourages the other one to go. So you're kind of doubling your chances of getting a workout in.
You're making good progress, and I think you're going to be a candidate for weight loss surgery, okay? But you still have a BMI close to 100. So I'm going to send you to the hospital so we can run some tests on you, make sure you're safe for anesthesia. If all those tests are good, I'll approve you for surgery.
I hate that he says it as if like he needs to approve. We'll send you to the hospital for some special tests to make sure it's safe for you to go for the surgery. Not for me to decide if it's safe. You're not deciding. The tests are deciding whether or not it's safe for the patient. It's in their best interest. It's not you gatekeeping it.
The surgery will help to prevent her from turning to food. But if she doesn't deal with some of her deeper issues, it's only a matter of time before she turns back to it.
I wonder what the rates of bariatric surgery are going to be now that we have these GLP-1 medications with a newer generation of GLP-1 medications coming out soon.
It's been a week since my surgery. I was discharged yesterday and I'm recovering in the hotel. Right now, I've lost all cravings for food.
How's your mindset now? You got the surgery finally.
I think my feelings are numb because I've been through so much.
Yeah, at that point, it's hard to know long-term prognosis. So it's hard to know what it'll be like 2 weeks from then.
Today is your 10 day after surgery, huh?
Yep.
How's everything coming along?
Great.
How is your pain and discomfort?
What's happening?
Wow, look at that change in just a few days.
You have lost 100 pounds so far.
That's exciting.
Any different?
I do.
But I'm arranging for you to start seeing a therapist in Oklahoma City.
I like that.
Because I want you to start discussing some things with them so you can be successful in the long term.
Usually we do that before the surgery as well. I wonder if this is just outdated. Wow, it's a huge weight loss.
This has been a hard couple of months, so I'm trying to keep my mind off of food as much as possible. I've been going out to exercise and stay motivated.
See, that's the tricky thing about overeating and overconsumption of food. When someone's like, hey, quit cigarettes or quit alcohol because they're bad for you, a person can say, okay, I'm never going to touch that again. But food, you have to consume no matter what. But overconsumption can become a problem. It's like, imagine how difficult it is if everyone that had an alcohol addiction, instead of trying to get them to quit completely, we had to get them to a place where they would only have a few drinks. See how complicated that would be?
I've decided to stop trying to live up to everyone's expectations of me, including Dr. Nels. I appreciate all the help he's given me, but I've decided if he's pushing me for therapy, I don't need to see him right now. I'm working as hard as I can, and I thought the surgery would fix everything, but it didn't.
When it comes to surgeries, they rarely feel empty. They can get you a jump start, especially when it comes to bariatric surgery. It's still going to take a lot of work, even with GLP-1 medications. If you want to get a good shape, you still have to exercise. You still have to watch what you're eating, change the amount of protein you're consuming. Otherwise, you'd lose muscle as much as you are fat. So it's not an easy road just because there is something to help you. Hoarding disorder is an actual medical condition found on DSM-5, and there is a show called Hoarders. So I thought we'd watch one of the episodes. Gotta give you a heads up, a lot of poor sanitation will be visualized here. So if you have a weak stomach, just be aware. Let's get started.
There was an anonymous neighbor who looked over the fence and saw the outside.
I'm Sean, and Shannon is my sister. I don't think anything would honestly change if it wasn't for the city posting a thing on the door.
There's a lot of ways to intervene with someone who's struggling this way, but I think it's important to figure out what exactly is going on before we start talking about violations. You have an individual who's living with very poor sanitation. And poor sanitation alone can cause problems from getting frequent infections, allergic reactions, but then there's also mechanical issues here. Especially as one gets older. If you have a lot of clutter in the home, it's very easy to increase the amount of accidents you have. These are all things that impact one's health.
New Jimmy John's Zero with warm pita, crisp veg, and fun word, tzatziki.
At Grand Canyon University, we're redefining what higher education looks like.
You want opportunity. You want purpose.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Ready or not, here they come. The new generation of problem solvers, innovators, and greatness is here. And there is no stopping her. These girls are well on their way to changing the world, whether you're ready for them or not.
Alarms and alerts. They are everywhere. That's where the Philips Central Monitoring Unit comes in to cut through the noise. By helping teams filter alarms and dispatch critical concerns, the platform promotes meaningful and intentional bedside actions. Backed by insights-driven workflows, only Philips has the single platform solution to unleash the innovative power of your CMU.
That's interesting because when we look at research of twins, we actually see that there is some sort of heritability here, where there is a familial pass down, even though we don't know what gene codes for this yet. We've actually tried to look for it, but we've seen a genetic tie to hoarding disorder. We actually have very strict criteria that we use in DSM-5 to diagnose hoarding disorder. Hoarding disorder must meet all 6 of these criteria right here. It must be done in a very strict way, including ruling out other conditions, making sure that there's no medical condition causing these symptoms. We actually used to think of hoarding disorder as part of OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, but now we've untied them and realized with research that hoarding disorder needs to stand alone on its own. So some of the research we use even to this day is based on the incorrect notion that all the participants that had hoarding disorder were also patients with OCD.
My mother used to put poop in a jug. Actually, by the time you put it in there, it's actually a dirty water jug is what that is.
That's really problematic because from a sanitation standpoint, that's how disease spreads. Fecal matter has a lot of bacteria in it. Things that if it were to enter our skin, our urinary tract, in our eyes, that can cause infection. It can lead to sepsis, overwhelming sepsis, so much so that you can lose your life.
I want to say that the reason that Shanna didn't get rid of all those bottles is because she's lazy. I hope it's not sentimental to her.
That's not medically accurate. Hoarding disorder does not stem from laziness. It usually stems from a distress of losing items, feeling that you might lose out on some value, especially with items that don't intrinsically have value. So it's kind of a misinterpretation, a cognitive distortion.
There's still some space in the toilet, but I don't want it to overflow. So I've been using a bucket.
I think the house will kill Shanna if she doesn't get out of there.
Like I said earlier, if there's a fire in here, there's a lot of flammable objects that are at high risk for catching on fire. Then also mechanically, you could fall. You could fall into the feces. That's a bacterial infection. You're knocked unconscious. You're bleeding. You're getting infected. That's an easy way for someone to lose their life. Who's Matt?
I'm Matt Paxton, I'm an extreme cleaning specialist. So man, hold on a second, let me take this in. This house is disgusting. It's in hands down the worst smelling house I've ever smelled in my life.
Remember, a lot of the smell is driven by bacteria excrement, meaning when bacteria eat on substances, it actually releases an odor. That's why if you notice, if you wear a cotton shirt to the gym, it usually doesn't smell as bad. That's because it absorbs water, not oil from your skin. Whereas the polyester substances, like the Under Armours, Nike compression gear, all that stuff, that actually traps oils in it. And then the bacteria feed on that, and that bacteria makes it smell much worse. So if you smell someone's gym bag who had compression gear in it, it smells very differently, and it's because of the bacteria being different and what they're eating being different.
Okay, now this is not the worst hoard you've ever cleared out.
Sanitarily, this is a really dangerous house. She's eating 2 feet from all the poop urine.
Do you think I meet the definition of a hoarder?
Hell yes.
Well, she asked hoarder, not hoarding disorder, but it's important to let a medical professional make that diagnosis. And the fact that she doesn't see this being as big of a problem as it visibly is shows that there's potentially a lack of insight. And depending on the amount of insight patients have, they may be more apt to taking action or allowing others to help them in a situation. And what's unique about hoarding disorders, there's a wide variability. There's some patients who know this is a real problem, but it's what I have to deal with. And some patients that are saying full on, I don't know, this looks fine. This is how I live.
The more time I'm spending with her, I'm realizing she may not be able to make a lot of good decisions.
What he's pointing out, maybe in not the most subtle way, is that there is a lack of insight into the situation.
What is the main cause of the smell?
Musty odor, having to do with mold and dust.
Yeah, musty odor is a sign for mold. In fact, going in and doing a visual inspection of a home, smelling it, like olfactory senses, like visualization, olfactory, is more reliable than doing spore counts. If you see mold, you don't need to do a spore count. If you smell mold and you don't see it, you can do a spore count. But that goes to show how strong our senses are to mold. It's like a true chemical detector right there in your face.
No. It's the feces and urine that's in the house.
I don't think this is an either-or situation. I think the fire risk, the mechanical fall risk, the feces, the urine, the mold. Check.
Is that brand new information to you? To think that the feces and urine has something to do with the smell?
I guess so, because I thought it was due to the mold and dust.
Well, perhaps there's some sort of cognitive situation here. I don't know her medical history. It's why I didn't comment on making a diagnosis. In first-line treatment, which is cognitive behavioral therapy specific for hoarding disorder, fails, you get to a point where you actually do some cognitive remediation. You try and re-educate patients on things like this.
I'm Dr. Robin Sazio. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, and I specialize in OCD and compulsive hoarding.
This has never been opened.
This is covered in mold.
It might be a little bit moldy because I don't have a freezer.
So the problem with moldy bread is it's not like a moldy berry. If you have a plate of berries and one of them is moldy, you throw it away, no problem. But the fungal spores actually put out their like tentacles, if you will, and go across the whole bread. You never know which section has mold in it.
First thing in the bathroom is incinerator.
The toothbrushes, though, are covered in something plastic.
Nothing in this one could be said.
Oh boy.
I've never cleaned a bathroom like this.
Remember, when you're manipulating all these materials, you're aerosolizing all these particles in the air. You gotta wear masks and you gotta be careful.
It almost breaks my respirator. I had to get out of there. There's hundreds of bottles of human waste. With different colors. Watching it slosh around, it started going through the respirator, and that was too much.
If it's going through the respirator, then the respirator's not well fit. Because even when we do our respirator fit testing, they spray certain chemicals and we see if we can smell them. If you can, that means it's not well fit.
And I'm going to go ahead and eat some of the contaminated food, and then the party's over. Because I have to get it, because when somebody goes on intervention, they want to get high one last time. The party ends for me tomorrow.
How is eating contaminated food a party?
I've been eating poop for 12 years.
Oh, she says that? Wow. I think she means it more probably from an aspect of it's aerosolized, it's everywhere. More so than she's actually consuming.
You're getting a high out of thinking that you've got fecal matter in your food.
It's my last blaze of glory.
I mean, it's not about you sitting there and judging her. Like, I hate these shows for this. This is about understanding that this person actually has a condition and getting help. And there's legitimate surveys and questionnaires we can give to patients that are either self-reported or the doctor can fill out or the family member can fill out. These questionnaires and surveys are well validated to come to a conclusion of a diagnosis.
She's very well aware that she could be ingesting fecal matter into her body and getting pleasure from it. That is disturbing.
Why the judgmental statement? It's dangerous or it's not dangerous. It's problematic and we need to act or we don't act. The editorialization of these things is not needed. And in fact, that's when patients pull back and feel judged by providers.
Okay, so look at me. This is the end of you pooping in a bucket. Every time you're gonna go to the bathroom, where are you gonna go?
In the toilet.
Exactly.
I would love to see just like a sit-down interview asking the patient some questions. How does she feel about this? What does she understand? What does she not understand? I think that's missing in some sense.
What seems to have happened is in living with mom, as mom's functioning started to decline, as the house started to decline, she rolled with the changes and she didn't question it.
When it comes to treatment of hoarding disorder, most of it is focused around psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, mutual health groups, and there are instances where pharmacotherapy medications are used, but it's actually not well researched. We don't have good answers. There's no algorithmic treatment plan for it. So a lot of it is targeted at symptoms, at comorbidities, and not so much for hoarding disorder specifically. More research desperately needs to be done on that, and not on patients who have OCD and they're classified as having a hoarding problem, but more so those who have a clear hoarding disorder, which is the new DSM-5 criteria.
I've made a professional opinion that she's not capable of living alone. Not because she is a compulsive hoarder, it's because cognitively she can't live alone. We've got to figure out a plan B.
Getting the family involved is great. Social support is very valuable. It's one of the defining factors of any psychiatric health condition. You can even get social support services, adult protective services involved. But ultimately, in order to tell a patient what to do, they need to lack the ability to give consent, be a danger to oneself, and you need to seek a court order to appoint someone to make decisions for them. This is a lengthy and not easy process because we want to protect patient autonomy and make sure that people don't take advantage of others. So for example, I've had some patients that their family wasn't taking good care of them and I knew they were at risk, but it's not because they were doing something bad to the family member, just they weren't paying adequate attention to them, and as a result, there's not much I can do. I can call Adult Protective Service, they can make recommendations, but ultimately it's up to the patient to accept that service or for a court order to be issued. Let's react to TLC show Extreme Cheapskates. I don't really like the title, and some of these are actually quite unhealthy, but some actually make some sense.
I'm going to be making a lasagna. By any chance, if you have any other ground beef that's already left over?
It's all sold. We sell it on a daily basis and fresh all the time.
Okay, and so there's nothing that would expire
or
about to expire?
No, man, we don't sell expired product here.
You don't want to sell expired beef because expired beef will literally have listeria, E. coli, all sorts of bacteria in it that can cause a really serious colitis, requiring IV antibiotics, requiring a hospital stay, possibly a surgery, a colectomy where you're cutting out pieces of your intestine. Like, you don't want that.
How much would 2 pounds of the beef fat be?
$2.53 now.
I will take the beef fat.
So instead of using protein, she's just using the beef fat?
By supplementing the meat with the beef fat, Stephanie saved 75% on the ingredients for her lasagna.
But then you're changing the nutritional makeup of the food completely. Like when you go to a store and you buy 80% ground beef, that means it's 80% lean and 20% fat. Here, now you've changed the proportions to be like the other way, like 20% protein and 80% fat. That's terribly unhealthy, like probably the unhealthiest thing you can do to the food. Like red meat on its own already has some troubles when you overeat it and then you create heart disease. This is like quadrupling that problem.
Now to save money, I multitask with washing dishes and cooking meals with my dishwasher. I just gotta make sure I wrap it really well or else the food will get wet.
With the dishwasher reaching a temperature of 170 degrees, The lasagna will be fully cooked in 1.5 hours.
No, because you don't know if the temperature is like that all across, unlike an oven where it's controlled. The pennies that you're saving here will pale in comparison to the one time that you get sick and your hospital bills are out of control. That's what I'm trying to say, that it's not that I'm judging this process, it's just not a practical process, not a healthy process. Ideally, this should be changed.
That's good, right?
To be cooked in a dishwasher? As long as it tastes like water.
Yeah, and the kid rightfully said no. If I had a patient that was doing that, I would seriously discuss whether or not we can change that, and if the patient was not receptive to it, there may be a conversation about getting some people involved to go check on the welfare of those children.
I go dumpster diving in the trash of upscale grocery stores in New York. These stores often throw away a lot of very high quality foods.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Including organic foods and really nice prepared foods.
And there's a lot of these stores in New York that have relationships with food banks so that they don't make waste of this food and they can feed our homeless population in New York. Just what they don't want to have happen is constantly people just waiting outside of their restaurants, because then it creates a pattern where then it might demotivate some individuals from actually going to a shelter, seeking refuge, getting the proper help that they might need, etc.
I'm guessing these tomatoes got thrown out probably because they're among a bunch that had maybe one or two that were spoiled. You know, often the store will just throw the whole batch out.
It's not like bread. When there's a piece of mold in any part of the bread, you gotta throw the whole thing out. With tomatoes or berries, you can just get rid of the ones that have mold on them.
There is a chicken asparagus with two sides here. My friends might like this, even though I don't like chicken. This is dated today. What is it? These are some vegetables with turkey and chicken, mashed potatoes. And this is a chicken fried rice. So everything's in the same pot? Yeah, this is a medley.
I actually like eating foods in a medley, and my friends make fun of me of it. They're like, Mike, you're eating at a horse trough. But I like it that way. That's why I get Chipotle burrito bowls. They didn't seem too fond of it. But that has nothing to do with her saving money. She's just not a good cook. If my friends came over and asked me to cook for them, they'd probably make the same face.
Getting a degree at ASU is a journey that will take you anywhere. Into a world of renowned award-winning faculty. And becoming your best starts with learning from the best.
We're Bulwark FR, an FR company that knows, without you, nothing runs. We believe that's a thing worth protecting without quit. The best FR in the world for the men and women who power it, we're all in.
In the past 6 years, Mark has volunteered in more than 100 medical studies, and the riskier the trial, the better it pays.
Well, actually, I'm not going to even say that this is a bad thing, because we need more volunteers for our research.
Two studies that I'm waiting on that I have not been in yet is a flatline study. This is a really good one. What they do is they stop your heart for 1 minute, but you still breathe. Stay there 14 days, pays $25,000. But the FDA kind of stepped in and stopped that.
Whoa! You flatline for a minute, and they keep you breathing, and then bring back your pulse through epinephrine? My God, I can't even imagine.
The second one that I'm really anxious and really excited and waiting to do, what you do is you go in and you donate one of your testicles, they replace it with an artificial one, and when you check out after 14 days, you get a check for $35,000.
That's an expensive testicle. $35,000 per testicle? I never knew that there was a study that did that. Not all studies are this dramatic. A lot of them are more for medications that are well-known, well-tolerated, just kind of comparing different patient populations. That's why I recommend everyone visit clinicaltrials.gov to learn more.
Mark participates in so many clinical trials that he gets free checkups every month to see if he's a good candidate for each study.
So a checkup that's seeing if you're a good candidate doesn't always mean that you're getting a good checkup, a good preventive visit. During a visit, you don't just get a checkup, you also get active risk assessment and then advice on those risks. So this isn't a replacement for a checkup.
So what I'd like for you to do is take off your shirt, okay, and I'll come back in and we'll do a brief exam. Okay. Okay, and I'll also, I got to check out your gyms. So we'll take a look at that too.
See, I like that the doctor's laying out exactly what's going to happen during the visit before doing it, because I see a lot of young doctors and older doctors alike rushing through these procedures, not getting the patient enough time to mentally prepare, to physically prepare for what's going to happen, whatever the exam might be.
Being a lab rat, you have to be very healthy. Your labs have to be in certain ranges and levels, in a healthy level, to be a healthy control.
When he says a healthy control, that means he's probably in a group that's being held at a constant and not be given the experimental treatment. The thing is, with randomized controlled studies, which is the gold standard of scientific evidence, you want to be blinding not just the researchers, but also the patients, meaning not knowing who's getting the true treatment and who's in the control arm. So in a double-blind study, he wouldn't know if he's in the control group or not.
Your heart sounds regular. I don't hear extra beats.
So when we listen with the stethoscope to the heart, you want to make sure that the rate is consistent, not too fast, not too slow. It has to be a regular rate, not irregular. That could be a sign of an arrhythmia, like AFib is a common one, atrial flutter is another. But then you're also listening for the flow of blood. That's when we can detect something known as a murmur, which is how blood flows through the different chambers of the heart or different arteries. And when we hear certain sounds, that murmur, depending on which location we hear it, where it's most intense, we can then decide the area that we're most concerned about. So like all these things need to be taken into consideration, and then we could order further testing like an echocardiogram, which is an ultrasound of the heart, to visualize exactly what we're going on. And usually if you're really good at the stethoscope, you can predict what you're going to see on an EKG or an echocardiogram, because it's a great tool.
Drop your drawers, and we just kind of, examine both testicles. We rub them between our two fingers.
You want to use more medical terminology rather than layperson terminology, because that can make people feel uncomfortable. When you're doing it, you also want to visualize the area. So a lot of the times I see on these shows, they're doing stuff like this, like they're almost looking up and not looking at the region that they're making contact with. And you could miss all sorts of rashes, hair conditions, masses that you might see with your vision, not with your touch. Overall, it's an incomplete physical exam in my eyes.
Low testosterone levels affect roughly 39% of men. A low test result for Mark would take him out of the running for the testicular study.
The risk to you is pretty significant. I'm not endorsing surgery.
Mark's test results are well below the acceptable range set for the clinical trial.
When you're seeing a primary care doctor like myself, and you're going in for a preoperative clearance, we're not deciding if the surgery is right for you. We're deciding your risk for the procedure, and if there's any way we can optimize your medical state or your health in order for you to have decreased likelihood of adverse effects from the surgery.
Maybe going on testosterone replacement would be a great thing for you.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about doing that?
Well, how about asking him if he has issues that could show that his low testosterone is clinically significant as opposed to just an asymptomatic lab finding? Like, an asymptomatic lab finding is not always necessary to be treated, especially men of an older age. Like, this is where you got to be really careful with these hormone replacement clinics. And I'm not saying anything specifically about this one, because this might not be showing the whole visit, but just in general to keep in the back of your mind.
While it doesn't pay as much as the testicular removal study, Mark does manage to land a spot in a trial testing testosterone replacement.
Each one of these pills represents to me a car insurance payment. $75 every Monday, cash. $50 every Tuesday. $125 a week, times 4. $500 a month equals my rent and my car payment.
Your rent and your car payment's $500? That's very reasonable.
One of the main things that I look for when I go dumpster diving now are medications, especially prenatal vitamins.
Okay, very dangerous, specifically when it comes to medications, because a lot of times medications are not in correct pill bottles and may not be labeled correctly, and therefore you may not know their expiration date or their dosage, and that presents a whole host of problems.
I think expiration dates in general are kind of...
I'm not sure what she means by but there is some truth to the fact that a good amount of the medications, if stored properly, could be good past their expiration date for a short period of time. And the reason why I say that is because there was actually a study done by the government to see that the medications that were stored in the military bases, they were stored in correct locations with the correct conditions. 5 years after, some of them were still effective. And the ones that were expired past that time were just less effective. They kind of lost their efficacy. And you have to think as a doctor, when is that dangerous? That's dangerous if you're thinking about taking expired emergency medications like epinephrine, insulin. These are medications that if they're not effective, you're in danger. Taking an expired Tylenol, the real risk of it is that it might not work. But taking expired epinephrine when you're having an anaphylactic attack means that you can die. You see how there's a difference there?
A lot of times they put expiration dates on things way earlier than they need to just to sell more products.
That's not the case. It's done in a way that you need to understand common use. And when you think of common use, most people do not properly store their medications. They frequently store them in the bathroom, which is a high humidity environment, which is not good for any medication. Medications that are like in gels and in liquid form tend to be even shorter expiration dates, meaning they're good for a shorter period of time because they're more likely to go bad.
Bingo! It's folic acid, which is good for pregnancy.
I mean, folic acid is important for pregnancy. It's advised by the AAFP and the CDC that individuals who are considering getting pregnant or are pregnant take 0.4 milligrams to 0.8 milligrams, which is 400 micrograms to 800 micrograms of folic acid as a way to decrease the likelihood of neurologic defects occurring during pregnancy.
Every dollar we spend on anything other than food is a waste.
Wow.
I don't see the need to spend money on furniture. I'm a floor guy. I sit on the floor, and it's very comfortable.
I mean, to each their own. Like, this isn't a medical issue here.
What I did was I found some 2x4s, and these are styrofoam peanuts. So I just take all the peanuts, throw them in there, and then I cover it up with bubble wrap, and then this is a tablecloth, and it makes a perfect bed.
I mean, I just don't know if I would go to say perfect bed. I could see a lot of those like foam peanuts move around, and then as a result you're laying on the hard floor and putting pressure on your shoulder that you could wake up with quite the painful rotator cuff or labor.
Find good roadkill on the road, and if it's fresh and good, I'm a butcher. I have no problem whatsoever eating something that's fresh and good.
I mean, this person's a butcher, so at least they have some experience on whether or not certain foods are safe to eat. It doesn't seem ideal given that it's not controlled how these things die. Did a car run over it? Did it eat some poison, then die, then a car ran over it? You know what I'm saying?
Tonight we're serving barbecued rabbit and a tossed salad made with flowers that we've gathered.
I mean, you could just grow vegetables. Like, you can go to an apple tree orchard and pull an apple off of it and eat it and know that it's an apple, versus, like, I can't even begin to guess the nutritional facts on a dandelion.
It was weeds, all weeds, dandelions, flowers, clovers, things that you just don't normally eat.
Yeah, again, I don't know the nutrition facts of those things, but it doesn't seem safe. Or necessary, that's the goal here.
One little thing, a little discovery that I've made, way to save on coffee. I enjoy my coffee in the morning. I have made my own little coffee device out of an old sock.
But you couldn't use a shirt, you went for the sock? They definitely asked for this on the show. I hear the producers already. He's like, I use a piece of cloth. They're like, can you use a sock?
I developed a method with rubber bands to keep my soap levitated off of that water. It lets it dry, it prevents mildew, and my soap lasts double the amount of time it would normally last.
I'm with it. Another one that I'm with.
I'm probably saving between $80 and $100 a year just on soap alone.
I love it. We're about
down by 4. They said we couldn't toast our sandwiches, but we did. They said we couldn't make a euro, but we did. So let's go out there and score how many? 40 points. We're down by 40. Toasted sandwiches at Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
At Grand Canyon University, we're redefining what higher education looks like.
It's preparation for a life that transforms.
Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Extra each time? Yes, please. Extra accessories? Obviously. Have extra everything. All for way less. Be light. It's spring break. Shop now at Five Below.
about to watch Our Little Family, which follows the everyday lives of the Hamill family, who happen to be little people. I'm joined today by the lovely Pamela Ray Schuler.
I'm a comedian, keynote speaker, and disability advocate.
We are a family of 5, and what makes us so special is that we are all small. We're raising our kids to know life can be just as good small as it is tall.
I remember the last time I lost my tooth, do you?
No.
I put her under the pillow, and then my dad's like, I'm not giving you any money. And I said, what about the tooth fairy? He's said we're Russian immigrants. What up, Hamels? Have you seen the show?
No.
Me neither.
I'm into it. Not in it.
Oh, I was gonna say you're in it.
We have twin daughters, and they are about to turn 3. Their names are Cece and Kate, and they are the complete opposite of Jack. They are very high maintenance.
That's so cute.
I agree fully, which is why the twins are my favorite people already.
What's unique about our family is that we are all small, and that we all have the most common form of dwarfism, which is achondroplasia.
Achondroplasia, you heard of it?
Yes.
Achondroplasia is when you have a defect in changing cartilage into bone. Because when we're born, we actually have a lot of cartilage that needs to ossify, aka turn into bone. Those who have achondroplasia have normal-sized torsos, usually, and then have shorter than normal limbs, upper and lower.
That makes sense. So I'm 4'6.5". So I'm of short stature, but I don't have a specific diagnosis of achondroplasia. I
That's
really
just
think
a
I
legend.
just forgot to grow.
Okay, well, that happens.
I'm little, my kids are little, I'm very proud to be a little person. We're all little together.
I think there's like a lot of these views that people with disabilities and differences are like sitting home sad and wishing our differences away. In addition to being 4'6.5", I have Tourette syndrome, and I think for a lot of us, we've embraced the heck out of what makes us us. And personally, I don't wish to not be different, but I do sometimes wish that the world was created a little bit more with disabilities and differences in mind.
Jack just started kindergarten, and he's riding the bus with all the other kids because we don't want him to feel any different.
Is there any dangers? I don't see any dangers.
No.
You know, I will say, though, the development of children who are born with achondroplasia, there's an issue with where the brainstem turns into the spinal cord. It's called the cervical medullary junction. It can sometimes be more narrow. So when you pick up a child that has achondroplasia diagnosis, you need to be careful and really support the back of their head so that it doesn't go back because they can have injury.
No one should let me hold kids without, like, just at all.
When 2 little people have kids, they have a 50% chance that the baby will be little. Then we have a 25% chance that the baby will be average size. Then we have a 25% chance that the baby will inherit the dwarfism gene from both of us. And if the baby inherits that gene from both of us, they call it a double dominant baby. And after it's born, it doesn't live very long.
In medical textbooks, it usually says someone who is homozygous for this condition is incompatible with life. I would say there's a possibility that they can be born and sustain life early on, but then they usually end up passing.
Same day that I found out that I was pregnant with twins, I also found out that I had a medical complication, that there was a blood clot in the middle of the 2 babies.
Blood clot in the middle of the 2 babies. I'm guessing in the umbilical vein. That's really rare.
They had told me that if that blood clot were to break within my first trimester, I could lose either one or both of those babies.
In general, pregnancy creates a higher risk for having blood clots. That's a known risk.
Okay.
But having twins elevates that risk even more, specifically later in the pregnancy.
Luckily, we were blessed that the babies got bigger and the blood clot got smaller. But then we had to test to see if they had the double dominant gene. First, we found out that Cece was going to be little.
And a girl.
Just wait. But maybe that's the most important. And then we knew that she was healthy and it was going to be a girl.
Do you think about or care about if you have a child, what their height is going to be?
No, I'd be more afraid that they'd be athletic. Like, I can raise a kid of any height. I can raise a kid with Tourette's. But, like, what am I going to go to a basketball game?
Well, you can watch.
It's really common for little people to have a fear of dogs.
I wonder how they feel about that. There.
We're
There.
best friends. Oh, he has to get
Oh,
his whole body
you
up.
have to do- oh,
Can I
yes.
get one too, bud? Oh, thank you.
Can I get one?
Thank you, buddy.
Can I get one? One more.
It's like that. I
Please?
need to-
Just one more. High five.
My turn.
Oh, you love me more.
Yes,
You're a
boy.
traitor.
You're my best boy.
You're a traitor.
Average size people really don't think about it, but imagine if dogs were the size of bears and they were coming up to you.
Did she say size of bears?
Does he carry a stool? Because you used to have a stool from 1st grade through, 8th grade.
I live in a studio apartment in New York City, and I have 6 stools in one apartment.
Really?
I can't reach my microwave because in New York they put them above your oven stove, whatever that thing is. In my closet, I can't reach 80% of it. I have a stool there. I have one in my bathroom because most of the storage is above the sink. In my living room, I've got one because my bed is a normal size bed and I have to run and jump into it. And sometimes you don't want to be an acrobat.
Today we are meeting Jack's teacher, and to be honest, I'm not exactly sure what she's going to say. Does he ever like sit there and go, oh
So he moved himself to the front and stood right in front of the...
It's self-advocacy.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's something we should be working with all kids, not just kids with disabilities and differences. Like, how do you speak up if you're not getting what you need to be successful? I talk a lot about disability inclusion, but in reality, we all need different things at different times to be successful.
You can go to the left, Jack, I think. And then I think the girls need to go to the right.
It's the same thing. It goes to the same place.
At the Bouncy Pillow, we had to make a decision. Do we send Jack with people his own age, or do we send him with the people his own size?
It's saying by height. So why are we trying to create a new interpretation?
Because he might want to play with his friends.
Fair. The reason I worry about this, and the reason I'm being strict about it, is because if you're like in an amusement park and there's these signs about height, it's because of safety and security of the seatbelts and locking them.
I get it. I can't ride half those rides.
Really?
I'm too short to ride half the rides.
I can't either because of my fear. Why are you laughing at me? It's not fair.
You made it sound like you can't for like an accessible reason.
That is an accessible reason.
No, it's a mental health reason.
That's accessible.
Okay, fine.
Can we have some cookies? Thank you so much.
I'm living in an average sized world. It's not going to adapt to me. I have to figure out how to adapt to the world.
How about these? Look. Come here. Why don't we do these?
My grocery store in New York City refers to me as the climber. At one point, they were like, you have to stop climbing. And I was like, okay, then you either need to have step stools that are available to me or have someone who is available to reach the things down. Because in New York, we build up.
Yeah.
And so I can't reach 70% of the things I need at a grocery store.
So what did they say?
They told me they would have someone help me, and I still climb.
Because I was just born small. We were both born small.
I love that about children, that they're not afraid, they're just being genuine.
Yes.
I think that's the most authentic and genuine way to go.
I agree. Kids have questions because they're learning about the world. And if we shush a kid when they have questions, we're teaching them to feel shame in the presence of disability. So while not everyone is comfortable explaining to a kid maybe why they're little or why they twitch or why they use a wheelchair, for people who are, it's great because we're giving kids information. And kids, I think, are inclusive when they get it.
Whenever I'm more honest about what I don't know and what I can learn, the more engagement I get.
I wish more doctors did that. I wish more
Well,
doctors
it's scary.
did that. I don't actually know a lot about Tourette's. Can you tell me, Pam? If you put me in a room with 10,000 people who are 4'6" and a half and have a whole lot of Tourette's syndrome, every single one of us would have a totally different story.
It'd be cool to build one sometime in our yard. That would be on totally equal grounds. Like, just design it so he doesn't know it's any different, but he could climb up as fast as the other kids or whatever.
You mean for you to build it?
Yeah.
Wow. Disrespectful laugh.
I love that, like, yeah, this show's about a family of little people, but it's also just about, like, a family.
Yeah, exactly.
And
they talk smack.
that was like a sick burn.
The challenge of building this play set is I have to make things spaced a little bit closer together for Jack. But I also want to space it in a way that every other kid in the world can use it too. And it's not exclusively for him.
Great example of universal design. Universal design is this idea that as we create anything, a building, a community, a structure, a phone, a tool, we create it with the goal of as many people as possible being able to use it at the fullest extent possible. So
Give me
really,
an example besides this.
when you go to open a door and there's a button and the door opens automatically, that was initially designed for people who use wheelchairs. But think about someone carrying groceries. Think about someone carrying kids. Think about someone who maybe doesn't have use of their hands or arms. You do something for one or two, and it's often beneficial for so many more.
I was born and raised in Annapolis. I have never really left. I stay here because no one sees me as a little person anymore.
Michelle.
Describe them.
It's just an interesting way to, I think, I'm trying to figure out like the best way to say this. I think it's okay to see disability. She's of short stature. She's a little person. I think what she probably means, or I'm never going to put words in her mouth.
Don't judge her.
Don't treat her differently.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Like I think I don't.
Of course, I think.
I actually don't love it when someone is like, when I'm with you, Pam, I don't see Tourette's anymore. I bark. Like, yes, you
I
do.
take advantage of that.
Push. Yes. Some average sized people think that little people can't work out, and that's a total myth.
Dude, you work out harder than me, except when I'm boxing training for professional biology. But otherwise, your baseline of working out is insane.
Thank you. I love working out, And the gym is made for men of average height. The elliptical, I was told I'm too short to use. I'm too short to use any of the bikes. The things that you pull down, I can't even reach it.
As a little person, I'm really lucky that I don't have any physical complications that cause me not to be able to do what I physically want to do.
Those with achondroplasia have higher rates of osteoarthritis, so they can have a lot of joint pain. They can be very painful. Also, those with achondroplasia, especially kids, have higher rates of frequent middle ear infections, early development of sleep apnea.
Huh.
There's things you have to, what we call in medicine is give anticipatory guidance.
That's interesting. I've had a ton of ear infections and no one ever told me it could be connected to something else.
See if I was your doctor and you want a patient.
Okay.
I'll just cut yours, okay?
He's going for
He
the
eats how I eat.
a man of my heart.
Your parents aren't eating out here. Maybe tomorrow, since we're gonna pizza tonight.
The story of my life. Maybe tomorrow.
I really want the kids to have better eating habits because as little people, if you're overweight, it's more pressure on your knees, your joints, and your back.
You know what point we never made clear medically about this? If you're born with achondroplasia, there's no other medical conditions that you're diagnosed with. You still have a normal life expectancy.
Oh, that's good to know.
Michelle's taking a cooking class. The girls are taking dance. Maybe I kind of realized that's something I wanted to do for a long time.
What do you guess that he's going to do?
What I hope it is like a magic class.
Looking up skydiving? Oh, I kind of signed myself up.
You're gonna go skydiving?
Oh.
Right there. See, look, your parachute open.
I'm so relieved Dan's parachute opened. That was my biggest.
I guess that is the thing that you want to see.
Little boy, too.
Hey, Jack!
Mine had to do anything.
Yeah.
Grainger knows that as the procurement coordinator at a manufacturing plant, you can count on auto reordering to have the PPE you need on hand. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Home to Claudio Vieira de Oliveira, a 37-year-old with a curious condition.
Wow, there's some kind of contractures, likely to be congenital, but could be traumatic.
No one has ever been able to explain the reason I was born with this disability.
Obviously, you could see that there's deformities throughout the body. Hands, feet, the spinal cord, there's some involvement. And it's likely something to do with the musculoskeletal system, because otherwise it looks like he's functional. He's cognitively there, he's telling a story.
His spinal column is so severely twisted that his head rests facing backwards.
When I was born, the doctor said I wouldn't live longer than 24 hours.
The doctor was wrong. Claudio survived, happily and pain-free. His parents, having lost faith in doctors' opinions, never brought him back to the hospital.
Wow, risky, obviously, given the nature of this condition. It's possible that in the area where this person lives, they might not have medical care where they would have these answers. They would need someone very subspecialized for a condition that's this rare. And the fact that he's not in pain is really incredible because it looks like there's a lot of muscular imbalance that would likely result in this. Maybe even nerve impingements where there's pressure on the nerve and you're going to start getting abnormal sensations down the body.
I have never contemplated giving up. Maybe this strength comes from my family and friends' support.
Having a strong support system, especially one from a family, goes such a long way, knowing that there's people who care for you.
As a youngster, Claudio was determined to get an education.
It's interesting looking at someone who obviously had to face a lot of challenges to use equipment that is not made for him. It's not easily accessible, and yet he's finding a way to persevere through it. So it's important to show how adaptable the human mind can be when it is faced with a challenge.
The hard work paid off. Today, Claudio is an accountant.
Wow. I am someone who managed to adapt to my body. I don't see myself as being different from a normal person.
This is his perspective, and we validate this perspective. We should validate this perspective. And at the same time, if another individual sees him and views him as different, but is still very encouraging, is very fair to him, kind, that is also acceptable. We as humans need to have a wide variety of emotions and a wide variety of opinions in terms of how we interact with the world. Now, a person who experiences a congenital situation like his may look at it and say, I wish I could change certain things about my body and get medical care in order to improve certain aspects of their lives. And it's totally reasonable as well.
He has had pain in his legs from shuffling across the hard floor.
See, that's why I found it weird when in the beginning they said that he wasn't experiencing pain. Just biomechanically, the way that he moves around in his position, you could see that there's going to be muscular strain, nerve strain, ligamentous strain, and skin breakdown from constantly putting pressure on certain areas of his body.
When I got shoes, my life became much easier.
Which makes an afternoon outing even more comfortable.
It's great to see his family be around him and other children especially, because it teaches them from a young age that humans are different. We come in all shapes and sizes, and there is no perfectly normal human. We're all different.
Dr. Angelina Acosta, a medical geneticist, has become fascinated by Claudio's case and wants to examine him in person.
It's really rare to see a patient with all these limitations survive.
Yeah, because there's cardiopulmonary compromise when there are such severe deformities of the spine. You need to really get a good sense of what the anatomy is like, the circulation in the body. Because remember, like we have balance center in our ears that is largely dependent on gravity, but when your head is constantly in an upside down orientation, it has to adapt. So it's going to be interesting to investigate how that's happening, what could be improved, what could be learned from this. This is only obviously
Claudio agrees to see the doctor.
The thought of surgery scares me because I don't know what the result will be. If I had surgery, would I be the same Claudio? Or would I be worse?
That's an important question to ask for any surgery. That is essentially trying to figure out, is medical intervention necessary, and do the benefits outweigh the risks?
She's eager to know what caused his deformities and sends him for x-rays.
That's not going to answer the question, more so just show bones within the body. Genetic testing is probably the way to figure it out. A lot of genetic conditions don't necessarily have to occur because you inherited them. Sometimes there could be spontaneous abnormalities in genes that can cause birth defects or situations to even arise in adulthood.
Claudio is surprisingly healthy. And as for any medical intervention, Dr. Acosta believes it wouldn't be worth it.
Interventions come from A, need, and B, benefit, with minimizing risk. But no intervention, zero, unless they don't work, have no risks.
We can say that he has arthrogryposis multiplex congênita. Arthrogryposis significa dizer contraturas fixas de múltiplas articulações. Então é exatamente os braços que não conseguem estender, as pernas que não conseguem estender, múltiplas articulações e congênita que já aparece no nascimento.
Any procedure that would need to happen surgery-wise would require multiple surgeons to be available at the same time. You're going to need a lot of specialists because there's a lot of parts of the body involved here. Even like a cardiothoracic surgeon would probably be wise.
It can be a neurological problem, it can be a muscle problem. So it's really necessary to continue the investigation to try to confirm the diagnosis.
To confirm the diagnosis is really for case report purposes, or research, to understand it, to be able to help others in the future if possible. It's very unlikely that by studying this continuously, they're going to be able to offer some kind of recommendation that he doesn't already have.
23-year-old Tom Stanifer has been training for years to be a world-class cyclist.
Cycling is hard. I got a new bike, and I haven't ridden it a lot because I get tired really easily.
He suffers from a mystery condition that no one's ever been able to figure out.
He's very thin.
Tom's strange illness has left his body unable to store fat under the skin. He only has 40% of an average man's muscle tissue and is partially deaf.
Again, likely to be congenital because it has developed this way. It didn't happen in adulthood. Protein disorder is up there. Some kind of coding protein could have a mutation in it.
Tom seemed like a normal baby at birth and had a happy childhood.
He already had a unique facial structure, so maybe he was predisposed to this condition.
By the time he was a teenager, his body had completely stopped metabolizing fat, leading to drastic weight loss. He's 6'3" and weighs only 133 pounds.
Wow. Just for comparison's sake, I'm 6'3", 195 pounds right now. A lot of people will forget the fact that fat is an important macronutrient, and we could use it for energy, and we need it to make certain hormones. It's the overconsumption specifically of unhealthy fats that is one of the biggest drivers of heart disease and death.
Now he wants to go further and compete in the Paralympics.
That's got to be hard, because if you can't metabolize and digest fat, you have a significant disadvantage of energy storage and breakdown.
Because Tom's medical condition is undiagnosed, the sports governing body doesn't know how to classify him for competition.
When we look at the ICD-10 classification, the International Classification of Diseases 10, we have coding for things, and you can do genetic disorder unspecified. I'm sure there's a code for that. ICD-10, genetic disorder unspecified. Look at that, Z15.89, genetic susceptibility to other disease. That would be a code that would probably get him into the Special Olympics.
When I first met Tom, it was kind of a bit odd to see him for the first time in real life.
And that's okay to say, right? If something is unusual, it's okay to say something unusual, be curious and kind at the same time about it. Pretending that something that is unusual just to ease your own discomfort may not be ideal for that even person, because they want to be honest and straightforward about what's going on with them or their bodies. They may take that as a sign of that you're blocking because you're feeling shame or some kind of negative emotion to their appearance.
Because I don't store fat, it remains in the bloodstream. So because of this, I have type 2 diabetes.
I'm struggling to understand exactly what his condition is, because if he has an issue absorbing fat, then it wouldn't enter the blood. But it is entering the blood, so he's having trouble processing the fat once it's already in the blood, basically driving it into the cells for energy, or converting it to different cholesterols, triglycerides, etc.
There's a new technology called next generation sequencing, which allows scientists to screen the whole genome. This is 30,000 genes, and it's equivalent to looking for a single spelling mistake amongst a library full of 30,000 books.
Finally, Tom has a diagnosis: mandibular dysplasia with deafness and progeroid features, MDP syndrome.
I mean, I would like to know more about the diagnosis, because I mean, you know, just because we've labeled something based on the appearance and the other symptoms and prognosis that he's experiencing, do we know yet the gene that is involved with this? This is probably one of those cases where the patient is by far a bigger expert in their condition than any doctor they would go see.
Huang, who suffers from a disorder called neurofibromatosis, is plagued with the largest facial tumor the world has ever seen.
Neurofibromatosis, there's multiple types. I believe it's a genetic condition where there's little tumors that can form on the skin, on neurological structures on your body. Think the eyes, the brain, the spinal cord.
By the time he was 31, Huang's facial tumor weighed over 50 pounds.
Wow.
The weight of the tumor damaged his spine and torso, and he only reached 4 feet tall.
That's also got to be uncomfortable, that amount of pressure, constantly tugging at the elasticity of your skin, pulling the eyes, maybe not being able to close your eye fully, which can cause tearing, dryness of the eye.
The Chinese government offered to cover the expense of major facial surgery.
I had never seen a tumor as big as Huang's in my career on a human body. I was completely overwhelmed.
A lot of imaging has to take place here to see what anatomical structures are in the masses. Like, is it just tumor material? Is it blood vessels? Is it nerves?
This was the most complicated case in the world. There were no cases to use as a reference.
I'm surprised they wouldn't reach out to other worldwide leaders at this point. There's a lot of collaboration that happens amongst doctors in rare cases where it's beneficial not only for the patient but also for the doctors to get this experience to be able to treat other patients in their home countries.
It's taken a team of China's best doctors over 7 years and 4 pioneering operations to remove more than 45 pounds of tissue from Huang's tumor.
45 pounds, that's a lot.
He's got a face he can live with.
Yeah, a face and a life. Like, it takes a toll carrying that much excess weight on your face. You can't enjoy daily activities and quality of life begins to suffer. Outside of social living, just functional.
22-year-old Amanda Grice has a rare and embarrassing problem. For 12 years, she's been living in a permanent state of sexual arousal.
Oh, wow.
I lost count, honestly, of how many times a day I have orgasms. I'd have 50 orgasms, and well into the day, it would be well over 100 by that evening.
This type of persistent sexual arousal syndrome was documented in my video with Dr. Reba Malik, where we talked about it. But it's a very complex situation because a lot of things have to be taken into consideration, not just physical health, but psychological as well.
50 orgasms a day might sound like pure pleasure, but it's making Amanda's life a living hell.
No, it's not pure pleasure. Anything that falls outside of a balance can become quite problematic. A lot of people hate pain, and they say, I wish I could never feel pain. That would be very problematic. The reason you know to take your hand off a hot stove is because you feel pain, so it's a protective mechanism. The reason why your foot goes numb and you get pins and needles, it's uncomfortable, and you know to move it is because of pain. Had you not known that, your foot can die. So like all of these signals that can be problematic if experienced to a high degree also need to be experienced to some degree to get the benefits of it.
Amanda is desperate for help, but so far the medical community has let her down at every turn.
Most of them are very dismissive about it. A lot of doctors don't have knowledge of this disorder.
Dismissal, very disappointing that the medical community doesn't help or doesn't even want to help. Not knowing, I could see why that could happen. It's hard unless you're a specialist to know about this condition. Not know about its presence, but know what to do and what to try. What's interesting to me is there's all sorts of nerve ablation therapies that we do, where basically, like, let's say one of your cutaneous nerves across your abdomen that come from your ribs, intercostals, is constantly lighting up. You're having pain in that nerve, and we try all sorts of treatments. You could do like a nerve ablation where you essentially shut that nerve down. In her case, I wonder if that's possible as well, or would there be other consequences to it? Again, we'd need a sub-specialist to help me answer that question.
Hi, Amanda. Nice to meet you. Have a seat.
Hi, how are you?
Dr. Eckenberg is a pioneer in understanding and treating persistent genital arousal syndrome.
I want to know how you become a pioneer. I just need the answer to that question. Genuine curiosity on my part.
And believes that PGAD is largely misunderstood as a sexual disorder, when in fact, it's more a function of chronic pain. To treat that disorder, he'll inject her bladder with medications to relax the muscles and ease the pain. 24 hours later, she's already feeling the benefits. Amanda will continue to have regular bladder injections, which will numb her orgasms, so she will only experience a few a day.
Is it like just a lidocaine type medicine where it's a numbing agent, or is it a muscular relaxing agent, or even a muscle paralyzing agent? That would be a Botox injection into the bladder would probably do too much. Then again, not a specialist, I need more info.
56-year-old fisherman and father of two, Alejandro Ramos, goes by the name Willie. 4 years ago, Willie suffered a horrifying accident that mysteriously transformed his body.
I kept swelling. My arms grew to an incredible size. It didn't go down.
He almost has the phenotype, the body type of someone who injects Synthol, which is an artificial oil made to enlarge your muscles. But it's almost like not in his muscles.
I was working at a depth of around 115 feet. A cargo ship was coming. It went over my air hose and cut my air hose in two. I knew I had to surface fast. I couldn't stay any longer. I let go of my lead belt and got pushed up like a bullet. I started to lose all of my senses. I opened my eyes, everything was blurry.
So the neurologic findings that he's experiencing is basically Diver's disease, or BENS, where basically nitrogen bubbles, part of the inert gases that you inhale every time you take a breath, start bubbling up. If you inhale those gases at a depth of 100 feet, those gases are inhaled at a higher pressure. Therefore, when you go into a lower pressure environment, those gases start bubbling up. And imagine your blood starting to bubble, it causes serious problems, usually in the neurologic system and your joints.
Willie's chest and arms ballooned, leaving his torso swollen and deformed.
This is a very, very severe form of it. Like, usually it's mild, and usually it is treatable with 100% oxygen treatment, usually in a hyperbaric chamber.
Using a hyperbaric chamber, doctors treat sufferers by having them breathe oxygen in this pressurized vessel.
I've seen patients who've had subaquatic illnesses and arrived completely swollen. But with the hyperbaric chamber, these have disappeared in 1 to 3 hours.
Yeah, so he must have had more severe damage to his blood vessels as a result of that swelling, where it seems to have become permanent. And you know, when you damage blood vessels and they become more permeable, they could start to leak. When those blood vessels start to leak, it could actually create edema in the surrounding structures, which is what he could be having. It's very similar to what happens when you have age-related, gravity-related swelling in your lower extremities, in your legs. It's like you stand all day, you're age 60, your veins aren't as spry anymore, so they're a little bit more swollen. Blood starts to pool there throughout the day, and as a result, they become more permeable, more edema comes out, and as a result, you have thicker ankles at the end of a long day, which is why we recommend to pick your ankles up, to wear supportive compression stockings, etc., etc.
Willie has had multiple sessions in a hyperbaric chamber. Sadly, he has not returned to his normal size. As a result, Dr. Aguado decided to draw blood and take tissue samples from Willie to solve the mystery.
I wonder what part of the body he's actually taking samples from. Is it from the blood vessel, the muscle, the adipose fat tissue?
A month later, Dr. Aguado confirms that Willie's condition was due to nitrogen being lodged in his fatty tissue. The next medical step will be reconstructive and cosmetic surgery to remove the fatty deposits.
How in the world do they need that test in order to say that, oh, get cosmetic surgery and we'll fix it? I'm pretty sure that would have been anyone's recommendation, whether or not they knew it was from nitrogen bubbles.
Juliana was born with congenital melanocytic nevus, a rare genetic skin condition that causes an overproduction of skin pigmentation cells.
And it not only produces melanin a lot, it produces melanin a lot in specific areas. So as you can tell, it's not her entire skin color, it's just sporadic.
Her birthmarks and dark patches of skin also made Juliana sad and self-conscious.
That's very understandable. If you're born and you look different than everyone else around you, especially as a child, it's easy to get bullied and then feel like you're ostracized from your own peers.
Some parents say, can you take your child from our children? We don't want them to get sick.
This is not a contagious illness, first of all. And second of all, how ironic is it that we have individuals who have, let's say, clear skin without birthmarks on it, who want to get tattoos to put dark pigment into their skin. And then we have individuals who have a lot of pigment in their skin, who are self-conscious of it and want to get rid of it. It's interesting how the grass is always greener analogy applies in situations like this.
Juliana now posts photos of herself on social media to promote awareness of the issues faced by people with skin conditions.
I think that's great in order to highlight that humans come in all different shapes, sizes, colors, and just because her appearance outwardly looks different, it shouldn't stop her from living a full life, and it shouldn't stop you from interacting with someone like this.
1 out of 10 people with congenital melanocytic nevus will develop skin cancer.
So basically, when you have a type of birthmark pop up like that, essentially you're having micro mutations in those areas because you're having excess production. When you're having excess production, that puts you at higher risk for cancerous production.
If I will stay at the sun for a long time, every of my small birthmarks also can change to melanoma, and it's really risk. So that's why I need to go and check them.
The way that we check them is through a classification system known as A, B, C, D, E. Each one represents a specific criteria that we look at. A, asymmetry, B, the borders, C, the color, D, the depth, and E is evolving. Basically how it changes over time. That's why if you ever have a mole or a birthmark that has changed, that's a good reason for you to go see a doctor. And this allows us to understand what risk each of those birthmarks poses to the individual. If some of them are suspicious, we do send them through a biopsy to pathology to figure out if they're cancerous.
Dr. Witowski uses cutting-edge digital dermoscopy equipment to photograph all of Juliana's birthmarks, capturing their exact positions and sizes so they can be monitored for any changes.
In her condition, it's a lot harder to gauge changes because there are so many of these birthmarks. And also, like, look, if I have 2 small birthmarks on my legs and one of them happens to change, we're concerned we can easily take that small biopsy. But imagine she has many of them. If she can't biopsy her entire skin layer, so for her it's best to do this through a non-invasive method and be strict with it like a camera.
This lesion is the only one on your body, but it is different from the rest. I think it's a good idea to remove the lesion just for your own safety, and then we'll assess it with histopathology.
So histopathology is they'll basically take a slice of it, look at it under a microscope, and then if they do in fact see a cancer, you might have to go for excision with wider margins. When we say things like margins, what we're actually saying is that we want to make sure that at the borders of the area that you biopsy, there's no residual cancer, which means that you got the entire cancer.
Jolison's astonishing height of 7'9" makes him the tallest man in Brazil.
Oh wow.
3 years ago, Jolison met Eve. They weren't exactly a perfect match. Eve was just 5 feet tall.
Maybe that is a perfect match. Perfect match doesn't mean they have to be the same height.
But there was an instant attraction.
I'm instantly attracted to that little goat thing that they have. Is that a goat or a puppy?
And the two were married within a year.
I love that the cake decor is true to size. At least true to proportion.
The couple is concerned that Jolison's fertility has been affected by his condition.
It's important to note that before we start working people up for infertility, we do give a substantial amount of time to try and conceive. And sometimes that's like a year or even longer.
Gigantism is caused by a tumor in the pituitary gland, the part of the brain that controls hormones. By the time he was 21, Jolison had a range of other health problems. He decided to have surgery to try to prevent the tumor from causing further problems as he got older.
I'm pretty sure Tony Robbins has the same tumor and was recommended by doctors to remove said tumor and declined because he enjoyed the advantage that it gave him. And I'm not his doctor, but I saw an interview with him saying this directly.
Jolison will need to provide a sample of his semen.
Basically, they're trying to look at the number of sperm cells, they're trying to look at the sperm motility, as well as other factors to check if issues with fertility stem from something within his sex cells or is it his partner's.
Your spermogram test doesn't show the presence of sperm.
The excessive amount of hormones that triggers gigantism can lead to a reduction in other hormones, such as testosterone. This has led to Jolison having underdeveloped testicles.
This should have also been elucidated on the physical exam. That should have been part of all of this workup. I'm surprised that it took them finding this out on a test as opposed to a physical exam. And I wonder if this condition would be correctable by giving him hormone supplementation.
The couple is now making plans to move forward with adoption to complete their family.
Oh, that's not a goat. That's a puppy the whole time. It looked kind of goaty to me.
On the outskirts of the city, there's a boy living with a unique condition. 11-year-old Li Hang. Li Hang now weighs more than 300 pounds. He suffers from a rare genetic disorder called Prader-Willi syndrome.
You know, this is interesting because this condition is not something I've ever seen in my patients, but it is something that is frequently tested in medical school and on medical boards. Where it's a congenital syndrome, where it's a chromosomal issue. More specifically, it not only affects hunger, but also cognitive impairment, sleep impairment, many other factors in the development throughout a child's life.
There's no known cure for Prader-Willi syndrome, which can also cause a number of physical, mental, and behavioral problems.
His large size would put him at a higher risk for development of early onset even osteoarthritis, joint disease.
In a desperate attempt to help him lose weight, Li Hang's parents are taking him to a hospital that practices traditional Chinese medicine designed to help people battling obesity.
He has a disorder in the feeding and satiety centers in the hypothalamus, located in the brain.
This is true, but it's a genetic issue, so it's at the core of his cells.
The medical treatments here are unorthodox, but doctors are licensed medical specialists, and the hospital claims a high rate of success.
We will use traditional acupuncture, fire therapy, and fire cupping.
This is where I kind of start getting disconnected from the adjunctive therapies like acupuncture, where we're talking about it for musculoskeletal uses, for pain uses, where there seems to be some evidence, and then we start moving it to just general well-being or obscure cases like this, where you're saying that needles can impact the neurological structure and the genetic structure of someone's brain. That seems to be a little bit too far out for me to say that it matches some level of evidence-based medicine.
Fire therapy with Chinese medicine is where we incorporate extracts of herbal medicine that help speed up metabolism. We light up the medicine with fire. It is especially helpful for patients with abdominal obesity.
Finally, Li Hang is given a round of fire cupping treatment.
I don't even know what that fire therapy is. I'm not gonna lie. It seems very non-evidence-based. And again, cupping in general has very weak evidence for it. But then for myofascial tightness, for restrictions, again, musculoskeletal conditions, I could see it being valuable. But for someone who has a hunger issue from a genetic condition, it seems a little ridiculous to treat it with this.
But the doctor points out that these traditional remedies can only work if Li Hang is able to stop his excessive eating.
If he stops his excessive eating, he will lose weight without those treatments. Like, that's the core of the situation. So I find it ridiculous that they're saying that.
There's no foolproof scientific evidence these procedures are effective.
This is where patients in situations like this are often misled because they're just searching for any type of cure. Where science doesn't have an answer, pseudoscience and misinformation tends to thrive.
Mark may appear healthy, but he actually suffers from one of the world's rarest disorders.
Why is he looking at the waters so angrily? I'm sure it has something to do with water.
I have to drink 20 liters water a day to stay alive. I can last without water 1.5 up to 2 hours.
I wonder if this is a form of diabetes insipidus where he actually is either lacking or not responding to a specific hormone that prevents fluid loss, excessive fluid loss through your urine. This is actually an important hormone that your pituitary gland stores in your hypothalamus creates in order for you to be able to balance the amount of water in your system. And that's a very tightly controlled balance.
I will get very high fever and dizziness, can't remember things, and I do not know in extreme where I am and who I am.
It essentially becomes a form of dehydration.
Mark suffers from the rare disorder known as renal diabetes insipidus, or nephrogenic diabetes insipidus.
The difference between that and like the cranial version of it is that the cranial version is your body doesn't produce the hormone, and renal or nephrogenic is for some reason it's not responsive to the hormone.
I wake up in the night and then I go to the toilet and go back and sleep again. So you can say, okay, maybe it's 20 times a day.
It's important that we point out this has nothing to do with diabetes mellitus, which is a sugar control condition, whereas this is a water retention excretion condition, or water balance condition.
Mark's condition is very interesting. It's a very rare condition. Unfortunately, we do not have a very good treatment for those patients. Not to say we cannot cure it, we not even have a reasonable treatment for those patients. So what can I do for you today?
I love that the scene goes from him saying, we have no reasonable treatment, we have no cure, but what can I do for you today?
My GP in Bielefeld told me that diuretics could be useful for me.
I believe thiazide class of diuretics can sometimes be useful here.
Diuretics normally treat high blood pressure.
Well, not only high blood pressure. There are several indications for what we use diuretics for.
Less salt in the body could reduce the urge to urinate. It's an experimental approach, but Mark has nothing to lose.
And there's different classes of diuretics. There's like a loop diuretics, which the most common one that we talk about is Lasix, thiazide type diuretics that are more commonly used for blood pressure control, like chlorthalidone or hydrochlorothiazide.
After a few weeks, the diuretics seem to be working. Mark doesn't wake up in the night to go to the bathroom quite as often. He's less tired, and he has more energy to pursue a very active lifestyle.
Always great to see some treatments working, and I think that there's definitely progress to be made in these conditions.
For most of his adult life, Tim has sounded like this. Tim spoke normally until 1978, when a brutal incident robbed him of his voice. Riding to a fire training seminar, he takes an old logging trail. He has no way of knowing that someone has maliciously strung a cable across the road to stop bikers dead.
Oh my God, why would you do that? That's terrible. That's like decapitation style.
Tim barely survived the accident. He eventually recovered from his injuries, but his larynx had been crushed by the cable and was irreparable. For 20 frustrating years, Tim's only option was to speak through the electronic voice box, until a 1998 news story led him to Dr. Marshall Strom, a larynx specialist at the Cleveland Clinic Foundation.
Larynx is the voice box, pharynx is the throat.
For years, Dr. Strom had been working to perfect a human larynx transplant, and Tim Heidler was a perfect candidate. In transplant surgery, the biggest danger is the donor organ itself. The recipient's immune system naturally attacks it as a foreign invader.
A lot of times you're going to have to take medications in order to weaken your own body's natural response against this organ.
Doctors use drugs to suppress the recipient's immune system. This can cause even the smallest infection to become fatal.
And it also creates a problem lifelong for many of these patients where they're immunocompromised to viruses that maybe you and I wouldn't be so concerned about, but those people would need to take extra steps to be careful. And also, when you're making a transplant like this for the vocal cords, you gotta be able to think about the vascular connections, which is the blood supply, but also neurologic connections, because you gotta be able to fire those muscles in addition to supply them with blood flow.
Tim has survived the surgery. After an anxious 2.5 days, doctors ask their patient to speak.
Okay, one more breath. Now the high mark.
Wow.
Tim Heidler, using a transplanted larynx, speaks for the first time.
You got to be very careful here because the vibrations can tear open the sutures as well, but you also don't want so much scar tissue to form that you lose mobility.
To allow access to his new larynx in case of complications, doctors decide to keep his trachea open. In order to speak, Tim has to cover the hole to force air through the transplanted larynx.
I don't sound like the donor, but we have audio tapes of him. And he was a very large man. He had a real low voice.
Well, because that's differences in spacing, differences in muscle tension. You're not going to have the one-to-one the same voice. It's not literally a voice box.
What makes us sound the way we do is the shape of our mouth, the amount of space that we have on our head to resonate, which is why our voice boxes can be very different in terms of dimension sometimes.
I actually have had this done for myself when I was diagnosed with LPR, laryngopharyngeal reflux, but it's an incredibly overlooked diagnosis for people who are having mucus in the back of their throat, a chronic cough, maybe even a sore throat that's worse in the mornings upon waking, even voice box changes. But lately I've been catching it in my patients because I'm more aware of it and successfully treating those symptoms.
You can notice him running pitch way up.
He has pitch, he has inflection.
Wow.
He has a totally normal speaking voice. Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
This doctor is like not taking any credit for this pretty amazing. Like, dude, you did this. It's amazing. You guys came together. You waited for the right donor. It's perfect.
Mickey Freeman is 40 years old, but is trapped in the body of a 10-year-old. He's aging the equivalent of just 1 year in every 4.
Aging or developing, because those are two different talking points. Aging is almost like a Benjamin Button situation where you're aging backwards, but here he seems to be developing slowly based on the image that I'm seeing here.
Mickey was born blind and was close to death for his first few months.
I wonder if it has something to do with an infection from birth.
At the age of 19, he was the same size as his 5-year-old sister. He only reached puberty as he approached 30, and as his younger siblings grew at a normal rate, he continued to weigh just 44 pounds, the size of an average 10-year-old.
They're judging age based on size, and that's not something we typically do. We can give age ranges, size ranges for ages, but that's not the only sign of development or aging. What I'm curious about are hormonal levels, and if there's any scans that have been conducted full body, mostly in the brain, to see if there's anything in the pituitary gland, anything related to growth hormone, maybe even the thyroid gland, or a condition where you have like a multiple endocrine neoplasia situation where you have multiple types of tumors in the endocrine or hormonal system.
Local doctors have no clue as to what caused Mickey's condition, and no idea what his future holds. And because he doesn't speak and cannot see to read and write, doctors have no real way to gauge his mental ability.
I mean, I feel like we're missing something here about genetic testing, scanning. I know they're not aware of what's going on, but I feel like I would at least want the next steps taken to try and figure out what is going on.
As a mother, you think that it is your fault. I do accuse myself of causing Mickey's problem.
Of course, that's always a feeling that can come into our minds And irrational thoughts are part of being human, and part of battling the feelings that come with those thoughts is trying to speak back to those thoughts and seeing how much truth is in there. Usually this is best done through journaling, where you write down the thoughts that, like, I caused my son to be this way, and then you have to write down if this is true or not, and being as rational and non-emotional as possible. When you do that by writing, you're going to be more objective, and as a result you might be able to take away some of the power of those thoughts, where you still might feel sad and all the negative thoughts that might come your way, but they won't drag you down as deeply as they would had you not done this process.
What we're going to do is to run some genetic tests and run some laboratory tests, and hopefully we'll be able to determine the general cause of his condition.
These are the words Kayleen has been waiting decades to hear. But to fully understand Mickey's condition, he will also need an MRI scan, something he's never had done before.
And he has to lay incredibly still, because any kind of movement MRI will create an unusable image.
The MRI suggests Mickey's brain was damaged in the early months of pregnancy, which would account for his lack of development and would also explain his blindness.
I think it's an infection. Torch infection.
The examination of Mickey's chromosomes didn't show anything except a normal male. There was nothing genetically there that would account for his condition. It's at least a relief to know this has no genetic basis, so your other children probably don't have any cause to worry.
That is the purpose of genetic testing. A lot of times folks are running to get genetic testing for the fun of it, or just to find out, and it's very dangerous because you can get some information that you can't adequately act upon, and in times you might even get information that you'll act upon in a negative way. What do you do with information to find out that you have a low risk for developing diabetes? Do you start eating more sugar?
After 40 years, Kayleen has the answers she so desperately wanted.
After Dr. Walker explained everything to us, Mickey got off my lap and went over to Dr. Walker, and now we know.
That's sweet. I didn't expect that.
Alex just opened up the door and his eyes were popping out of his head, and he didn't have his top on, and his whole top half was just purple.
Right away, my mind goes to something related to the thyroid hormone because of exophthalmos, commonly associated with thyroid disease.
Didn't really know if I was there or not. He was like going unconscious. I didn't know what this was. You know, as for me, he had the flu.
No, that's not a flu. That's some kind of shock that a person's going into. When the blood pressure is falling so rapidly, you're not getting enough circulation to vital organs, you start dying.
Ambulance emergency, tell me exactly what's happened.
My husband's body is full of rash, just rash, just looks the same. He's had the worst headache for like 2 or 3 days, like a crippling headache.
Whenever we hear worst headache of our life, we think thunderclap headache, and right away we start getting imaging.
Yeah, and he can't urine, and it's just blood coming out. He's just aching.
I wouldn't bring up the rash first, because what's going to happen is they're right away going to think, okay, non-serious emergency. But if you open with, this is the worst headache of a person's life, and they're urinating and it's just exploding with blood, that changes the triage situation quickly. This is why, as a medical professional, you have a little bit more success when going through the traditional medical system, that you understand the things to flag early on in order to get the right attention.
When we got to the ambulance and they sort of gave him some penicillin, I was thinking, yeah, God, it's going to be okay now. He's in safe hands now.
Until you're in the hospital, you're not in safe hands.
Alex's flu-like symptoms were caused by a common bacteria normally found harmlessly on the surface of the skin.
Strep?
In an extraordinarily rare case, streptococcal strand A, or toxic shock syndrome, had entered Alex's body and was attacking him.
Traditionally, when you hear in media toxic shock syndrome, you're thinking of staph infection, usually associated with tampon use. But this is group A strep toxic shock syndrome, which is different. The mortality rate and the idea that you die is much higher, the rate at which you die.
Everything was dying, all his toes were dying, all his fingertips were dying, all his earlobes, his nose.
We don't know why it happens in some people. Usually we think it's because of a cut, that the bacteria gets in and then they have a weaker immune system for whatever reason. They get this really bad infection with the group A strep. But what's actually happening is the group A strep bacteria form super antigens, which cause an overreaction of your immune system, if you will, where they create massive inflammation, massive cytokine release, and as a result, it damages all your tissues across your whole body. There's been some controversy about removing that tissue, perhaps maybe doing a watchful waiting period when you're giving the antibiotics and seeing if the person can recover.
Over 9 months, Alex undergoes 11 major operations to stabilize his body. Today, Alex is ready for the first operation on his mouth. The family hope it will help rebuild his face, but it will be the first in a series of operations that could last over 2 years.
I wonder if it's the mouth, the tongue, and the vocal cords that are impacted here, because I haven't heard him speak.
So to see his father like that is quite scary. So you're looking like a completely different person.
If you're not careful with the way that you describe this to your child, you can create a long-term health anxiety and a phobia of germs. And that could become problematic for a whole set of reasons, because in many of these instances, you can't protect yourself from this. This can just happen. Like, imagine every little cut you've ever had. Have you taken proper care of it to the nth degree? No, it's impossible. And as a result, like, certain things are outside of our control, but explaining that to a child is not the easiest thing.
Alex is now being looked after by a carer at home, while he continues his rehabilitation and surgery on his mouth. Having been given prosthetic arms for the first time, Alex will attempt to learn basic tasks again.
I'll pick that bit up first. Pick that bit up first, and then keep one way up. Pick that way up, and then do that, and just try picking that up with your hook.
It's like learning to walk all over again. Basically what happens is you're retraining your nerves and your muscles to fire in a new way by seeing feedback, what's happening to the hook, and trying to pair that with the different neurologic signals that you're sending to new muscles.
The cost of it, all told, and prosthetics is about £24,500. That money is worth every penny for it.
Now, as time's going by, I see something new happen every week. I see him now open up a fridge. I see him now pour himself a drink of squash. All of this is attitude of mind and life. If you want your life, you will go out and get it.
It also helps that he has a really strong support system with his family that's there for him, that's caring for him, that's allowing him transportation, having the funds to buy that bicycle. You know, all those things are really important.
Disa is a small agricultural town in northwest India. 13-year-old Shreya lives here with her extended family. But 18 months ago, Shreya found herself at the center of a medical mystery.
One evening, she sat here and complained her ear was hurting. When I checked, I found an ant.
When I look inside my patient's ears using an otoscope, I find unique things. A lot of times it's pieces of cotton from using Q-tips, which I tell them not to put deep inside their ears. But there have been insect parts or even insects that I've seen inside people's ears, so that's not totally unusual.
Shreya had been sleeping on the floor, and in the summer, ants are common.
After that, more and more ants were appearing. It was painful and itchy.
Not only is it painful and itchy, but you're going to hear the ants moving around in there. It can drive a person mad.
MRI and CT scans were taken as Dr. Talsania searched for somewhere within the soft tissue or bone around Shreya's ear where an ant may have laid eggs.
Like in the eustachian tube?
But incredibly, the scan showed nothing unusual. Then, after nearly 8 months, just as suddenly as they first appeared, the ants vanished. In that time, about 1,000 ants had been removed from Shreya's ear.
I don't know why they aren't coming anymore. When I read all the medical science books, no one knows why and how the ants entered her ears in the first place.
There must be some kind of hygiene issue where the ants were able to enter the ear and they sat in some sort of crevice behind a part of the ear and were able to lay some eggs. And when those eggs were hatching, the ants were coming out.
The De Silva family never misses an opportunity to get together. They're excellent musicians and dancers, but it's something in their genes that truly sets them apart.
Oh, polydactyly.
14 members of the De Silva family have 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot.
They must have some kind of gene that encodes for this.
Anna Carolina, she has 6. Joe, my son, has 6.
Wow.
Today, the family's celebrating the arrival of a baby boy. His father, Alessandro, has 6 fingers.
It's got to be some kind of dominant gene because it's being passed on to, it seems like, every member of the family. So it's some kind of autosomal dominant gene.
So, like his older brother, he had a 50% chance of inheriting the 6-finger gene.
Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Wow.
My brother's going to have 6 fingers.
Gotta love the ultrasound probe.
The De Silva family's hands are all fine and functional, and they find 6 fingers can be an asset.
The coolest thing about having 6 fingers is being able to hold a lot of things at once.
Yeah, I can't imagine that being a major detriment in any way, really. Maybe for things designed for people with 5 fingers, like gloves. Like it might be complicated to find a set of gloves, so you might have to use mittens.
17-year-old Workatu lives in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. She looks like a typical teenager, but has spent much of her life hiding an unusually rare physical condition. Workatu was born with an extra set of arms and legs, limbs from a parasitic twin that died in her mother's womb.
Okay, so when they say parasitic twin, the reason they say it that way, it sounds like there's some kind of illness going on. But what's in reality has happened is you had an underdeveloped or non-fully developed twin happen inside your body or on the outside of your body that didn't have any organs and essentially is surviving off of the energy and lifeblood off the single body.
Workatu grew up thinking her body was normal, although her parents insisted she cover herself with long dresses. Workatu was 11 years old when she found out that her body was different during a school sports class.
That's got to be difficult if you're the only one in your class experiencing something like this. You're going to feel like an outlier, and you're going to need support from your friends and family, and maybe even medical professionals.
The Cure Hospital in Addis Ababa is Ethiopia's leading children's hospital. It specializes in treating common deformities like cleft palate. But doctors there had never taken on a case as complex as Workatu's.
I mean, in many cases, this is a surgical procedure that can be done and would probably help the individual significantly, if not for anything, the musculoskeletal support. Remember, carrying excess weight of limbs on your body is not comfortable for the biomechanics of walking, let alone standing.
After 3 weeks of tests, the doctors decided they could operate. The limbs of the parasitic twin would be amputated. Surgery of this kind had never been attempted in Ethiopia.
The only option that you have for treating this problem is surgery.
Yeah, it's surgery with an amputation and then some kind of embolization of the arteries to prevent the person from bleeding out.
So we have to do as many imaging studies as we can to be able to document in our minds exactly what the anatomy is as close as possible.
That's why a lot of times when patients request a CT scan, an MRI, we have to agree that the reason we're doing these scans is for the purpose of getting surgery. Because in many instances, getting an MRI to get a diagnosis doesn't help you in any way other than making a diagnosis for the surgeon.
We started first with the rudimentary arms because we thought that would be easier. And actually that came off as easy as it possibly could have. Then we moved down to the lower part, which is where the pelvis was, where we were going to remove her legs. And this was a little bit more challenging.
I can imagine this being challenging because you've got to navigate the host or patient's organs and circulatory system. Remember, her body has been feeding these limbs blood rich in oxygen, so that there is these extra arteries that need to be severed, but you also need to make sure you're not severing arteries that could be also contributing to her health. And sometimes with patients that have what they're referring to as a parasitic twin, they can have one of these like fully inside their body, and sometimes we can't even know if this is what's known as a teratoma, which is a type of tumor that has all different types of cell lines in it, hair, fingernails, bones, etc., or is it truly a parasitic twin?
I used to work in a plastic packaging factory, operating an extruder machine.
An extruder machine grinds and melts plastic materials to create tubing, plastic sheets, and films.
I was assisting the machine operator. My hand was dragged into the cylinder. I held my arm and screamed. I could feel the tip of my fingers inside it. It was an agonizing moment.
The night shift called me and explained that they had a case where they were likely to amputate.
So in many instances, when you have a hand injury, especially a crush injury, unless you have a super subspecialized hand surgeon, you will just go forward with the amputation. even in our ERs here in the Northeast, if you have a patient with a bone injury of the hand, you generally don't call the general orthopedist, you call a hand surgeon.
Dr. Brandau planned to surgically insert Carlos's left hand inside his abdomen to allow his body to regrow torn flesh and nerve tendons.
We made an incision on the side of his abdomen. This created a space in between the skin and muscle to tuck his hand, where it would connect with live tissues, creating a neovascularization.
We have seen this happen with burn patients before. I haven't seen this happen with a trauma situation like this.
For 6 weeks, Carlos endured the physical and mental anguish of having the affixed hand.
I just don't understand the purpose of this outside of growing the skin, because what if the bones are broken and crushed? What is the goal here?
The abdomen fat and skin got attached to his hand and created vascular links. Here we can see the x-ray of Carlos's open and closed hands. We notice the mobility of the remaining fingers. Now the thumb, which is almost in its entirety, has reasonable movement.
Today, I can feel all fingers separately. It's a bit hard to move them because they are all joined, but I can move them one at a time. But I have faith that it will look like a normal hand in the future.
I mean, I'm sure that there's other hand specialist surgeons that could probably change at least the appearance of this hand to make it more functional. In instances like this, by the way, you don't just also do surgery. You also work with not just a physical therapist, but an occupational therapist, because you need to make use of the hand. And occupational therapy focuses on those fine motor movements, like buttoning a shirt.
Bahia, Brazil. In 2009, a pair of healthy twin brothers were born here, Heitor and Artur. But in a 1 in 200,000 chance, they were conjoined at the waist.
So conjoined twins can happen in different parts of the body. It could be joining the lower portion of the spine, the longer portion of the spine, the head, even the upper body. We used to use the term Siamese twins because of a case that occurred in Siam, which is now Thailand, by the way. We've moved away from that and are now calling them conjoined twins because they're literally attached. And in most cases, surgical separation is an option. This can get quite complicated in certain instances because some of these twins actually share organs or blood vessels. And if these are vital organs that you can't split or separate, that obviously becomes more problematic and the surgery becomes more dangerous.
Surgeons prefer to separate conjoined twins before their first birthday. But Artur and Heitor were too weak and didn't have enough skin to cover their wounds. For the past 5 years, the boys have endured 15 procedures intended to grow extra skin using silicone expanders. And finally, they've grown enough extra skin for the operation to proceed.
In their abdomen, they share one liver, the large and small intestines. There is only one bladder and one set of genitals.
So this is going to be tough because the liver, maybe you can separate, the intestines, maybe you can separate, but bladder, what do you do?
Heitor will have a permanent catheter, so he can urinate as well as a colostomy bag.
A catheter is going to allow for the passage of urine. The colostomy bag is going to act as the rectum and essentially store stool that you get into.
Although the operation is over, Dr. Khalil knows that recovery is going to be a major hurdle. Heitor is alert and has been responding well, even managing small conversations with his parents. But Artur is weak and is fighting a fever.
Sadly, Artur had a very severe inflammatory syndrome. He wasn't responding well to any medication, and he passed away.
Which happens in a lot of these cases, unfortunately.
2 years have passed since Heitor and Artur were separated.
This skateboard was made by my father. Look, it's just a board, and he covered it in foam.
It looks like he's developing well in terms of his muscular structure, his verbal skills.
His recovery is surprising. He's a child that almost has a normal life. He has a physical disability, but it doesn't keep him from anything.
So he does have a normal life. Maybe a unique life, but a normal life.
It's not easy because he has one of the planet's rarest medical conditions.
Which one?
The condition is Swartz-Jampel syndrome.
Never even heard of it.
It's a muscle condition
Wow.
where if your muscles get really, really tight, that's how I come stiff. And they're always working.
This type of abnormal tone of muscles, I've seen in the elderly with dystonia, maybe Parkinsonism. I've never seen it in the young person.
Owen's dad, Will, noticed that his son wasn't moving like other children. Owen visited 8 doctors in 8 months.
This is why at every pediatric visit that's a physical, we do developmental milestones and we see how our child is developing, because in many instances we can do some early intervention, whether that's adding a hormone, physical therapy, behavioral modifications, to help children reach their maximal potential.
He has persistent muscular contraction, and you look at somebody like Owen, who looked like a little pocket Hercules. He's got unbelievable muscle definition, and that's really because he's got isotonic contractions all the time.
That's incredible that he has this contraction. Imagine how you feel when you get a cramp, and imagine that going through it your whole body. That's the difficulty this boy's dealing with.
In the small town of Scheidelberg, Austria, lives a teenager with a very rare genetic condition. Raphael's skin grows extremely quickly and turns into confetti-like flakes.
Is this acanthosis?
My condition is called ichthyosis, or the fish scale disease, and I've had it since birth.
It's really unfortunate that in the medical community, maybe to be relatable, especially when it comes to pathology, we name things after foods or animals, and it can be quite problematic for patients because they have to say they have fish skin disease or acanthosis with confetti. That's not ideal for someone to say.
Ichthyosis with confetti has been recorded fewer than 20 times worldwide. It causes abnormal quantities of keratin in the outer layer of the skin.
Skin, the way that it heals, the way that it functions, is on the epidermis, which is the superficial layer of skin. You constantly have shedding of skin and new skin cells come up. And that is the way that the skin normally functions. That's why if you really test dust inside a home, a lot of it is made up of human skin. And while you can't see it happening, it's happening all the time.
In 2008, Raphael's mother discovered an unusual solution to treating her son's condition.
Oh, interesting.
To remove Raphael's excess skin at 6:30 every morning, he's lowered into a specially made tank containing 300 skin-eating fish.
Wow! I've seen pedicures like this where they have the fish chew the dead skin. This also doesn't hurt because these are sloughed off dead skin cells, so it's not causing her any discomfort, at least.
It was worse before. I couldn't move as much, and it was harder to clean up the scales. This is much better for me.
And he's feeding the fish. It's like a win-win, a true symbiotic relationship.
Oh, Thomas and Vincent's headgear might look like it's out of a science fiction movie, but it's been developed by a team of doctors and designed to shield them from certain death.
When Thomas and Vincent were nearing their 2nd birthday, reddish marks appeared on their cheekbones.
Reddish marks on a young child like that don't necessarily point a clear picture of what's going on. It needs to be placed within a whole host of different differentials and possible diagnoses. And only through a very thorough history, a thorough physical, doing some lab work, can you start narrowing down exactly what's going on.
We developed small cancers. For example, I had one here on my left knee. We had others on our arms and face, which we had to get rid of.
The twins were diagnosed with xeroderma pigmentosa, known as XP, giving their skin a potentially fatal hypersensitivity to ultraviolet light.
For XP, individuals will have their cancer risk go up 10,000 times than that of a normal person or an average person. So if you're not shielding yourself from UV rays, your risk of cancer is almost certain.
We both have a scientific education, and quickly we concluded that the only possible solution at the time was to protect them from ultraviolet rays.
And hopefully supplementation with vitamin D, given the fact that you need sunlight to convert vitamin D into its active form via your kidneys. So vitamin D supplementation is going to be important.
Augustinopolis in northern Brazil is the home to a little girl with a condition so rare there have only been 50 cases reported since the Middle Ages.
Wow, that's very rare.
Congenital hypertrichosis, or werewolf syndrome.
Again, with the terrible naming of conditions, like stop calling it werewolf syndrome. First of all, there's no such thing as a werewolf. No one is proud to carry that label and that stigma associated with it. Let it go.
2-year-old Camille Camille D'Souza is living with the same affliction today.
Well, first of all, with hypertrichosis, where you have excess hair growth, it can happen in many different ways. Like even hirsutism, which can come with PCOS, can have hair growing in unusual places for a female that you normally see on a male. But then there's other cases where you see it growing everywhere, and that's terminal hair, so it's going to be darker, thicker, as opposed to like that peach fuzz that can sometimes never fall off a human from when they're born as a child, which normally it's supposed to fall.
There is no medication that can make the hair fall out. Laser treatment is the only option.
Doctors begin with a test run of the laser to see how her skin will react.
Also, given that her skin shade is a little bit darker, there could be risks with hypopigmentation, burns.
Successful removal of all her hair will mean hundreds of treatments.
In a lot of situations like that, the laser, what it's doing is it's heating up the hair follicle and actually destroying it. And the more you destroy it, the more likely, like more times you destroy it, meaning the more treatments you're going for, the more likely you are either to cause scar tissue or permanent damage so that you're not growing hair in that area.
5 weeks later, and Camille is vastly improved and already more accepted.
Yeah, you see those burns? I would think that with technology, it's unfortunate to say, but I think with the technology we have here in the U.S. and the experience we have here in the U.S., I think maybe it could have been done in ways where it wouldn't cause that type of skin damage. But then again, it's hard to say.
Weighing in at just over 46 pounds, he is nearly 3 times the weight of an average baby boy.
Yeah, something's going on here from a metabolism standpoint. When a child is this size, it's rarely due to just traditional overfeeding. This is some kind of hyperphagic syndrome where the child's eating too much due to something in the metabolism.
We started to notice he was overweight when he was 3 months old. But from that moment on, his weight just kept rising.
Generally speaking, in the medical community, we like babies to carry a little bit of excess fat. It's good for development. It's ideal early on. We've seen that it fosters good neurologic development. But then when it crosses a line and it starts going past the growth curve of the 99th percentile, now you're putting the child at risk for developmental issues from not just the musculoskeletal side of things, but also the cardiovascular, neuromuscular. Imagine what strain on his heart just to move because he's carrying this much extra weight for his age.
Santiago was already suffering from life-threatening obesity-related diseases, including diabetes and hypertension.
Everybody is expecting that as a parent treating him very bad, and that's the reason why he's so obese, but it's not actually possible to feed them into that degree of obesity.
That's why I said it's not an overfeeding type situation.
Santiago is suffering from a condition called congenital leptin deficiency.
This is a hormone that's very important for controlling appetite. And actually children who suffer from this will not just overeat and have this hyperphagic state, but as they get older, they will eat in secret. They will steal from others' food. They will get into fights over food.
A daily injection of the hormone leptin will stop Santiago's constant hunger, and eventually his weight should be normalized.
Isn't it incredible how much of a role and impact hormones have in our body? And that's one hormone. There are so many hormones that are playing these vital homeostasis controlling factors in our body. Like a hormone to protect us from overeating, a hormone to protect us from undereating, a hormone to make sure we're not overhydrated, or one to protect us that we're not underhydrated. There's so many sensors within our body. It's truly incredible that we actually continue to function each day.
Twinge was born with an extremely rare condition known as severe genoux recurvatum.
Wow, I didn't even understand exactly when I was first looking what was going on, but this condition is basically known as knee hyperextension. So when you lock out your knee, it's really not supposed to go past 10 degrees. And if it does, for whatever reason, whether you have a congenital deformity, muscle weakness, something going on with the bone, that's considered this condition.
Her knees bend the wrong way, so she walks on the backs of her lower legs.
This is obviously not due to a connective tissue disorder like Ehlers-Danlos, but I see a lot of patients who have laxity in their ligaments can hyperextend, and sometimes over time from standing on hyper-lax ligaments can actually develop a condition like this. Maybe not to this degree.
Despite her disability, Twinge learned to walk and got around as best she could, attending school where she was accepted by other students.
That's amazing because social acceptance is of utmost importance during childhood adolescent development. I do see a lot of of utmost importance because you need to figure out how are you going to reattach muscles so that she can walk properly. Like what's missing, if anything? Is there a patella? Is there a tibia? Is there a femur? Where are the ligaments that are present or not present? Because you can take donor grafts from other parts of the body and attach bones that way. But you need to know before you go in. Otherwise, the patient will be under anesthesia for way too long, and that's not ideal.
We will perform operations on both sides of your knees, the ankle joints, and the soles of your feet. Your soles are not flat, so we need to make them flat through operations.
She and her parents had to decide if it was worth risking surgery.
An important question everyone should ask undergoing surgery, because it's easy to fall into what we call routine procedures or routine surgery. Not blaming or throwing any specialty under the bus, but if a surgeon's job is to operate, they're going to offer an operation. It's the surgeon's job to know when that's appropriate or not. But I say let's take it one level further and take the onus on ourselves to ask the question, is it important, and what happens if I don't go for surgery?
A few days later, she was brought to the OR for her first operation, where Dr. Chen attempted to straighten her right leg.
Yeah, so based on looking at this drawing, I could see that there's a very sharp angle between the femur and the tibia where they normally meet. They would have to literally cut the bone and maybe create an artificial joint or make use of the structures that already exist. Again, I'm not a surgeon nor an orthopedic surgeon, so I leave it up to specialists, subspecialists like this.
The operation is a long, complicated process that involves cutting a precisely measured triangular-shaped piece of bone from the back of Twangji's lower thigh.
We cut and remove this piece of bone, then adjust the thigh bone so it will become like this.
This is like when medicine, artistry, and engineering all coincide.
Just 3 weeks after entering the hospital, both of Twangji's legs are now straight. Each surgery is followed by several weeks of muscle rehabilitation to help her support her newly structured bones.
That type of muscular rehabilitation is going to be of utmost importance, not just for increasing circulation to the area to help it heal, but also from a neuromuscular standpoint, so that she can learn to have good control over these muscles and the new motions they do. Because before, she's learned and taught those muscles to fire in a way that has to completely change. Like biomechanically, she has to change.
Twangji has 2 4-hour operations in 2 weeks. Her right foot is corrected first, and then her left. 3 weeks after the 4th operation, her feet and ankles are still supported by plaster casts. But Twangji takes her first proper steps. 5 months after her final operation in Taiwan,
Which is not that long, 5 months.
she was 4'2", but has now gained 12 inches in height. Now that her legs are straight.
I go for a walk whenever I have time.
Choice, control, independence, that's what gives humans that layer of intrinsic happiness.
Outside of Rio de Janeiro, there's a 12-year-old boy named Gabriel Ferreira Muniz, who's a soccer prodigy, even though he has no feet.
Wow, sick.
Gabriel's feet simply didn't develop in the womb, a condition called aplodia, which came as a complete shock to his mother.
People decided when he came out, they lifted him up. I saw there was a part missing. I just thought I was a bit dizzy. I never thought he'd walk.
The human body is very resilient. They'll figure it out.
To doctor's surprise, the bottoms of Gabriel's legs naturally developed into mini feet.
I'm curious what the bottom of his foot looks like from an X-ray perspective. Is there still a tibia and fibula there? Is there an ankle? Is there a calcaneal bone, like the heel bone?
That positive attitude has taken Gabriel far. 2 years ago, Super Club Barcelona flew him over to Spain to meet the team, including star forward Lionel Messi.
It was purely because I had a bunch of famous players in front of me. My heart stopped.
Medically, I'll say that's probably not what happened. Looks like there's not a pain restriction from this situation. I'm sure there's some like skin irritation, but it looks like functionally he's keeping balance very well.
In the northern Indian town of Ghatampur lives 8-year-old Kajol. Unlike most children, she's developed an unusual fondness for one of India's most deadly snakes.
Oh, the cobra. Oh, you don't want to mess with the cobra. They're fast. They're actually pretty shy, from what I've read. That they don't really like humans. They don't bite to be aggressive. They bite out of fear. And their venom is unique in that it's a neurotoxin, so it causes paralysis of muscles. And that paralysis, if it happens to your respiratory or cardiac muscle, could be deadly.
Cajole has grown up surrounded by cobras because her father is a snake catcher. To practice her skills, every day Cajole and her brother Gulab head out into the fields.
That's actually one of the most common places cobras hang out. A lot of people think it's like in the jungle, but they're actually in agriculture centers more because they like to feed on mice and the things that are running around in the fields.
Cajole and her brother make their way home.
Look at it, its hood is out, it's looking at her.
Suddenly, there's trouble.
He's biting me. He's biting me.
Okay, I mean, I'm not a snake expert, but oh man, I mean, the most important thing here is getting her to a hospital that has antivenom.
Instead of taking her to a hospital to be treated, Cajole's father treats her at home, using a mixture of traditional herbal remedies that have been used for centuries.
That doesn't look like a good remedy. This is putting her life at risk.
This is medicine from the jungle. It has been passed down by my father.
He's like rubbing superficially the venom is inside of her.
She's been bitten before. It doesn't worry us anymore. We believe if these medicines are given in time, they can save people.
Was that there was a constant touch of that snake, and the snake has been biting her regularly, and that particular bite, which was not of that severe nature, that has created a antibody in his body.
No one in medical school teaches you about repeat snake bite victims. The first snake bite, what do? Try and get a picture of the snake that bit you, immediately go to the hospital, show them the picture, describe the snake, hope that they have antivenom, hope that they have respiratory support if something else happens.
Snake expert Kartik Satinarian viewed the video of Cajole being bitten.
Of course she does get bitten, that's quite visible, but the bite site is indicative of teeth that the cobra has, which might have caused the wound and caused the bleeding, but that does not mean there's any fangs to actually inject the venom in. But from the way she's handling the cobras, it's quite clear that they're all defanged, and the venom glands are possibly also certainly removed.
What? So it's a scam?
It is illegal to own snakes without a license. It's also against the law to defang them. Like snake charmers pretending to hypnotize and tame cobras, Cajole and her father may be guilty of stretching the truth to promote the family business.
Wow, that's so messed up. And I'm sure that's not a kind process. I felt like we called a lot there. The first scene, I was like, look at that thing, it's about to bite, and then it bit. Snake Ponzi scheme.
2-year-old Aldi is from a small fishing village on the large island of Sumatra in Indonesia.
Why is the toddler smoking?
They say he started smoking at just 18 months old.
Aldi started to smoke by stealing cigarettes from his grandmother. He stole one and ran away with it.
How did he know how to light it as an 18-month-old? That's not true. That's like passing the fuck off.
Dr. Caxito believes the best way to cure Aldi's cigarette addiction is to refocus him on age-appropriate activities.
Yeah, not smoking cigarettes. I mean, one of the more dangerous aspects of this, obviously, the respiratory and cardiac situation is dangerous long term, but because his frontal lobe is very, very much still developing, in fact, it develops into the mid-20s, if it's exposed to substances that are quite addictive, that can cause more addictive behaviors down the line. That is why smoking, gambling, drinking alcohol, all of these products are age-restricted because of the development of the frontal lobe.
Giving up cigarettes was certainly a major step forward for Aldi, but his family is now concerned about how much weight he's gained. They worry he may have replaced one addiction with another.
That sometimes happens, and that's exactly why I was concerned.
The doctor is concerned about the effect smoking has had on Aldi's respiratory system.
From his x-ray results, it shows he has an infection in the lung.
He has pneumonia right now without a fever, without any other symptoms?
The results show that he may have lung tuberculosis.
That is not what I expected to have heard. Tuberculosis is an infectious condition caused by mycobacterium. It can be a very lethal condition because what happens is some people have been exposed to TB, but their immune system can keep it at bay. If they develop active TB with symptoms, usually happening as a result of a weakened immune system, compromised either through another infection like HIV, taking medications that suppress the immune system, and they can lose their lives as a result. There have been some new medications released that help in this treatment-resistant tuberculosis when certain antibiotics aren't working. And luckily, because of the great advocacy work from John Green, he's been able to be vocal enough to get Johnson & Johnson to not overcharge for their patent of this medication when it comes to administration of it worldwide. That's a huge win. That's going to save lives.
35-year-old Laura Potts often stays inside because of an unusual and rare infection. When her eyes start to hurt, she reaches for her special eye drops.
Oh wow, pretty significant redness there.
White plaque rises up in her eyes.
Wow.
Rather than tears, painful crystals come out.
Wow.
It starts to swell.
Whoa.
Then I have to open it.
You know, this isn't the only situation where an infection caused by bacteria can cause abnormal formations of things like crystals in the body. There's actually a type of kidney stone known as a struvite stone that is caused by a UTI. It's caused by a specific type of bacteria.
Laura's eyes began producing these odd crystal tears when she was about 15 years old. The local doctor was mystified. He had no answers. It was the beginning of years of frustration and misery.
They'd say it was conjunctivitis, and I would leave disappointed because I knew that wasn't it.
Yeah, conjunctivitis is much more benign than that, and the discharge would form overnight. It would be yellowy, maybe watery if it was viral or allergic based. If it's bacterial, you could have a little bit of yellow drainage, but the way that that's forming does not look like conjunctivitis.
Laura brought along a jar of her hardened tears.
So I asked her, how long did it take to get that? And she answered, one morning. For those plaques to form so fast, there could only be one explanation. It must be chemical.
I don't know if that's an explanation exactly.
In Laura's case, the cornea surface can secrete keratin. This keratin, together with other component, causes the tears crystallization.
And to help manage her condition, he's given her some new eye drops.
She developed a resistant bacteria. So we had to neutralize that bacteria's infection.
So did she have like an infective keratitis, which is basically an infection of the cornea?
And we used silver nitrate eye drops.
I'm now using these eye drops, cleaning it well, and just taking better care of my eyes.
Wow, that's incredible that that was a simple solution. I think these days, with the fact that the world is so interconnected, doctors can find answers to rare questions in a more simplified approach. Because imagine when you don't have the internet, you're going to look at textbooks to see if you can find a case study of this specific ailment. I mean, that could take ages.
It happened 29 years ago. I was 25 years old.
She went to pick the potatoes, and from that moment, the poisoning started, and it kept increasing.
Poisoning?
To Juana's shock, her hands, feet, face swelled up.
She must have had some sort of angioedema, which is like a massive allergic response to something.
And over the following years, she became intolerant to a wide range of household chemicals. Doctors told her that she had a chronic condition called multiple chemical sensitivity.
Multiple chemical sensitivity is like a very questionable diagnosis these days, where not everyone in the medical community agrees that it's due to a physical cause. There's some thought that this is more of a psychological condition leading to physical symptoms.
In Juana's case, it frequently provokes an instant respiratory reaction.
No one knows for sure why some people have this condition.
Maybe she has some sort of mast cell activation. The mast cells are sort of the allergy cells in the body. They can get overactivated. It's almost like an autoimmune condition, but through allergy.
We had to take her outside as there was no ventilation. She fell into a coma. She was feeling really bad.
Maybe that's because you're not letting her breathe in that bag. What is that?
For the last 7 years, I've been living in this room. To come inside the house, my husband has to now leave his clothes outside. If anything gets on him, he can't
Something is questionable here because just because he removes his clothes doesn't mean he removed every substance that's on his body from the outdoors. His hair carries it, his skin carries it, his mouth from the food that he ate earlier.
But hope might be just around the corner. WANA leads a campaign with similarly affected people, advocating for the development of special face masks.
It could be made of organic materials so that there's no plastic.
But is it plastic that's the issue? I mean, she was peeling potatoes.
Someday, I'm going to be free, and I'm going to escape from this prison.
Very interesting condition. I would love to know more and speak with an immunologist about that.
In the suburbs of Buenos Aires, there's a young man whose reputation precedes him. 24-year-old Christian Fritz has Proteus syndrome, which causes parts of his skin, bone, and flesh to grow large and misshapen.
What's interesting about Proteus syndrome, it affects all three cell lines, which is endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm. So that means a lot of different tissues. In fact, all tissues that originate from these stem cell lines end up being impacted.
The same affliction, it's believed, that led Joseph Merrick to be known as the Elephant Man. There's still no cure for the condition, and Christian has endured great suffering because of it.
The issue with these genetic conditions is it's not as much treating whatever is on the outside, it's starting from the beginning and fixing the genetic problem, which is why we're hoping that a technology like CRISPR can be used for a condition like this that would otherwise be disabling or lethal at birth in many instances.
From the moment I gave birth, one of the doctors said that there was something wrong.
Her baby wasn't growing normally, and over the years, it just got worse and worse. His heavy limbs and massive tumors put a heavy burden on his hips and knees.
I can only walk about 50 feet without assistance.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if there's an orthopedic procedure, whether it's surgical or otherwise, that can help him with his functional limitations, because being able to walk freely and having independence is important in adulthood.
One of Christian's problems is that he has a normal heart, but in a body 3 times the size. There is an increased pressure in his heart, his kidneys, and his organs.
A lot of times in a condition like this, the blood vessels can also be impacted, thereby increasing the pressure the heart has to pump against, which then actually creates physical changes within the heart. And when the heart changes in a negative way like that, it becomes known as heart failure.
Doctors found that Christian's red blood cells were extremely low. They did a blood transfusion, which caused heart and kidney failure. Christian almost died.
It was the first time in my life I was scared.
A stint on the dialysis machine helped him recover, but it was a very close call.
I wonder if he was experiencing disseminated intravascular coagulation. Complex situation, and there's all sorts of things that can trigger it.
Today's checkup ends without any cause for alarm, and Christian couldn't be happier.
You only have one life, and it's too short to waste it by feeling bad.
It's great that he's found a community around his limitations, and we have to be honest and call them limitations, because I'm sure there are things he would like to do, run more freely, be able to walk great distances, and he has limitations, but that hasn't put a limitation on his ability to dream. He still has goals he set for himself, he has friendships, and that's what really matters, is setting yourself goals that are appropriate for you, but challenging enough for you so that it's still valuable once you achieve those goals.
Seeking a happy retirement, 60-year-old Ida and her husband Randy moved to Smithville years ago. There are places where everyone knows and cares for their neighbors.
A lady looked at me and said, "You should be ashamed of yourself being a woman and coming out in public with a hole like that in your head."
Is that a cancer? That looks like either squamous cell carcinoma or basal cell carcinoma.
A malignant type of cancer consumed Ida's face. Now she hopes for a medical miracle. Ida's journey started over a decade ago.
I had a spot on my nose, and then years later a pimple came up in that same area. And I squeezed it, but the hole just kept getting bigger.
So that's one of the most important things I tell my patients, and I've said it on this YouTube channel, that if you have a non-healing wound in the face, especially one that's growing, even if it's mild, you should speak to a doctor about it. Reason being is there's cancers like basal cell carcinoma, for example, can present itself in this way. And while basal cell is a slow-growing cancer, it's not one that usually spreads. It usually stays quite local. It can be greatly disfiguring, especially upon its removal.
And I was seeing a family doctor, and he was telling me to cleanse this wound with Dettol and water.
I hope there was a lawsuit involved here.
Ida has basal cell carcinoma. The condition afflicts more than 50,000 Canadians annually.
It's the most common type of skin cancer. What's interesting is there's actually a type of surgery called the Mohs procedure where they do a significant amount of reconstruction of the face when they remove a tumor. It's literally an art, the amount of change they can make to the face and still make it look similar to how it was before.
Doctors removed her right eye and socket, her nose, sinuses, forehead, and part of her skull that cradles her brain.
I was shocked at what I looked like. You know, I was totally devastated.
A large skin graft surgically covered the hole left in Ida's face.
I'm not gonna lie, it seems like it's subpar care.
I didn't know it was coming. I had no idea that it was even ready.
Oh, facial prosthesis.
Ida's new face fulfilled a dream she's had for a long time.
My dream was to be able to have my face so I could look my husband straight in the eye and just tell him how much I love him and how much I appreciate how much he supported me throughout this last 4 years.
Pretty incredible what a difference it makes just to have this little piece of plastic on the face, but it makes a difference.
Ipu is a small remote community in the state of Ceará in northeastern Brazil. 50-year-old Luis Betzera da Silva has lived here all his life.
Oh, he has, here's some kind of warts, some verrucae on him.
Trabalhei muito na roça, quando era mais novo, eu era mais melhor das mãos, né? Tudo eu sou da lavoura mesmo.
Viral warts are usually caused by the HPV virus, the virus that also can lead to cervical cancer, oral cancer at times, and that's why we very much recommend the HPV vaccine Gardasil to patients in certain age groups to prevent the likelihood, especially in the subtypes of HPV that can make someone prone to developing cervical cancer. And since the implementation, we've seen cervical cancer rates and cervical cancer deaths just absolutely plummet, in addition to things like screening for pathogens.
For over 40 years, wart-like growths have been spreading over Lewis's body.
Does he have an immune predisposition to being susceptible to the HPV virus that most of us don't have? Dermoid dysplasia veriformis.
There is no cure for EV.
And there's no specific dermatological treatments here that you can use to decrease the amount of wart formation to make it more comfortable for him to work and live.
But Dr. Gonsalves believes that by giving Lewis regular boosts to his immune system, he will build up a resistance to the human papillomavirus.
I don't know if that's necessarily correct.
In up to 60% of cases of EV, the warts turn malignant and transform into skin cancers. Now back home, Lewis's biopsy results have confirmed that he does not have cancer.
With a condition like this, I believe that there's a very high risk of developing something known as squamous cell carcinoma. That's a very invasive type of skin cancer, and I believe individuals with this condition have like astronomically high rates. At some point in life, they will get it, sometimes in their 20s and 30s.
And as he is receiving regular boosters to his immune system, his warts are already starting to reduce in number.
I want to look at this about immune treatments for this condition. So there's topical treatments, there's oral medication like retinoids, interferon. Okay, so you could use interferon. You could use surgical, obviously, treatments, protection from the sun, which is very important because they could speed up those malignant lesions we talked about. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing a lot of great evidence for using any kind of immune system treatments unless someone is specifically immunocompromised. Mostly preventive measures, which is unfortunate given that he lives in such a sunny area.
Graças a Deus eu cheguei a ter esse médico e me deu confiança, garantia, né?
I really wish they got him some surgical care here because I think with the correct surgical treatment, he would have significantly better quality of life.
Trini Amirway had a normal birth and was a healthy baby. But at age 4, a benign bone tumor appeared on the right side of her face.
So the fact that it's benign is probably a good thing. The only issue is, will it affect any kind of anatomy in order for her to breathe properly, for her eyes to function, and also whether or not it's an ever-expanding tumor. Oof, see?
Her mother never imagined it would reach a massive 4.4 pounds.
And remember, this is growing outside of the body, so It's actually beneficial because it's not putting pressure on the internal structures of the brain.
Trini's mother is acutely aware of how her daughter is feeling.
Trini has a hope that one day, that thing will go off. She thinks that if this operation is done, she'll be fine, she'll look normal.
I mean, knowing the quality of plastic surgeons that exist these days, and given the fact that it's a benign bone tumor, perhaps there is a reasonable surgery to be had here. This looks like a type of fibrous dysplasia where fibrous tissue actually replaces the bone and starts growing in this abnormal way.
Doctors in Uganda tried to remove the tumor, but it only made it grow bigger and more frightening.
I'm worried about if she's not operated, it might eat her or the whole head might swell.
That's not an unreasonable concern because all it has to do is block off a vein, block off some vital structure, and it can create massive swelling from a lymphatic system component.
With Trini's medical records from Uganda, the doctors in the UK are able to diagnose her. She has a condition called fibrous dysplasia. There is no known cure for the disease.
Fibrous dysplasia is actually a very rare tumor of bone.
Even though it's rare, it usually only happens in a single bone.
Excising a 4.4-pound tumor is delicate and painstaking work. 4 months later, Trini and her mom are back in Uganda and filled with gratitude.
I wonder with fibrous dysplasia, if you remove so much tissue, does it eventually grow back and you need repeated surgeries? That I'm not sure about.
And she has big ambitions for the future.
When I grow up, I want to be a doctor.
Trini's bone tumor may grow back, but doctors from the Facing the World charity have committed to any future treatment.
You know, that reminds me of a story of a company that I actually donated to. We actually were able to give a sizable amount of money for a device that went into FDA trials that essentially acted like a cookie cutter for those with congenital nose and ear deformities. Normally, a surgeon would have to take some cartilage from the rib and then shape it into the replacement ear or nose. But this allowed you to just put the cartilage into the cookie cutter and press it, and you already have the predetermined shape there in different sizes to fit the patient's face. And it was a great way to be able to deliver care into areas where there weren't enough skilled surgeons to be able to do that type of procedure, and significantly shortened the amount of time required for that surgery. It was pretty amazing that we're able to do that. We actually have a whole video on that linked in the description.
Wynne, Arkansas is known as the city with a smile, and it's home to a woman who manages to smile against all the odds. Stephanie has harlequin ichthyosis, a rare genetic disease which causes her skin to be abnormally thick and severely cracked.
Yeah, this is a condition that only affects quality of life, but also can cause death very early on in life. Because remember, your skin is a vital organ that not only protects you from like an immune system component of protecting you from outside invaders, but also from an electrolyte balance standpoint. There's so much value to skin, and if there's issues like this, it can be problematic, again, quality of life as well as life of life.
Survival rate at birth is 50%, as babies with the condition normally die within a few days through infection.
Yeah, I've seen the death rate be as high as 2/3.
Stephanie, at 23 years old, has survived to become the oldest living female in America with harlequin ichthyosis.
Wow.
But she's struggled her whole life with the condition. Constant protection is required.
I think it's like a barrier. Pretty much is the best way I know how to describe it. To keep the germs out.
Yeah, it is a barrier, and it also helps keep moisture in.
I've always wanted to be a mom, but I didn't know if I could have kids.
I wonder if this condition impacts that.
The big fear was whether the skin on Stephanie's stomach would stretch as she grew bigger during pregnancy. A person with harlequin ichthyosis giving birth was unprecedented.
We talked to doctors, but they knew nothing. They didn't tell us anything because I was the first one.
Yeah, the condition's so rare, and with most people losing quality of life and dying so early. Sometimes it's hard when patients ask us questions and we just don't have evidence to fall back on. We can only speculate. And a lot of times our speculation is just a best guess off of the limited information that we know.
Stephanie became the first ever harlequin ichthyosis sufferer to give birth.
I wonder if she had to have a C-section.
She had a healthy baby boy, Willie, now aged 2, followed by Olivia, aged 4 months. Neither child was born with harlequin ichthyosis, as both parents must have the genetic defect for it to be passed on to their children.
Pretty incredible. I mean, I wonder if both her parents had a trait for it, because otherwise she would have known that her parents had one.
Granger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Granger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Granger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Dr. House is out of control, but so am I. Let's watch this episode.
911, what's your emergency? Got into an accident along the canal road, just outside Kingston.
Sebastian, it's time to get up, honey.
Huh? Huh?
What would you like for breakfast?
Hmm?
Hmm?
Hmm? I don't know.
I don't either. I think there's some some waffles in there.
Okay.
Is that alright?
Okay.
Alright, I'll make you waffles.
Okay.